Hello, everyone! Wow, what a fantastic week of matches, huh? Well, today we are going to be looking at the semifinals map pool and show all you guys what it's all about. I'm Min. I'm here joined with Sun Apple.
Hello, hello, hello. I
Hi,
am
hi,
Sun Apple.
hi!
It has been a bit since I've been here.
Yeah, and I mean, before we jump right in, right? Let's take a moment to just like think about what's been happening this weekend. Like those matches were insane, weren't they?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, every single one was nail biting, honestly. Even some of the sweeps had very, very close maps in them. I'm trying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's just so many matches, and it's sad to see how many teams have left our
For sure.
MWC
Yeah,
this
it's
round.
kind of scary to think about that so many really good teams are either in the losers bracket or are now eliminated. But yeah, I mean these top 12 teams, right? Top 12, I think. Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Will be facing off on the semifinals map pool. A few notes before we start. We are adding, so we're going from first to six to first to seven in semifinals. So we have to add two new picks into the map pool. So one of the picks we will be adding is stamina. So stamina, we will be seeing that as Rice 3. Um, that will be like a relatively long, mostly jump stream focused pick. Very like it's going to test your stamina really hard, and we will have that stamina pick from here on out, from semifinals to grand finals. Each one will have one stamina pick. The last, the second slot that we'll be adding is LN4. So LN4 is just going to be like another wild card. We're going to try, so now we have two wild cards in the LN category, and those two wild cards we will try to balance those two in like make them as different as possible, and as well as make them different from LN1 and LN2, which are our coordination and density slots. So those are our new slots for semifinals, and it will be the same format until grand finals. And yeah, I guess without further ado, let's begin with Rice 1. This is Joker by Valedict 1.05 edit version. This is 361 BPM. That is correct. 361 BPM single streams.
Yeah, and I mean, this map definitely makes sense why it's 361 BPM. These players have been doing so well in these kind of faster maps, these speed maps, and I mean, they're just so good at this game. I guess it sort of makes sense. But these streams are, honestly, they're not too dense as you say, they are single streams, so they're pretty light, though there are quite a few areas where you can kind of trip up on. This intro isn't as bad, honestly. There's quite a few like kind of breaks in between every single one of the streams that can kind of lighten up everything.
For sure. And yeah, we were seeing this like very like broken sort of concept here, but then we do get some more extended 361 BPM streams going into this section. And when the chorus hits, that's when we'll be seeing the most extended section. And then we have this trill here. It's quite easy to trip up on if you're not watching out for it.
Yeah, that trill really does just indicate that like this section is going to be probably one of the longer stream sections. There's going to be another one of those trills later on in this map, and it basically does the exact same thing, but we are getting halfway through the map. At about a third of the way, this really picks up in difficulty just another level, since right now I feel like it really isn't enough for some of these players. I know they're pretty good.
Absolutely, and I do want to note that just to compare from last year's 350-ish BPM, those patterns I would say were a little bit more difficult and more sustained, but this one is like a lot more tricky in terms of its patterning, I think. Especially with the way that, just the segmentation of it and all, and also like the camel jacks embedded within the streams.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like the segmentation is really, really difficult because transitioning between these kind of like stream patterns and then having to take like a little bit of a break, just hitting like one note, and then going right back into it like immediately can be very, very difficult. But we will be seeing this trill right here that kind of signifies that this is going to be the hardest part of the map right now.
For sure, and I do agree that this ending is quite difficult. But luckily this pick isn't very long, and the streams I don't think are not as long as I guess maybe people might expect from like this round, like semifinals, and especially with considering that it's 361 BPM. It is quite forgiving for being 361 BPM, but it is still extremely fast, and you still have to have a lot of composure to be able to hit these patterns for such a long duration of time. And so, with that being said, that is Rice 1. We'll be getting into Rice 2, which is Oten Vivace Mary Chesu. This one's interesting. This is 266 BPM. It is slower than last year's semifinals speed jump stream pick by about 4 BPM. But the patterns, I would say, are a little bit more difficult. We are getting these sort of like anchory and like trilly. It's very classic Miari Chaser stuff. We've seen Miari Chaser's jump stream before, and here we have it again.
Yeah, I will say, like, as you were talking about, these trills are honestly pretty difficult. There are a lot of, like, one-hands and also just regular trills that can come at you at, like, basically any point in time, and that really just causes a big trouble. And especially just, like, transitioning, once again, it's similar to Race 1, the transition in the map from any kind of, like, pattern really screws people up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, here we are at the chorus, we can see those anchors already popping up, but the duration of like the uninterrupted jump streams is not very long. Like each like individual segment does not last too long. After all, this is not our stamina pick. This is our speed jump stream pick, so naturally it is going to be a lot more segmented. I feel like we're not going to get like a really long extended duration of jump streams. And that is still something to watch out for because it is very easy to start autopiloting and then maybe you mess up the transition out of a jump stream. And that is definitely something to worry about if you are one of those kinds of players who are really good at jump streams but perhaps are not so good at transitioning out of them or like having the type of pattern like surrounded by other stuff. So, I mean, overall, I don't think that is going to affect anyone in the tournament. But it's definitely something to keep in mind, especially as it pairs with Rice 3, which is our stamina.
Yeah, I will also say you have been seeing a lot of these kind of longer anchors of like kind of jacks that are constant during some of the break sections, and that is definitely something that can trip people up just because it can be a lot to kind of like going from 1 to 2 to 3 just constantly over and over again, and then after having to play those streams.
Absolutely, and that was our speed jump stream pick at 266 BPM, Uchoten Vivace by Miari Chesu. Let's move on to Rice 3. Here we have Black Chocolate's 1.2 by Shoegazer, 254 BPM. This is a notable step up from category various artists. The patterns are a lot more difficult, they're a lot more sustained, and they're 4 BPM higher, so it is only natural that it is like going to be the successor, I would say, to various artists. A lot of people know this chart, especially people who are familiar with Shoegazer's repository of jump stream charts, especially DJ Shortgirl. This is, I mean, yeah, I would say people should probably know this chart already for the most part.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably one of the most well-known charts in just the tournament in general. Shoegazer streams, everybody kind of knows it. But I mean, even if everybody knows it, doesn't mean that everybody will be able to play it well, because this is just so brutal. It is insanely dense. We have already seen that earlier section and just how dense it is with these kind of trills and kind of stream sections. And we really just see that throughout the entirety. I think there's only like one or two breaks.
Absolutely. Yeah, and just to keep in mind, this is our new slot, so this is the stamina pick. And yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a barrage of jump stream patterns, and this sort of burst intertwine in between, very few, but this is mostly just jump streams. and it's a very pure sort of pick in that regard. It is so stamina draining. It just does not stop. Does not give you a single break. Will give you some very small breaks, but it's honestly none of them are really enough to allow you to recover from stamina if you are stamina drained by this map in the first place. So this is kind of where it gets a little tricky. Like, if you are very like drained from this map, then I feel like that will really put a disadvantage. So that then this might be sort of a candidate to ban. In addition, I think physically it is slightly easier than the rest of the picks, so it is definitely something to watch out for if your opponent is perhaps like more attuned to that sort of like accuracy-oriented type of pick. Then this is definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah, we saw various artists pick and protect a lot last round, and I think it's going to be the same thing for this map. A lot of the kind of, I guess, less physical teams will probably be playing this just to see whether they can catch a point or two on something that they feel comfortable on more than anything else, because the other maps are so insanely brutal. And here, we're getting into like the last section of stream. We have like this sort of break, even though there's a lot of kind of bursts right, all over the place.
For sure, and as we get in this little break section here, we're jumping straight into the last run of this entire chart. It's going to be non-stop from here pretty much. And yeah, it's this level of density that just really, I mean, it's not as dense as a jump stream chart can be, but it's pretty close. It's just like all these like trills, these anchors, is just everything in a jump stream chart that could be hard is thrown at you at this very last moment, and there it is. That was Rice 3, Black Chocolates by DJ Sharpnell, Beat Map by Shoegazer 1.2. Again, 254 BPM, so it is a slight increase in BPM from the last jump stream pick, although this is much more stamina oriented as compared to last round's various artists. Let's move on to Rice 4. This is Kjack Minefield Outlaw 1.05 by Guden.
Yeah, and this is Kjack 150 BPM, so it is quite a bit of a step up from last round, and honestly, it is not just a step up because of the BPM. I think it is slightly more difficult just because it is a bit denser and also has a lot more awkward Kjack patterns in it.
For sure, and I do agree, these patterns are a lot more rough than Tree of Misery, which was last round's Kjack pick, and this, I really don't know how to describe it. It's quite an interesting song as well.
It definitely is quite an interesting song, but I feel like after you hear it once, it's like, why do I remember all the lyrics? But we do see, like, as we're seeing right now, we see a lot of like kind of not really quad jacks, but like 4 long note anchors, and that can definitely trip people up. They're mostly on the outside columns, but I believe they become more into the inner columns later on into the map.
For sure, and we do get this little break section here, but it's nothing to scoff at, for sure. Because we jump right back into this section with quads, and you know, this map really just throws everything at you in terms of Kjack. And we do get like a little bit of a bursty section. It's an MWC Kjack map without some burst, so have some fun with that. Now we get this little quad section here. This part is honestly not too bad. There are like I think maximum 3-note anchors, and I think we do see a few 4-note anchors like scattered around, but that is going to be it.
Yeah, it really is just your Kjack map, your MWC Kjack map specifically. And I think people are kind of going to be doing really well on this one, even though it is just so fast. But I feel like some of the lower seeded teams will definitely be struggling on this especially.
Absolutely. This is definitely something I can see a lot of higher seeds picking against lower seeds. That does seem like the dynamic that this chart is honestly going for. But it also could see some really risky sort of moments in winners bracket matches as well, when we have two teams that are really good at Rice, both facing off against each other, but they're going to avoid that Kjack pick because it's just so risky. Any small drop of 200s or even a miss can do huge damage for them being able to get the point. With that being said, let's jump into our 3 miscellaneous rice picks. Start with rice 5, Cold Heart. And before you get ahead of yourself, this is not Halogen's Cold Heart. This is Pizza 69's Cold Heart.
Yeah, and I mean they're completely different. Honestly, these two maps play not in no way the same. I think one of the main things in this map is really like these 3-note anchors that we are seeing, and they're just rampant throughout the entire map. You will not get like a 30-second break of them. It is actually crazy.
Yeah, this map, honestly, I feel like it is the kind of map where it's like there's a lot of like tricky patterning in the first half where it's like you can easily find a miss if you're not careful enough. But the second half is where this really ramps up. And we really can hear that in the song too. And that's, I think, something that people will need to watch out for sure. I think this is quite a step up from a raw understanding from last round. And it is the same mapper after all, but the maps are honestly a little bit different, I would say. This is a lot more complex in terms of like timing and stuff. Like there's a lot more bursts that are just a lot more complex. I don't really know how to describe it. It feels different, but it is the same slot, it's the same category. So that is something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I will say I feel like a raw understanding had a lot more emphasis on kind of like double jacks, whereas this one's really just on like kind of awkward braces where you're kind of not sure where you're supposed to be hitting and like when you're supposed to be timing everything just because of how much stuff that is going on in the background. And right now we're kind of getting a sneak peek of what we'll be seeing later on, where there's just more and more instruments added onto the song. That just really adds to the difficulty as well.
For sure, and we're not even at the difficult part yet. That's the kind of scary thing, that these patterns are already so chokeable. But it gets harder later. It's just quite something, really. And that pattern right there, the little like trilly burst. I always had trouble with that personally.
Yeah, and I will want to say that a lot of these races that we are seeing are honestly not at the same like speed. So some of them are longer, some of them are shorter, some of them are like different distances, and that really causes a huge problem. And now we are getting into the absolute hardest part of this map.
Absolutely, and this is really where it starts to ramp up. We see there's not much map left, but we're still at 830k score. So that does tell you there's still so many more notes left to go, and where could they all be? Oh, they're here. They're right here in the ending. All these notes just coming down.
Yep, and it's honestly, for me at first, whenever I first heard the song, it was pretty overwhelming just to be able to hear like all the different audio, all the different like instruments going on, and it was a bit confusing to be able to like know where things were hit, but as soon as you like hear it once or twice, it definitely just becomes a bit easier to understand.
Yeah, and I mean, well, that was quite something. So now we are going to get into Rice 6, which is, I mean, some of you might be excited about this. It's Yoasobi's Idol by Darkstar.
Yeah, and this is going to be very similar to Koiwa Chaos, I believe. Whatever the Rice 6 was.
Yeah, and I think that it's very similar, but it's also twice as long. So that's definitely something that to watch out for. But these patterns are, I would say they're very similar. But it is a huge, huge step up.
Yeah, I mean, it is your kind of typical dump stream where it's just like all over the place. It is mostly based off the vocals, and we do see, I guess, like a lot of patterns kind of repeated over and over again just because that's how the song goes. And because of it, it can be like a bit awkward to be able to play just constantly since you kind of get into like a rhythm, and then as soon as it like changes a bit, it kind of messes up with your accuracy and stuff.
Yeah, and here we have the chorus. I do think this is like probably the most difficult part of the chart is whenever the chorus happens. It's right here, these patterns, you can see all these like sort of sweeping motions of like mini jacks and trills. It's just everything is really thrown at you in this dump chart here. And it's just so difficult to coordinate. It's very stop and go. This is more like a very straightforward sort of thing. You have to like, it's just really hard to coordinate. Compared to like Joker, for example, which was race 1, that had constant 1/8 streams like for longer durations.
Yeah, I also think the streams on Joker are a bit more simple, whereas these are kind of like you're moving across your entire fingers and like really just doing really weird trills as well on top of like the mini jacks as you were saying. Although I think we are getting into a break coming up, and that definitely will help you out quite a bit. But for now, you will still have to like struggle with these kind of more dump stream patterns.
Yeah, and honestly, like like just coordinating the dumps with those like embedded mini jacks in there is really tricky. And we do get a sort of a break section here with like a 1/3 like slowdown, like jacks and bursts and stuff. It is a different section, but it's still within that dumping spirit.
Yeah, and here's really where players are probably going to be kind of calming down their nerves a bit, just making everything normal, but we get right back into it as soon as like this break is over, and we go right back into these kind of dump streams. And it's just like honestly brutal to be able to play because as you did say, this is 2 times the length of the last map of, and so because of it, it's like going to be a struggle to be able to consistently FC and get really high accuracy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just like, it just keeps going. It is 3 minutes after all. You do get a long break, but yeah, this is just, it just keeps going. We have another chorus here, and we do get a little bit of a cute outro, just so we have some notes placed down to calm your nerves after such a long pick. And yeah, that's pretty much it with the map. There's not really much more difficulty to this map, and so yeah, we're just gonna close out. Rice 6 Idol by Darkstar. Thank you, Darkstar, for mapping such an iconic song. And well, as I'm sure we all know, being an idol is really tough work. You really don't want to get ahead of yourself. Like getting all in your head, because that really messes with you. And I will say that really translates to uh, playing in MWC. Don't let it get too stressful up in there. And honestly, I think the next pick does have something to say about that. Just you don't want to get ahead of yourself on this next pick. Take it away. Yeah, and that was Kaiten Daintai Hubris, beat map by Vortex. And well, can I just say, wasn't that quite something? That was an absolute barrage of patterns. Special thanks to Vortex, who is a huge fan of Kaiten Daitai, so I'm really glad that Vortex is able to get that opportunity to chart this. I do have a quick shout out to our graphics team. Again, the illustrator, Kizi Rusi Q, graphics design, Panthulu, and as always, video and design coordinator, Sakura006, and again, mapped by Vortex, and the replay was made by GB Sudden Death, and thank you very much to all of those people for making this Osu original happen. And yes, this is our first Osu original for this weekend. Um, let's move on to Hybrid 1, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, this is Rebellio 1.1. This is mapped by GB Vito. So we have another Vito Hybrid 1.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And those two maps, Rapuda and Rebellio, are pretty similar in terms of like kind of map structure. I would say. I would say this one is a lot more focused on a lot of reverse shields that we've. So very, very different from actual shields. They do not play honestly the same at all, but we do see them here. And honestly, I think they're here. They aren't really here to mess up players, but more to like kind of guide them on how they're supposed to actually be playing these patterns. Because it really, really helps out on everything else.
Yeah, and I mean this this is still pretty straightforward in comparison to Rapido. It is pretty similar. I mean, there's honestly not much to say. Like, there's a lot of like very sort of tricky like one-handed things. But for the most part, it is honestly like really comfortable as a hybrid, despite being 257 BPM.
Yeah, I would definitely say probably the most uncomfortable thing is the BPM, just because it's so fast. There are so many, especially in like this last section, there are so many sections where you can kind of get speed cap just because of how quick everything is coming at you. These LNs are not easy to be able to actually play, especially when you're also having to play these kind of shields and just rice all around it at the same time. And being able to just hack it is also super, super difficult.
Yeah, and we're coming up into the ending. And we're so close to ending. Why are we only at 800k? These jump streams are absolutely brutal. These little short bursts of jump streams. 264 BPM, so it's not as fast as our speed jump stream pick, but those patterns are pretty hard. So I mean, that's something to watch out for in this map. And yeah, that was Max Maximizer versus DJ Toto Rebellio, mapped by GB Vito. And what do I gotta say here? Right, so that was Hybrid 1. We're coming on Hybrid 2. We're here, and we will transport you out into the stars. Let's go. Yeah, and that was Void of Altair, song by Akiri, beat map by GZ Dongsheng, played by Sudden Death. And yeah, I mean, that was quite something, wasn't it? It's been cooking for quite a while. And I would say, like, this is probably the first original that I think we ended up locking in FriendlyC. I do want to give a quick shout out, as always, to the design department. Illustrator, Saturn_Illis, storyboard, Melon Boy, graphics design and video and design coordinator, as always, Sakura006. And again, mapped by GZ Dongsheng, and the play you just saw was played by Sudden Death. Thank you all for creating such a wonderful beat map. And yeah, with that being said, that was Hybrid 2, and we are going into Hybrid 3. And we have Ruby My Dear, Gaviscon by CRZ Fola. For those of you who were familiar with last year's pools, Fola did take up the Hybrid 3 slot last year's semifinals. That map was really, really difficult. This is very similar to that.
Yeah, I mean, as we get into the map, right now we're already seeing quite a few races. Expect more. This map is honestly insane the first time I saw it. Like, it is just so many patterns that are just so difficult to actually read. And also right here, we can see that there are so many, like, kind of close together mini jacks just all over the place.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say it's not as bad as Libidinem in terms of like its difficulty compared to Hybrid 1 and Hybrid 2. I would say this is actually more comfortable. When I played through it, like it really honestly gave me like no issues. So I don't know, maybe I'm just good at this kind of patterning, but it is really tough regardless. Especially to get good accuracy on, I obviously can't do that, so that's not a worry for me. But yeah, in NWC, obviously you have to have really good accuracy, especially on these kinds of picks. That is definitely something that will need to be watched out for many teams, including the higher speeded teams. So yeah, very, very difficult stuff.
Yeah.
So watch out for these patterns, yeah.
Yeah, and I will say, this map is probably the least physical out of all the hybrids. The other two have been just absolutely insane. However,
sure.
This one is definitely, just because the releases being so all over the place, is probably the most difficult to be able to actually get the highest score on. Just because there's so many places where you can just like randomly find a 200, and whenever you find one, you find at least like 3 others because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just like, it's just a barrage of all different types of patterns. So you really don't know what to expect, like in the next like second even. But yeah, that closes out the map.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was hybrid 3. That's our last hybrid. And we're going, before we get into LNs, we do have 4 LN maps, just a reminder. And as always, LN1 is going to be coordination, so let's just jump into it. Coordination, Fake.Fake.Fake by Tracer Me.
Yeah, and this is probably our coordination map, so you will be seeing a lot more longer LNs compared to every other one of the picks. It's really, really difficult to be able to, I guess, have accurate timing in terms of these places. I feel like some things are pretty flowy in terms of actual like timing, but also a lot of places are really weird where you're kind of holding down on one note and then you're having to do just so much else on the other 3.
Yeah, I mean this map is honestly like it's quite a big step up from previous rounds of Pack of Hero, but timing wise, I think it might be a little bit easier because there's not as many like sort of 1/4 like slam sort of motions. But you can get them here, but it's definitely not as much as Pack of Hero, I would say. It is still very difficult to coordinate. As always, this is a coordination map, but I mean, I feel like the difficulty of this map really comes from how long you have to sustain this sort of pattern.
Yeah, that is definitely true. It can be very, very tiring since it is 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and honestly, there is not very many breaks. I'm not sure whether actually there is a break like coming up besides like this. And also keep in mind that this map is pretty difficult to read. We've already been seeing just how many notes are coming at you at once. And as a result, you can get some fatigue after playing this, especially if you haven't played other maps on top of this in the round.
For sure, and I'm honestly not so sure, like with this in mind, like how this compares directly to the other Olympics because of its just the sheer nature as a coordination map. It is just very difficult to, I guess, gauge its sort of difficulty, how it'll be received by the player base as a whole. I think people will start picking this category more often, starting in this round, just considering that we only really have like higher seeds left. But it's hard to say.
Yeah, it definitely is, honestly. You're not really sure. I feel like this is always like kind of 50-50 on a lot of teams for kind of LN pick. I feel like the other few LNs may be better if you aren't like a dedicated LN team. So it will be interesting to see how often this does get played, and I really do hope it does get played a lot since this map is really, really fun, honestly.
Me too. And yeah, shout out Hololive. And yeah, that was LN1. I guess that's about it for LN1. We can get into LN2. This is Dreamin Attraction, mapped by Toph Daddy. This is on 1.05. And the BPM is 215. So it is a 215 BPM Toph Daddy LN density map. Let's go.
Yeah, and this map is just so fast. I feel like whenever I've played this map, it has always felt like I'm trilling on at least 2 of my fingers at one time, even if it's just like walking around basically my keyboard. There's just constantly a LN trill going on.
Yeah, for sure. And you will notice immediately that there are patterns that don't really, you don't really come across in LN density maps typically, but they are very like they're made in a way that it's like not technical. Like it's very comfortable to hit, even as you're like sort of like not necessarily autopiloting, but you're just kind of just sharpshooting this map. And so I think players will find that to be an interesting change from last round's Classic or Einheit, which was a lot more straightforward with its patterning. I would say like yeah, this is like it's a bit more tricky, but definitely nothing people will have much of an issue with, I would say.
Yeah, I definitely don't think so. I feel like the step up from 205 into 215 isn't too big actually, and a lot of players will probably be able to do it, though I think the main thing is just being able to like read the density as best as possible, because there's just so many notes coming at you at once, and having to like kind of move or like change your positions on your fingers and stuff to hit all the trills perfectly, and do that consistently throughout the entire map, since there's basically no breaks honestly compared to previous LN density maps.
For sure, like lots of those like anchors and all that. And we get this like sort of barrage of anchors at the end here. And that really dense pattern at the end was really, really difficult to, I guess, hold down altogether. So yeah, we really started to get into inverse territory on this one, and that will be it for LN2 Dreamin Attraction. That's Toph Daddy's Dreamin Attraction, and we will be getting right into LN3 Azisai. This one, this one is interesting. I don't really know how to explain it.
Yeah, I feel like this one is definitely a wild card LN map. I feel like there's nothing really like that you can really slot it into. I feel like everything in this is very, very awkward. Honestly, I kind of like to see it as kind of like LN Jack's patterns because there are a lot of like those kind of motions that are similar to what you would do in the Jack map.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like there's just so many other patterns like that you can't really call this like a shield heavy like or Jack heavy LN map. This doesn't feel right. Like with all these different patterns, like it's really, really complex. I would say like this probably falls in like LN Tech, maybe. That's probably the best way to put it.
I definitely agree with that. I also do want to point out this earlier on you have like these kind of LN bursts all over the place where you're kind of like holding down and then have to quickly like release and then hold down once again, and that can really trip some players up if they aren't like too prepared.
For sure, and we are getting these like sort of one-handed gimmicks here as we get into the chorus. We get this sort of like frilly gimmick here, which is honestly not that bad to hit, but it really requires a lot of focus on sort of patterns.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like if anybody has ever played any like kind of LN map where you're really focusing on like everything around you as well as like having to play a single bit of the drill, it's definitely very difficult and it's easy to kind of release on the fingers that you aren't supposed to be just because you're really trying to focus as hard as possible on these drills.
For sure, and OP, this is just, it is so difficult to coordinate, especially like the one-handed sort of things that you get all over this map as expected from Lemon Guy, and this is just really what you get. And that does close up the map. And yeah, that was Lemon Guy's Azisai, song by Camellia versus Expander. LN Master, that was 155 BPM. That was our LN3. And as I said before, we are adding a new LN slot. This is going to be LN4. It's also going to be a wild card. So it's going to be different from this. But before we get into this, I just... what am I... What is this? What am I feeling?
した絵みたいでも完成してほしくない過ぎ去る日に見出されて人と怪物なんてことを時々忘れそうで一人でこれまでもこれからも私は許さまよう Dear Light Love 私強いの闇をした影の力でどうして振りほどけないの触らないで勘違いしないでデスククローゼルよく描けているが罪深い絵だ我々は神の意向を称える芸術以外認めていないモデルとなった吸血鬼の居場所答えてもらう教会の拷問にあった傷だらけのお前を抱く私を売れば命くらいダサかったはず勘違いしないで私はお前を殺すつもりだった勘違いさせないでこんな綺麗じゃないお前が残した絵の中で弱らに少女が笑うこれがそうなら涙で崩れた私は何を甘えたら私強くないお前が描いたこの感情を窓から夜明けが照らし遠く隔て勘違いじゃなかったこれの思いだけ揺るいどぜさら
Wow. I mean, who would have thought that we'd get something like this in 4K Mania World Cup, huh? That was that was quite something. I'm really proud of how this turned out. Me and Miss Tugan worked really, really hard for the map to be as good as possible. We tried to do the song justice. Thank you so much to Kabocha and Aitsuki Nakuru for providing us with such an amazing song. I do have to mention that the official music video for this song will be released on Aitsuki Nakuru's YouTube channel about October, around Halloween time, like, you know, the theme, like vampires and all that stuff. So please support the official release when it comes out. Thank you very much. And I will do some quick shout outs to the design team, as always, as well as our replayer here. So graphics design was done by Kali Tetrel. Storyboard was by Nafi. Video and design coordinator, as always, Sakura006. Thank you very much. Replay was by Sunada again. And so yeah, that is all. Thank you all so much for making LN4 possible. This was absolutely a stellar product to work on. I'm really, really excited to see that music video. Go subscribe to Aitsuki Nakuru's YouTube channel. And it is SV time. LNs are done, so it's SV's time now. So we're gonna look at the SVs. So are you excited?
Yeah. I love SVs. SVs are so great.
Yeah, so this is I forget how to pronounce this. I think it's Ling Wu Chi. I'm butchering that for sure. This is mapped by Rule Blazing. This is our SV1. I haven't seen this, so hold my hand, will you?
I cannot help you, but I will try my best. I have also not seen this actually. I thought somebody else is going to come in to be able to help us, but I guess we can see what is happening. Definitely the SV players will be able to understand it. We see interesting teleports, honestly. That is super scary.
Yeah, I mean this this looks really tricky, and there's all sorts of like rhythmic complex, these sorts of like, you really don't know how you're supposed to hit it unless you really pay attention to the music. Oh, yeah, that was like hidden like long jack too. That's tricky.
Yeah, there have been quite a few of those actually I've seen. I think that's probably a gimmick throughout this entire map. So
yeah,
be sure to check the editor to make sure that every single one of these LNs have a long jack or not.
For sure. And we're only a third of the way into the map.
Yeah, this map is definitely very confusing to be able to, I guess, like process, especially on a tight read. So, as usual with
Ooh,
SB,
like
these
one of
tricks
those
are
fast
playable
long notes.
sometimes.
Are those quads fake? I think they're real. They look real.
So they look real.
I think they're real. Ooh, I love this part. This part is so cool. Look at that. I mean, just like, what, like, how, like, I mean, I think it's unreadable, but it's honestly like really easy to trip up if you're not like 100% sure what you're going into.
Yeah, I really do feel like kind of some of the song itself isn't too like confusing. There is no like polyrhythms or anything that you really have to memorize
Yeah,
that
for
much.
sure. Nothing tricky about the rhythm too.
So it really is just like remembering where all the gimmicks are and like being able to master them completely.
For sure. Oh, we are getting some ghost taps. Oh, this part is really tricky. I guess like the corresponding like long jack is like the like longer distance between the notes. Something like that. It's got to be something like that. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, it does look like that is just generally the gimmick that this map is going for. So yeah, I mean, shouldn't be too hard to learn if you have that one gimmick down, for the most part. But that was the map, SV1. We are going to get into SV2, and it is T-Pazlite Beatboxer versus Trackmaker by Altair.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure about this map. I do know that Odyssey is the one who made the replay, I believe. So
That makes
that is
sense,
the
yeah.
map. That is why the replay looks like that.
Yeah, as always, thank you, Odyssey. I don't think I caught the name of the previous replay,
I
but
believe it was
thanks to you as well.
Beatboxer versus
Beatboxer, yeah. All right, so we got some interesting slowdown sort of kind of here. Ooh, like three column sort of gimmicks going on. Trills and stuff. More three. Okay, these three note columns look really interesting, especially for an SE map. I have no idea what that rhythm goes to, but it's probably something you can learn in the edit. Yeah, I mean, this is really tricky just overall. I mean, I feel bad for whoever has played it. But it looks really fun to learn. So maybe not. Maybe it's worth it.
Yeah, I will say this one seems a bit more, I guess, easier to read as just like since it seems more like a replay-based map. There are some obviously sections where you kind of have to memorize the patterns and like kind of have to memorize the rhythms for the song, but I think this one is probably a bit more approachable than that SB1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is just... I mean, it is really tricky overall, but... This feels a little bit more simple than SB1. I don't know if by how much, because I haven't learned these myself, but... I mean, it can't be too bad, right? We're only in semifinals, right, guys? It can't be that bad. There's still 2 more rounds after this. This is really interesting.
Surely the maps don't get any bit harder than this right now.
I don't know. Alright, we got some LS here. Interesting. Whoa! What was that? That was crazy. Oh, that looks really mind-blockable. Yeah, people definitely have to watch out for that pattern right there.
Beatboxer beat down Trackmaker.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, a little slowdown to end it off. And yeah, that was T-Pazlite Beatboxer versus Trackmaker. And that was mapped by Alex Dunk, played by Odyssey. that was SV2. Let's just get into it. The tiebreaker, what you've all been waiting for, semifinals tiebreaker. Let's get it.
Yay!
And yeah, this is Echoes of Memoria. This song was released pretty recently, and Alexar and I mapped this. So yeah, here you go. So we're getting into this first sort of section here with like a bunch of mini jacks, as well as like these sorts of introduction to long notes. This part is honestly not too bad. It's really just getting you warmed up for the sections to come. This is a very difficult dump section here with a bunch of like polyrhythmic mini jacks and stuff.
Yeah, this really is like a good, I guess, tiebreaker because it really just shows everything that this map will have had to offer. We are seeing redemptions that we saw in those rice maps, and even this map is even so hard that our replay of this song is really. And we're getting right back in. We're going to see some more LNs at this point of the map, and honestly, we'll be seeing a lot more later, especially towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We were getting this little hybrid section here with mostly rice, but some LN sprinkled in every now and then. And then we're about to get into the build-up to this sort of like Jackie hybrid section. And yeah, we're seeing the BPM go down. It's going to 175 now, and we're here with 175. This part is really interesting. With a bunch of long jacks. These long jacks are crazy.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, like, at 175 BPM, I don't know that if there are that many players that are able to play it, since they are long jacks, so they aren't like so hard as like a regular project map, but like they're faster than her dedicated project map.
Yeah, for sure. And then we sort of get into this like switching between rice and LN every single beat. This part is really interesting. But yeah, this part's really tricky as well, with these like long note holds, as well as having a long jack on the other hand of the hold note. Those patterns are also kind of tricky, and they happen like every so often. Those ones are very, very tricky.
Yeah, I will say definitely the most difficult part about this map so far has definitely been those little long jacks. We will see a bit more difficulty in other sections later on, but for now you will just definitely have to be practicing your best on as much of these long jacks as possible, making sure that you're up to par on every other player.
For sure. And yeah, we're gonna get into like a somewhat of a long break section. And yeah, as the storyboard is suggesting, shout out to this is the original storyboard, or slightly edited to fit this map. Shout out to the original storyboarder, Binari, for this. As I said at the beginning of the song, this is an OC original from the tournament, the Perennial 2024. It is a standard tournament. I do want to do a quick shout out while this break section is going on to Pineapple, who provided the illustrations, Chili Repair, and Sakura 006 for completing the visual effects design. And again, special thanks to Binari for this edit of the original storyboard. And we're going to get right into the drop. It is 210 BPM. What kind of pattern are we going to get? It's LNs.
Of course it is, it's always LNs, but I mean at 210 it is just so dense. It is so difficult. It is not like what we saw in Dreamin Attraction. It is a lot more, I guess, technical in terms of like LN density compared to that. We are seeing a lot more like longer LNs all over the place as well, sprinkled in, some of the rice and some of the little shorter LN.
Yeah, this section is really long. I'm not sure if you know the song, if you're familiar. This like very long LN section. It goes for quite a while. It does honestly drain your stamina quite a bit, so I mean, yeah, this is definitely something you have to watch out for if you are going to end up in a situation where you have to pick the tiebreaker.
definitely be sure to have players that are able to play up to 210 BPM. I know it is definitely not the easiest thing to be able to do, especially consistently for this long, as well as having to play the right notes that you can see in the earlier section. With those long jacks, it's very hard to find an actual really, really great player to play this ball, and as we get to the end of this section, we see this BPM, and did it increase? And it does.
Yeah, it's going to go up to 230 BPM, and we are going to go into a rice section. Yes, this is 1,000 notes of just pure technical rice, non-stop, for the rest of the map. You're welcome.
If that section was made for those LN players, now you need to have your rice capabilities up to snuff as well. And here we're already seeing just how technical this can be. So many notes being actually used. A lot of mini jacks and a lot of awkward kind of strings that are being played at the same time.
For sure. I mean, this is just so difficult. These mini jacks are 230 BPM. These technical patterns are just nothing to scoff at, and we are closing it out. The map is over, and I want to, I guess, thank you all for coming.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. This has been such an amazing showcase, honestly. It is so nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally really hyped about this pool, and I'm really hyped to see the matches next week as well. I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, I'm just really, really happy with, especially the originals that we got this week. It's absolutely crazy. And yeah, I think I forgot to shout out the replayer that was Sudden Death again. So thank you so much, Sudden Death, for playing that. And yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much everything except one last thing. If you wish to support MWC4K and the teams that are playing that are still remaining, you can head on over to the OSU shop and purchase a banner for $2.50 or whatever that is in your currency. Go head on over right now. Sample, is there anything you have to say?
Nothing much besides you are able to buy all 32 banners that are available, so if you want to support multiple teams, you're free to do that, and keep in mind all these funds do go to the players, they go directly to the prize pool, so anything that you do purchase goes there, and so you know that your money's going somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that'll be all from us. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all next week. Bye.
Bye.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Mania 4K World Cup 2024 edition, and we're going to be having a very fun match this time around, because we're going to be having, I believe, Seed 9 versus Seed 10, and there we have it, Malaysia versus the Russian Federation. I'm Siluas Kaels, and joining me on the commentary booth is none other than Eliminate. Hello there, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing pretty good. Looking forward to this match. Seed 9 versus Seed 10. This is as close as it gets, really. And I mean, we're in the semifinals now. These map pools getting pretty hard, I would say. And honestly, seedings, as we've seen so far throughout this tournament, we can just go ahead and say it means nothing. But like I said, 9 and 10, oh, I would like to see something really good in this match.
I mean, I just want to see great matches. Malaysia and Russia definitely have the potential. So Russia's banning SV2, that's fair. I mean, SV2 is a really difficult map. So Rise 4 being Malaysia's ban? I'm not sure if Russia is entirely good in Korjaks, but if that's what Malaysia's not good at in Rise, then I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen much from Malaysia on the SV side of things as of recently, so having Russia only played the SV last round, I mean, I guess maybe they're just not too confident that they can beat out Malaysia. That lack of information really is maybe what is opting them to ban it, but Malaysia wasting no time at all, just going straight into the LN2, which I do want to mention. I do think this match will be more... Actually, I was kind of thinking the opposite. I think Russia was going to pick more into the LN, Malaysia into the Rice, considering the results from last round. But ultimately, I think Malaysia overall have kind of got the upper hand and everything, so Russia need to be, I would say, pretty careful with their picks.
When it comes to LN release, I do think Russia has the advantage. Like, we saw their packet hero score, but Russia also has like a floor that's lower than Malaysia's score. However, if we're looking at LN2, actually, Malaysia has a very good Classic Einheit last weekend, so it's not surprising that Malaysia is going for the LN Dance route. This is their best chance of winning a point, which I'm not sure if this is the best pick to go, but I guess they want to start this off with having the best chance to start 1-0, because starting 1-0 is definitely better than starting 0-1, I mean, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and I mean, as I was saying, Russia's scores on, I mean, all the race maps look very good as well. Russia overall, these teams for Seed 9, Seed 10, they're pretty crazy, alright? And I mean, we're at the semifinals now, so can they keep up with this BPM, with this density, with this difficulty? This will be the first match that we see from these teams in this round, so this will be the determining factor, I suppose, for what's to come in this match.
Definitely determining factors. I'm just really not sure. I'm not really not sure how this one will turn out, because I feel like the physicality aspect might affect Malaysia a little bit. Though then again, Russia's LN accuracy, with the exception of LN release, I think should be slightly behind Malaysia's.
Yeah, with this map being more towards the jump stream accuracy side of things, I mean, Malaysia do have the early lead with their 2,000 point advantage. Everyone is full comboing, but they just have the slight accuracy lead. I mean, Robot already down to 99.5, not really what you want to see if you're in for Russia here, but Jay is the first one to find the miss in the lobby, and I mean, that already is going to give some points back to Russia, and the combo is really all that's important right now, but Leon also finds that miss.
These patterns are not friendly to players who aren't that adept in physicality, and I know, like, if I were to look at these two teams side to side, Russia is slightly more physical than Malaysia, and you can already see that with patterns like this, trill heavy plus rolls and technicality, it definitely favors a team like Russia more than Malaysia, at least in this context where these two are facing each other.
Yeah, Russia are a very strong team, but this is Malaysia's pick. This is their first pick, and already giving a 70,000 point lead to Russia halfway through the map. This is only a 2-minute long map, mind you. This is pretty short, and Malaysia really need to lock in for the rest of the map, but Russia still holding on to 3 full combos. I mean, as long as they hold on for the rest of the map, they can't lose it, but as I see that, Robot is the first one to miss on the Russian side.
And that one's massive because that was Russia's worst accuracy. However, Leon fighting another drop. But this time, trades one back. Time is running out. Though I have to say, these patterns are not gonna get any easier. This ending is still no slouch. Oh, wait. Is there enough time? Is there enough time?
Oh my god, only a couple hundred points of flickering back and forth on the last long note, 300 points!
Oh, Russia gets the break point right off the bat. 300 points difference. It was those misses that really decided it. Oh my goodness. Like, ratio-wise, Russia lost that, but they were just consistent, more consistent overall.
Yeah, I did J with 0 200s as well. Very crazy accuracy there, but 4 misses otherwise. I mean, these misses took the entire lobby. That could have went either way, really. I mean, 300 points towards the end. That did just come down to the ending. And I mean, if there was only a few more seconds in the map, I think Malaysia could have taken that based on the combo cap. That was way too close.
It was just way too late. But I don't think Russia should pick LN after that. Like, they could have easily lost that. Like, the mere fact that they almost lost 16,000 points of difference in such a short period of time should already show that Malaysia is not the team to be messed up with when it comes to long notes. I think Russia's best picks are probably Hybrid 3 and maybe Hubris and Cold Heart Remix, because I think Malaysia's gonna find a lot of misses there.
Yeah, I mean, Malaysia giving away a breakpoint right off the bat, and that's really not what you'd like to see, but Russia, as you're saying, being a more physical-sided team, yeah, going to race 2, I suppose this is very stamina-heavy, I want to mention it. It's just jump stream, it is a short map, but it's very, like, clumped together.
You mentioned two contrasting ideas there. You say how it's stamina draining, right? But
Yeah,
you also say it's a very short map. Like, I mean, 266 BPM is very stamina draining indeed. It's just kind of interesting at, like, we're in a stage where even 2 minutes of jump stream can already be very, very exhausting to these players.
Yeah, 2 minutes of pretty much non-stop 266 BPM jump stream. Yeah, it can be very demanding on those hands. And do we think this is Russia's best pick? I mean, I could say maybe it's definitely one of. If I were Russia, maybe going into a more physical pick, maybe like Race 5, for example. But, I mean, ultimately, what it comes down to is accuracy, and Russia can definitely show themselves when we take into account last round scores in the quarterfinals. So, really, I think all the rice for these guys are on the board.
Yeah, I think Russia's gonna go with the rice in general. Like, it's something they're very comfortable with. Although I have a very big concern for Russia. Like, you notice how Malaysia switched out like 2 of their players, Yon Hong and Leon, right? Russian Federation seems to be a team that will probably stick with this trio for a long period of time. Which is why I'm very concerned. Like, stamina is a big factor. Even if physically you don't feel like it, being mentally drained is another thing. Like, those two concepts are mixed together can really make you very exhausted, even in a way that you might not be able to comprehend.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I also think on the back of this point, if Russia have a good lead, then they can go straight into Race 3, like straight after this. But Jay finds the early miss there at the very start, giving an early lead to Russia. I'm not really too sure what happened there, but it is still definitely recoverable.
It's still way too early to call. I mean, Azisai, I think, will have like one of the, if not the best accuracy in the entire lobby, with their history of being able to perform extremely well. But the thing about Russian Federation is they're just so balanced on picks like this. Oh, never mind. As I say that was a trade between J-Lai and Distar. I think that actually slightly benefits Malaysia because of the timing.
Yeah, missing in the middle of the map as opposed to the star is going to be quite detrimental here. Only 1,000 points though towards Malaysia. I mean, now starting to grow a little bit. These accuracies, the accuracy on the Russian roster, very close together. And then you have Malaysia, Azisai with a 99.92, really bringing it home for their team. Halfway through the map, still got a lot to go. 266 BPM, this map does not let loose, but Manipstar finds yet another miss, giving a huge lead to Malaysia already. We could see 2 breakpoints in a row.
I mean, definitely could be the case. The fact that Malaysia has held their composure even after a drop is very impressive. But this lead is starting to shrink because if you're to look at the overall acts, okay, never mind. Oh, come on. That's very unfortunate. Like every time I say something positive about Russia, something happens. And I think those kinds of trills are something that Russia has to avoid. Makes you wonder, they gotta avoid dark chocolates with this logic then. Like this is not something they can pick.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying earlier about how strong Russia are in these race picks, but I mean, Malaysia, besides that one miss at the very start from Jay, this is basically a triple FC from this team. What do Russia want to pick now? Are we going to see Russia picking into LN? But Ipstar, I'm not too sure what happened. That looked like a lag spike or...
It looked like a lag spike or a keyboard issue. But, okay, even without it, I think Malaysia would have had it in the bag. So looking at the accuracies, ratio-wise, Russia does win that varies ever so slightly. But, and like even in the 200 counts, if barring that very dirty drop at the end by this tire, Russia actually wins act-wise, but Malaysia just had the better consistency. So we're like seeing two different tales here. Malaysia having the better act on LN, but Russia won. Russia had the better act on Rice, but Malaysia won. So like this is really just showing that both teams have the capability to play both Rice and LN. It's just a matter of who has a better day really on those picks.
And as it's been repeated throughout this tournament, I mean, the seeding does not matter, right? When you look at the scores that both of these teams had in the quarterfinals, Russia looked to have, like, a huge lead on the Rice maps and even some of the LNs as well. But, like, this does not paint the full picture, because as we've just seen, 2 breakpoints on both of Russia and Malaysia's, you could say, most comfortable picks. You know, they chose it first. And they've given it to the other team, so now we don't really know what to expect. What are these teams now thinking? What are they going to pick? Malaysia still choosing into the LN after winning on that Rice map.
It really makes a lot of sense, actually. I mean, again, we're looking at the LN pick that Malaysia lost on. They do have the better ceiling compared to Russia. Russia seems to be more balanced. While for Malaysia, they were really just a few misses from winning that. Act-wise, again, you have to remember, Malaysia has the advantage on LN act overall. It's one not right. But, man, if Russia is very consistent, I'm not sure what to able to pick.
Yeah, I mean, LN, Malaysia did look pretty good on LN last round, but we need to make sure that we don't see something like the last point again. They really need to, I think, up their game on these LN picks, and if they can get those combos that they were lacking on their previous pick, then LN starts to look really comfortable for these guys. And I mean, even after that Rice pick as well, maybe my initial prediction was wrong that Russia just had an edge over Malaysia. Maybe it's now going to turn into Malaysia having an edge over Russia. I mean, these seedings are so close. I guess this is kind of what you'd expect.
Yeah, you can't really predict how good a team will perform. Like, I don't know, like both teams just have the capability to perform in any pick.
Both teams very strong indeed, getting into another LN map chosen by Malaysia, and I mean, we've seen that they've got the accuracy advantage here, but Jay finds yet another miss at the very start of the map. This isn't the first time this has happened, but as we've seen in the last map, it didn't really show much. Robot trades it back very early on, and Manipstar.
Yeah, this tire and Robot finding those early drops. I mean, again, early is the key word, so it shouldn't really affect it too much. But accuracy-wise, this is really where the accuracy advantage of Malaysia is really going to show. But I feel like Russia can catch up, especially if consistency is something that Malaysia is going to lack.
Yeah, I mean, 5,000 points, I would like to say isn't too much, but this map is 3.5 minutes long. This score lead can start to build up really fast. Robot finds another miss. This map starts to look really comfortable for Malaysia here, but we're only a quarter of the way through. I mean, anything can still happen. These trills, all players hit them relatively comfortably, but Russia is only holding on to 1 full combo on their team as opposed to Malaysia's 2. Basically 3 if Jay had not missed at that start.
Not yet, not yet. It's just way too early to call still. 10,000 points of difference, even though this is a 3-minute map like what you said. I don't think this is safe. Like, the mere fact that we saw Russia win a point on LN, that should already be something concerning.
Oh, it's certainly not safe, but I mean, I think Malaysia can afford to miss. Maybe depends on how bad the miss is, but yeah, we've still got over 1.5 minutes left of this map to go. I mean, there's still plenty of room for error, but Malaysia just still have, I would say, a nice lead, 12,000 points, getting into yet another difficult section of this map. Everyone just looks super comfortable.
Very much so. The lead for Malaysia is increasing. Accuracy for Russia has been dropping ever so slightly. I think Malaysia is on the verge of having a triple full combo, but something tells me the second half is probably going to give some trouble if Malaysia isn't careful, of course.
Yeah, it's only just about a quarter of the map left. This is the last break section before it really hits, and ultimately will come down to this ending. If Malaysia do find some pretty nasty drops, it can go to Russia really quickly. So Malaysia needs to just hold on to that combo as much as they can. Don't let the nerves get the better of you. 14,000 points. All it takes is one messy drop.
Definitely, this is looking really good for... This is actually looking really good for Malaysia. The fact that the lead really hasn't changed a lot goes to show how consistent everyone has been. As they say that J-Life finds a drop, but that's only gonna be like 5,000 points of decrease. Russia would need like a couple more misses, and I don't think that's gonna happen based on how consistent Malaysia has been for a map like this.
Yeah, it just goes to show how good Malaysia's scores are, that Jay, even with that miss towards the end, only cost a couple thousand points, and that's gonna be it. Malaysia taking their first pick point, and the first pick point of the match. 9,000 point lead towards Malaysia here. This is why they pick LN. And they're really showing themselves today. Jay, 3 miss, but besides that, we see a double full combo in the Malaysian side versus Russia's only 1 full combo, but you look at the accuracy difference. And I mean, Malaysia are they're just ahead. I mean, look at the 200 count.
Yeah, 200 count alone. Actually, if you look at it, the ratio-wise, I think Russia actually has a slight advantage over Malaysia, but those 200 counts definitely spelled a lot of difference there. So in my opinion, this is a great pick for Malaysia. Definitely it's gonna help them keep their motivations up. But that accuracy started to get concerning for me. Like, if Russia's really gonna have a slight advantage on all of the picks in terms of AC, something tells me that something, like, let's say Malaysia starts breaking apart. That's going to be very concerning because Russia has the accuracy to, like, literally match anyone here. And that's why I'm very concerned.
Yeah, I mean, Russia do have pretty good ratio, but ultimately Malaysia they just combo. I mean, they really showed themselves on that map, and I would not be surprised at all if they just kept choosing into those LN maps. I mean, probably LN3 would be next from them, but yeah, no, they can win based on combo alone, really. Russia did manage to find all those chokes throughout the map, and that's not really something you'd like to see, especially because obviously missing towards the middle, missing with big gaps between each other will lose you a lot of score as well. So I don't know. I really don't know. I think Malaysia do still have a pretty strong lead on the LNs here. Russia most likely going to opt into another rice map.
Again, we really just have to see what they gotta pick. I think Russia picks Rice 1. I think Rice 1's something very good for them.
Oh, and they opt into Rice 3. I mean, Rice 3 is, I would say, pretty similar to Rice 2, but this one is just longer with not many breaks, really. It's over 3 minutes long, whereas Rice 2 was just about 2 minutes. So the performance that we saw from Russia on Rice 2, hopefully we don't see that again going into Rice 3. I would say this is a risky pick.
I would go as far as to say this is not a good pick. Like, I don't know. You lost the jump stream pick, and sure, that one's shorter, and that one's faster. But like, the way I'm seeing this is like, you won, you lost a jump stream pick, right? And now you're picking another one. I don't like this pick. Like, if you're gonna bank on Malaysia's physicality falling off, I mean, they are a team that full comboed literally every map in the qualifiers, so you cannot just expect Malaysia to miss a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is possible. This map is, like I said, over 3 minutes long. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. When you compare it to Race 2, I mean, maybe Russia do have a much stronger team on these longer maps. The maps that are more stamina draining with, you know, no breaks. And Malaysia, maybe Russia just hasn't seen much from them. When you look at the quarterfinals results, I mean, it looks like Russia should be able to take this point. But we didn't see that on Race 2 previously in this match. So maybe after that Race 2 that was picked, maybe they do just feel more confident going into Race 3. You know, that first pick is always just get out the way. But now they're on their second pick, maybe they just feel more comfortable.
Maybe, but again, I'm not really so sure about this pick. Like, I just feel like this could really not end up well if Russia isn't careful. And not to mention, a couple of their players have gotten their breaks, like Icefy and Progen was able to rest up a little bit. Meanwhile, Russia, sticking to this trio of players for a long while now, that's gonna cost a lot of stamina.
Yeah, and I mean, very, very early on, we can see that Russia probably do have the slight ratio advantage here. Do see some accuracy drops there from Progi. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I apologize, but yeah, I mean, Russia do have the early accuracy advantage, and as long as they can hold that throughout the entire map, I mean, that might be easier said than done, obviously, with this map having almost no breaks. Yeah, it is certainly doable, and they probably can at some point afford to miss if they can just hold on to this accuracy.
I think they're really trying to target Progen sucks here. Like, they're probably aware that they can outact Progen, but Malaysia's J-Lai and Icefy can certainly cancel out whatever Russia has prepared. Only problem is Russia has a triple 99.8, and knowing how long this map goes and how repetitive these patterns are, this could really cost a lot of stamina for any of the players here. Oh, well, right on cue.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying, Russia finding those misses, I mean, this reminds you of Race 2, right? This exact same thing happened. Russia's finding those chokes, giving the points away to Malaysia. Minipko finds yet another miss. This is already a 9,000 point lead to Malaysia on a 3-minute map on your own pick. I mean, this could not be going any worse for Russia here. Already halfway through the map, they all need to really combo the rest and hope that Malaysia find a miss. There is definitely enough time for that to happen, but they all just seem pretty comfortable. They seem pretty confident on this map thus far.
I wouldn't be surprised if Russia still, like, let's say ratio-wise and tournament count-wise, Russia may have a slight advantage. But if Malaysia just does not miss, like what you said, they're very comfortable, very consistent. Oh, that's the worst place to find a miss. You cannot find misses on those breaks because those are the times where the opponent team will not find misses at all.
Ah, and there goes Manipstar as well. Manipko and Manipstar finding misses at these floor sections, but now getting back into it in the last quarter of the map. 17,000 points to Malaysia. I mean, we're going to need to see a collapse from Malaysia here for Russia to take this point back. All three of them are full comboing on the Malaysian side.
This is exactly why I didn't like this pick. Like, Malaysia was very consistent on the jump stream pick, at least in comparison to Russia. So why would you go for something like that? And this is a I think it's a tactical blunder on the Russian Federation side. It's a very unfortunate situation, but at this point, they just gotta hope Malaysia finds some mistakes because I think they can still happen. These trails are not easy at all.
Yeah, very trilly section of the map, but 15,000 point lead. I mean, I don't really think there's much that Russia can do at this point. Malaysia just needs to hold on to those combos, and it does seem like they will, getting into the last couple of seconds of the map. And everyone just seems to be so good. We will be seeing A triple FC from Malaysia there. They look really dominant on Russia's pick, and I do agree. I do not think this was maybe Russia's wisest pick, but look at the ratios. I mean, the ratio on the Russian side definitely beats Malaysia here. They just had to get that combo, and what can you do against a triple full combo?
Agreed. I mean, okay, the silver lining is regardless of how many breakpoints happen, I don't know, the way I see it is like, regardless of how many breakpoints, like you notice how there was a one breakpoint already, the mere fact that Russia can match their accuracy or even do better, I think that shouldn't really be, that should already be a sign that they shouldn't be too demotivated, because they can definitely take something off Malaysia here.
Yeah, I agree. Even on the LNs, they can, as we've seen before on LN2. I mean, Russia definitely have that potential, but now there's no more of those consistent accuracy, I would say, rice maps for Russia, so that might be actually a blessing in disguise. The maps they have left are probably more on the physical side of things, so maybe Russia will actually perform better on those. They will need to take a breakpoint back from Malaysia if they want a chance here, and Malaysia, like I said earlier, going into LN3, this is very much expected from this team, and this map, actually I can see being winnable for Russia.
Actually, I agree. I'm not sure if this was the brightest pick in hindsight, but considering with all the options that are left, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, if I'm Malaysia here, I really should be on edge with the maps that I am picking. I mean, every single map thus far, the ratios have been very close, very much tied with Russia, so all it takes is just a few drops, and we have seen that. So if this happens again, Russia could take a breakpoint for free.
I agree. Like, okay, Leon not coming in, I think it's not surprising, because I think Leon might not be too comfortable with this. I just feel like this could be a point that Russia can take if Malaysia isn't careful.
Malaysia needs to be really careful indeed. All the players are ready, about to get into this, only, I mean, just under 2 minutes long. This is a pretty short map. Each miss does count. And, I mean, this map does have some more rice sections. There are some rice streams, some little bursts in there, where maybe the players can get caught off guard. And this probably does actually favor Russia as well. I would say this map is actually somewhat of a streamy LN map, which, you know, I would actually say is pretty good for Russia. When you compare it to LN2 as well, they lost on LN4, but sure, LN2, they won that. They can most definitely win this.
I just find it funny that Russia's single point is on an LN pick. But now, okay, Robot finding a drop on the mini jacks, that's certainly not a good sign. But if this is chokeable for Russia, I feel like Malaysia is also on the same vulnerability because of how awkward those long jacks are. I would be really surprised if both teams would find only very minimal misses. Then again though, Robot finding a lot of ad drops, that is not gonna help Russia's case at all. That's definitely gonna help Malaysia a lot.
Yeah, these misses early on from Russia here, giving a pretty strong lead to Malaysia. Now this map is very short, so this can sway back very easily. All players managing to hit these drills and jacks pretty nicely. They are definitely very chokeable. Halfway through the map, I mean, 14,000 point lead doesn't paint the full picture here, does it?
Yeah, this is where it really starts to pick up. J-Lai finding a drop, but that's not too bad of a miss actually, because that was very clean. But Robot finding a couple of misses, now that's gonna massively hurt their chances. Meanwhile for Russia, for Malaysia, oh, they're starting to trade. I think it's only Yonhong who's keeping the full combo, and this star, so only one full combo each team. I mean, with all the mini jacks and anchors here, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that and all these trills as well, but 20,000 point lead, there's not really much that Russia can do at this point besides pray that Malaysia find these drops, but it does not seem likely. We see Malaysia with almost 3 99.6s on their team, and Russia pretty close behind, but besides Robot with 9.1, we do see those drops throughout that map, and ultimately, that may have cost them this point. these ratios as well, very close together. Most certainly winnable for Russia, but they just couldn't take it home.
Just couldn't execute those LNs. So yeah, now Russia is in a one break. They're just one break point behind actually. So I don't think they should panic, really. The only problem is though they gotta start to take a point now.
Yeah, and I mean, also saying that Malaysia, they've only got one LN pick left, and that's LN1, the release map, and Malaysia have obviously left this one last for a reason, right? So Russia, as long as they can get those points on those rice maps, honestly, I think anything really rice that's left is good for Russia. But okay, choosing rice 1, which is probably, I would actually say, maybe one of their best picks as well. But yeah, they can definitely win all these rice maps, but they just need to get that breakpoint back.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, they really got to start taking some points off. Like, they gotta start getting their own point before they can even think of taking a point from Malaysia. And I don't think that's impossible.
Map is 180 BPM streams, and I mean, for a speed map, there are definitely a lot of very tricky one-hand trills thrown into the mix here. I would not be surprised if we see quite a few chokes in this map throughout the match.
There might be. I mean, it's a speed map. I think they have to be very careful with a pick like this, though.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of chokes from both teams already throughout this match. Russia, they really need to try keep that combo high for as long as possible. Even if they can lower their miss count by just like 1 or 2 less misses, that can be the be-all end-all for this team here. They really need to focus on that combo.
Indeed, they got to.
And ultimately, I think that has been Russia's downfall throughout this match so far. It just has been on the back of that combo. They have had the accuracy advantage in a lot of these maps, but it really just comes down to these couple of misses that they're finding throughout the maps. And as long as they can get to a point where it's like, okay, we really need to focus now, let's get these combos, they can get it, right? These misses are so detrimental in Score V2 especially.
Yeah, there are a lot. They're very detrimental indeed. But what's more detrimental really is an act disadvantage. And look at ProGN sucks right now. Not having the hidden mod on, I think it's one of those, you can't really equip the hidden or accuracy might really falter. And that's a big problem here because Malaysia is really on an act disadvantage, like a 0.3 act disadvantage between ProGN and Robot Hakolek. Robot is pretty big, but it's starting to close in actually. Then again, these patterns I think are very comfortable for everyone so far.
Yeah, I mean, the accuracy advantage towards Russia here. I think that miss at the start was a client miss, but Yeonhong actually being the first one to find a miss. Only a third of the way through the map. This map is 2.5 minutes long, 6,000 point lead to Russia. This map does not let loose though. It really just pushes it, and all players, besides that one miss from Yeonhong, managing to find that combo, and Russia, this might be the biggest lead that they have had recently.
But it's not safe at all. 2 minutes 31 seconds. A miss can still change a lot of stuff. Not to mention Yeonhong's accuracy isn't that bad. Like, it's still ahead of Robot. So that's still a good sign. But ProGN certainly has to do some work in increasing that accuracy. 7,000 points is not safe. Not to mention a lot of speed sections happen. And I think that ultimately gives a disadvantage to Malaysia.
Yeah, I mean, 7,000 point lead, and we do see these rolls. ProGen sucks, does find, yeah, another miss at this slower section. I'm not really sure as to why we're seeing this so much throughout this match, but these chokes happen, I guess. This is a really comfortable lead for Russia, but there's still a core of the map left, and they just all need to hold on. The triple FC from this team, I think it's the most dominant score that we have seen from Russia thus far, and this could be the beginning of the comeback.
Oh!
But Nipstar finds the miss right at the very start of that. Oh my god, Robot as well!
Wait, as long as they hold the accuracy, it could still be in Russia's favor, but oh, this Star finds a drop, that's huge! Can Malaysia hold on though? Yeonhong, look at Yeonhong right now, it's hitting really late. That could really make them miss, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Russia had such a big lead, but Pro
Wait.
Sox find to miss 5,000 points. It is not recoverable. Russia had such a strong lead going into that final section, but they all just had a collapse.
That's crazy. Ice5 definitely was the MVP there. Like, having the V1 double S in a very high pressure situation. Very impressive work from them.
Wow, I cannot believe what I just saw. That looked to be like Russia were finally getting back in it. 15,000 point lead. All of a sudden, we see two players just get a bunch of misses out of nowhere and just give it back to Malaysia right at the very end. I'm just in disbelief.
Same, honestly. So now we're gonna go for Fake.Fake.Fake. I think this actually works very well right now. But I don't know. I think it's still too early to call.
Yeah, I mean, always just think back to LN2, right? Malaysia choosing the LNs. Russia does take a breakpoint on that, and I do think as well, even LN4 was relatively close. You know, like I said, it really just comes down to those misses, and this map does have some hard parents. I would say this map, out of all the LN maps, might be the most chokeable, but I guess that's kind of just my opinion. And Malaysia choosing this map last for a reason, so we could actually see some chokes from Malaysia. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. And Russia, hopefully, if they put up as good of a performance as we just saw in Race 1, despite the ending, they're still in the game, right? They're still here. They're still here to play.
Definitely, but we have to wait and see if everyone's prepared. I think, however, like, I mean, Russia had the higher score overall against Malaysia and LN1 last round. So, like, I'm looking at Packet Hero. Yeah, Russia does have the better score than Malaysia. 2952 to 2942, so that's pretty close. But I feel like Malaysia's been, like, so consistent this round. I mean, that's expected, really. Because of how consistent they were in qualifiers, they would definitely be consistent at this stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying about last round, Russia did seem to have pretty good scores over Malaysia, but we just don't see that in this match. Malaysia are really putting on a good show today. Yeon Hong was ghost tapping at the start there, and it costs them, giving already a really big accuracy advantage to Russia, but it is too early. But that could be the difference, ultimately.
That really surprised me, but it's, again, like what you said, still too early, so we can't really judge based off that. I think what really makes this file hard is 2 minutes and 35 seconds is it's a pretty long chart, especially for LN release. Like, it definitely would feel like forever. But looking at the axe, Nepco finding a few dirty judgments and a miss as well, so it kind of trades back what happened to Yeonhong.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad miss, relatively speaking. When you look at the accuracy difference, I mean, it's already 10,000 points, and Russia only had one miss, and Malaysia, even with that rough intro, they're still taking it. I mean, their accuracy is just so strong, but Leon finds a miss. Russia, the accuracy might not be super important, but Robot does trade it back, and overall, that just gives Malaysia more points on the back of their accuracy.
But they're trading misses, so this is not exactly safe and sound just yet. And I'm seeing Yeonhong finding a few 200s on this break section. This is... and a miss! Oh, that's a horrible place to miss. Here's the thing, the accolades clearly on Malaysia, but now you have more of these difficult LN parts. Technicality, I think, favors Malaysia based off LN4. But something tells me this is just really not going to be safe. They gotta start being more consistent because Russia's starting to catch up.
Yes, a less than 10,000 points lead. I mean, Malaysia still got the accuracy advantage, but we do see some misses at some really slow sections. There's still a core of the map left, and oh my god, Leon finds a miss. That is the start. That is 6,000, but Robot trades it back.
Robot plays it back, yeah, but I feel like Malaysia's more susceptible to misses right now. I don't know. Had that miss from Robot not happened, it could have really went to Russia, but time is running out. And now we have more of these awkward sections. It could still go to Russia, but Malaysia just very careful. And Nepco missing there, I think that's the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Manipko finals misses towards the end there is really going to seal the deal. 23,000 points. That is, I mean, it did come pretty close. We did see the lead start to go towards Russia, but those misses, like we've been saying throughout the entire match, it really does just come down to these misses. Malaysia, Jay finding a full combo, as well as Manipstar as well, but just look at the 200 count. Yeah, again, Malaysia just seemed to have that edge over Russia on this accuracy, but the ratio, still way too close.
Yeah, I think this is a very bad position for Russia Federation. I think, again, act-wise, Russia may have had a chance, but consistency-wise, Malaysia was just better, and now they're taking a timeout.
Yeah, I really have to think about what your game plan is. I mean, you've only got 3 rice maps left, and then it's going straight into the hybrids. Have either team played SV1? I mean, that's just been sat there the entire time. But Russia, most likely, I would say, going to choose rice. I don't think it'd be worth a gamble on SV, considering you have proven yourself to have that really good ratio on these rice maps. But just every single time, it just comes down to these chokes. They really need to fix something.
I think Russia's gonna pick Rice 5 or Rice 6. It's really their best choices, in my opinion.
Rice 5, Rice 6. Rice 5, most likely, I would say, would be their maybe best pick if they're going for the physicality. But I'm not too sure about Rice 6. Rice 6, in the sense about consistency, when you look at Rice 2 and Rice 3, what we've already seen, I mean, Rice 6 might be a gamble. I would really say this is very risky. But if Russia do just want to play that physicality card, Rice 5, maybe even Rice 7, but Rice 5 I would say is definitely going to be their safest option. Now, I don't think Malaysia had played the SV last round, and Russia had only played 1. So, like I said, I think SV is very much so in the air. I can't see any team picking this, but maybe as a last resort, Russia going for it, we could see something.
Okay. I don't know, like, now that I'm really curious about something, like, will Russia go for, like, which rice is Russia gonna go for? I don't think they're picking hybrids, but if they're gonna pick hybrids, I think it's gotta be hybrid 3.
For Malaysia, I mean, yeah, they've drained out all their LNs, and now they're going to start to pick more into Russia with, yeah, they're forced to pick hybrids, so maybe it could get a little bit dicey. I mean, Russia having to win 6 points in a row, I mean 5 just to get the tiebreaker. It does seem pretty unlikely, but yes, very much so doable.
I don't know, I'm starting to really doubt the options that Russia has right now. So like all the LMs are gone, but the problem is they've lost like a couple of breakpoints already on Rice. Not to mention, I don't even think Russia has won a single point on Rice. Like that 1 point was just on LN, really.
Yeah, it was LN2 on the back of those misses from Malaysia, but we can still see that. I mean, Malaysia, maybe they're going to be getting too comfortable with their lead. We don't want to see that happen. We don't want to see Malaysia maybe getting a bit too confident that, okay, we're 6 points up. We're 6-1 against Russia. But yeah, okay, Russia is opting Rice 5. I would say this is their best pick, personally.
Absolutely their best pick, yeah. Cold Heart Remix, like, with all the technicality, I think Malaysia might find a lot of misses there.
But yeah, with only 3 Rice maps left in the pool, this has to be the beginning. We do have to see Russia get a really good team score here, so that means they can carry that over through their next maps. And I did feel kind of confident after seeing their Race 1 scores, but ultimately it did just come down to the ending, and then we didn't get to see it again. Russia do have that chance to be dominant, but they just need to show it. Now would be the time to do that.
Absolutely. I'm not sure, like, I'm just really worried because I feel like if any, at any cost, Russia just cannot underperform at all, because Malaysia has been extremely consistent this entire match.
Malaysia have been very consistent, and Russia still, I would say they're pretty shaky, but they can just at any point. And I'm gonna keep saying this, Rice 1, that was a good showing, besides the ending. We just need to see that again, but slightly better. And even if we see that again, then we can actually, Russia do have that chance to push it to tiebreaker. They just need to get that consistency. But a 3-minute long map, and this map is very... this is FFR charting, right? This map is very technical. We do see a lot of rolls, a lot of bursts. Very much a chokeable map. Maybe the most physical map in this pool. Russia, they need to show us something.
Definitely. I think the reason why Russia might have started to like drop a little bit is the mere fact that Russia's 3 players have played literally every map. But you've noticed how Malaysia tends to swap some players at some point, and that could definitely have been a contributing factor as to why they're sort of being able to conserve stamina. But looking at all the acts for everyone, why is everyone just at 99.6 and above? And the fact that Nepco found a drop on those mini jacks at the start, I'm very concerned now with this pick.
I mean, for most, like you were saying, for most of these maps, we do actually see these Malaysian and Russian rosters not really changing so much. It has just been these 6 players for a lot of these maps. And stamina can play a pretty big role. This map is almost 3 minutes long, 16,000 point lead. We see some ugly misses from Russia. Malaysia with a triple FC on a more physical map. This is what we were saying, Russia's maybe best pick, and Malaysia with their lead? Maybe we have to think otherwise. But still, half of the map left.
I didn't think Malaysia would be so consistent. Like, the moment, like, how? Again, everyone's accuracies are extremely good as well. But with those anchors, minijacks and rolls, you'd expect some misses to happen on both teams. But no, looks like only Russia's suffering from those.
Yeah, we just see more misses come up from Russia here. 25,000 points. Might be the biggest lead we have seen thus far in this match. And it's on Russia's pick on Rice 5 of all maps. Malaysia with the triple full combo. Robot trying his damnedest, but with the misses from Manipstar and Manipco, that really might be the nail in the coffin. But Jaylee is the first person to find the miss on the Malaysian side. That could be the start, but there's really not much left. Manipco does manage to trade that back, so... this lead is getting way too strong.
It is indeed getting extremely strong. Malaysia's still consistent. I did not think it would end like this. I was really surprised at how consistent Malaysia has been. And like, they're just proving that they have the capability to just pull scores like this off.
Such a dominant performance from Malaysia here. We do see the miss choke from Jay there earlier on in the map, and almost very close to seeing a triple FC from Malaysia. That is such a big score lead. I mean, these ratios as well, maybe Russia didn't perform as well as they did on the other race maps, but ultimately, I don't think Russia played really bad. I think Malaysia just played really good at this match.
Yeah, both teams did great, but man, what a performance by Malaysia. They really showed why they were a team that was able to full combo literally every map in the map pool for qualifiers. They really showed how consistent they are.
Yeah, consistency was definitely key in this match. Definitely not something that you see every day in these matches. Consistency trumps the accuracy, but we definitely got to see a perfect example of that here. And I honestly, for Seed 9 versus Seed 10, I would like to say I was very close. Don't let the scoreline fool you. 7-1, but when you look at the accuracy differences from both these teams, definitely much closer than it seemed.
Yeah, that was definitely not a 6-1. Sorry, 7-1. That was definitely not a 7-1. And honestly speaking, like Malaysia could have definitely lost some points if Russia didn't have those collapses at the end. But you know, it is what it is.
And with that match having concluded, next up we have Singapore versus Japan 9 minutes from now. And that'll be, I believe, on the same stream, so don't go anywhere unless you have anything left to say, Silveska else.
Nothing really other than please stay tuned for the next matches. I hope that y'all enjoy what we're showing you guys so far. And see you later for the match Singapore and Japan.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the Osu Mania 4K World Cup 2024. This weekend will be our semi-finals weekend. Probably one of the more stacked matchups this weekend. And we're going to be having our first match of this weekend. It's going to be between Philippines and Hong Kong, an all Asian matchups. My name is Mashed Potato, and today I am joined by Potassium.
I'm so excited today. And for this whole weekend, really, if you look down the list of all the teams playing, there are, like you said, there are some crazy matchups. There is almost 0 matches in the losers bracket that I can really predict at all. And that goes for like the conditional matches as well. It's like, who is going to get out? And these are 2 teams that are also in the losers bracket. So we're going to be seeing one of these 2 teams, potentially both of them, not make it through to the finals week, which is kind of crazy to say.
I don't know what to say about it because Philippines has been so strong. Like, their team scores has been really good throughout the past couple of weekends. But somehow, some way, they ended up being banished to the lower brackets. And Hong Kong, on the other hand, they fought their way through in a massive upset against the United Kingdom, which is seed number 6. And they made it through to the semi-final weekend against all odds, and now they're facing another giant that is Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the seeding, you would at first glance kind of think that, okay, Philippines on seed 4, they're kind of going to roll through it. But I would say, you know, not only is Hong Kong's seeding a bit deceptive, I feel like Hong Kong is absolutely one of the teams that can make the top 6. I think they definitely have the potential here. But also, I feel like this World Cup, kind of like seed 3 all the way down, or even seed 2 all the way down to like seed 10 is so close together. It's like, how do you really predict which one of these teams is going to make it through? But I would say, I mean, Philippines is absolutely looking really strong. Despite losing that match last week, that was more of a case where Chile was just kind of playing out of their minds. I think that was more of a testament to how strong Chile is rather than Philippines getting any poor scores whatsoever. They're looking super strong, and Hong Kong, while I think Hong Kong are looking strong overall. Philippines definitely have the advantage when it comes to the LN picks.
Yeah, that is for sure. But on the other hand, though, when looking at past kind of scores, Hong Kong does have a better Rise scores than Philippines in quite a few of them. And Hong Kong's hybrid, actually, I think Hong Kong has one of the best hybrid score. I think they were number one in hybrid one, if I remember correctly. If I can check the stats real quick, yeah, they are the number one team in hybrid one last weekend, number three in hybrid two. So they are not to be messed with either on hybrids or Rise. So yeah, we might be seeing quite an even matchup between these two. Hong Kong does have some very strong players with Coach Japan, Quotient, Nico the Rock, Raksak. If I remember correctly, there's Squiz 1037 as well. So that everyone in the team plays a part within the Hong Kong team in making it to the semi-final. But all-rounded, so speaking of all-rounded, we also have the Philippines, who's also just as well-rounded as Hong Kong as well.
Yeah, I mean, Philippines has a crack team. Everyone in Philippines is crazy this year, for sure. But this is also one of those, like you said, Hong Kong have strong players themselves, and it's not even like the case where I don't think Philippines gets that much of an edge, as we're getting into harder map pools either, because Hong Kong with players like, Koshapen and Quotient in particular I'm looking at, I don't think their scores are going to get any worse as the tournament progresses into the later stages. So it'll be interesting to see. I feel like maybe it's going to come down a lot to how Hong Kong's third player is going to perform in each of these maps, because I feel like Koshapen and Quotient should be playing everything.
Yeah. I think it's mainly I think what's going to be interesting for Hong Kong is the third player syndrome, because now we're past the quarterfinals. Now seeding doesn't matter too much, because seeding's only assesses how well you can do up to quarterfinals. Now it's all about how well you can scale physically, where these maps get extremely difficult. And we're seeing a double SV bad. No.
What? Wait, that's crazy, actually. I expected Philippines to pick SV 100% after... Well, and look, we can see Hong Kong's confused as well.
I'm... Wait, what? TV?
Yeah, no, we're not picking the TV just yet. Getting a little
just yet. I mean, foreshadowing.
It's in the script, but we don't want to leak it just yet.
Yeah. I mean... Yeah, as I was saying, the both SV battles so confusing because I think Philippines has a very solid SV lineup as well. So I'm not sure why they would be banning both SV, and Hong Kong plays dead last weekend in SV2. So I am quite confused about this, but it could also be that the Philippines is just hiding some of the SV score for their next matchup as well, because this is not their only match. They also have another one next. Maybe on Sunday against the winners of Russia and Philippines, and they definitely want to keep some of their scores hidden away, especially SV.
Oh, this is looking really interesting right now with these. I'm confused at what's going on in the Philippines. I mean, we'll find out soon, I'm sure.
I mean,
they know their own scores better than I do, but
yeah,
picking Rise 7 right away, one of the Rise maps, and as we said, I feel like Hong Kong's strategy is probably going to be going towards the Rise as well. Like they did protect Rise 2, as I think is a very good protect for them. But I feel like Philippines has a better advantage on some of those LN maps in particular.
That is for sure. But again, Siloaska Els they have been an extremely big brain captain. They are playing 4D chess while we're commentating, so any of their Els tactics we cannot just predict what Els is thinking up to, but it's pretty much a 300 IQ move. If they're picking something that we may say as, oh, it's a bit I don't know, a bit confusing, but I think Els just have a method behind their madness.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think this is a bad pick for the Philippines by any means. I don't think there's no such thing as a bad pick for the Philippines. I feel like this is a team that can play every single map. There is going to be nothing that Philippines can't win. But I think this in particular is a map that Hong Kong could win, is the problem, which I feel like this, Hong Kong has an opportunity here to maybe score an early break point, but it does depend, like as we said before, everyone in Philippines is probably going to be performing really, really well. It's going to be up to Fubuki Fan, I feel like, in particular on Hong Kong to pick it up, try and get an FC if possible.
Yeah, I think at this point now, it's more about trying to get your full combos in as well. I think accuracy does play a part, but when you lose your footing, especially in Rise 7, we didn't even have a chance to talk about the map, but this map, it's just so difficult with the bursty, super bursty mini Jackson rolls. So it can be very easy to get lost in between that because there's also like very dense streams as well in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, shout out Osu Original at the same time. First pick that might have come into play a little bit with the decision making, but we'll see how it goes as we're off to the very first map of this semi-finals weekend, and both teams off to a very good start. All 6 players right now holding strong accuracies.
What is this accuracy so far? The lowest accuracy is 99.76 from Valeria, and that's not even bad at all. This is losers bracket we're talking about, and this is such a high level gameplay already straight off the bat.
Yeah, leading the way right now, Forken, Quotient, and Koshapen, those 3 players, I mean, kind of as expected, these 3 players are ridiculous when it comes to their accuracy in the Rice maps. But so far, it looks like Philippines starting to gain a little bit of an advantage. Fubuki Fan is down to 99.6 right now, which is the lowest accuracy currently in the lobby, but only 1,000 points is not that much.
That is for sure. Again, it's all about the combo in my opinion. At this point, I think it's very rare to see a freeway FC in any of the teams.
Oh my
As
God.
soon as I said that, yeah. This is what I'm talking about. It's all about the combo. Leave It does break for the first time. Traded by Fubuki Fan.
That was a bit of a bigger drop from Fubuki Fan, I feel like, but it doesn't look like it's going to affect the score too much. 2,000 points still, so those kind of misses just kind of traded each other. We're back to just about even with Philippines in a very slight advantage. If there is any mistake, it could flick back and forth very quickly, and we're only halfway into the map. There's so much left of it.
The score difference mainly in here is just the accuracy discrepancy between Fubuki Fan and Leave It, but Quotient with a miss. It's very clean. It is very clean, so they can get their score lead stabilized very quickly. But oh, hold on.
Well, there is a trade. Valeria does find a real miss there. So 2 misses for each team right now. But it looks
now
like
we're back to square one.
Yeah, accuracy still in favor of the Philippines overall. Fubuki Fan is struggling a little bit more to regain the accuracy, but there's Koshapen. All 3 combos are gone on the side of Hong Kong. It's only Forken with the full combo right now. And as we're approaching the very last kind of section of the map, 10,000 points is looking good for the Philippines as long as they can hold on to their combos.
But the ending of this map is not to be messed with. You can see a huge accuracy up. Here we go. The 1-6 stream embedded in the dense jump streams. Can everyone hit it? So far, everyone's hitting it, but it's still continuing. This barrage of rice patterning is so difficult. But everyone seems to hold on. It looks like Philippines is going to get the first point.
Oh my god, no misses whatsoever
No
at the
way.
end.
No way.
Hang on, what was Forken's score? Did Forken... Oh my god.
No, I do not believe it.
No way. Look,
I do
Quotient
not
as well.
What is this?
Is crazy.
What? Like, all of these scores, lowest score in here is 980k, and the ratio is 460. It's around 1-6. Like, this is some insane levels of gameplay right now we're seeing between Philippines and Hong Kong. What are we watching?
You can see how like high level Philippines are as a team just by looking at these 200 counts. That's 2 200s for the whole team combined. Of course, Hong Kong also really close behind themselves, just a couple of misses away from being able to take that themselves. But Philippines, strong first point for them. That was a point that I feel like could have gone either way. So big effect on the match, I feel like, as we're going forward into it. And I wonder what Hong Kong's going to pick right now, because that was one of their Rice maps that they might have wanted to pick themselves later on.
Maybe just go for a more standard Rice pick, because Rice 1 to Rice 4, they're all more straightforward. Maybe they can go with Rice 3, potentially.
Yeah, I do feel like kind of those first 4 Rice maps, I would say, are probably Hong Kong's strongest skill sets that we've seen so far, right? Those more straightforward snapping, you know, jump stream, quad jack. I mean, Hong Kong even beat UK on quad jack. That's a kind of massive achievement in and of itself.
Yeah, that's really just Hong Kong's testament in their Rice ability. But they can also break Hybrid 1 or Hybrid 4, but they're going straight for the jacks.
Yeah, they're going with what worked
Okay.
before. It is a risky pick, of course. Philippines
Very
can
risky.
definitely play Jack themselves. They can definitely score some crazy, 99.9% accuracies across their team. But we know that Hong Kong also have some very comfortable Jack players.
In my opinion, Jacks is just a game of chicken between any team at this point. Any team can pick up really strong scores and a good accuracy, but I think this Jack pick is a bit different compared to the rest because it's not just Jack. There's embedded streams in here at around it's 1/8 stream, so it's like 304 BPM streams in between the Jacks. It is not your ordinary Jack pick, so it's not like last week where it's just all about jacking. Now there's just also more difficult patterning in this one as well. So it's quite easy for you to drop some breaks, and that could just be the undoing for any of these teams. But again, Hong Kong did pick this, and they were extremely strong in the Kojak pick. They did beat, as you said before, United Kingdom, who had eliminated who is one of the best Kojak player in the world. So yeah, might be a good pick for Hong Kong. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, we'll see. We saw some ridiculous Quad Jack scores so far. I don't expect to see the same kind of ratios that we were seeing last week and the weeks before. But you never know.
You might be, bro.
No,
you might be completely
with some
wrong
of these
about
players,
this. Oh, we can see just the starting accuracy of everyone right now above 99.9, except for Valeria at 99.85. Of course, it's just the beginning of the map.
Yeah, wait for everyone to stabilize in and for that ratio to pull up. But oh wow, 4Ken actually finds a big accuracy drop, but Fubuki Fan finds a miss. And that comes with a big accuracy drop as well. So now Philippines all of a sudden in the lead despite the accuracy struggles from Valerio and 4Ken.
Yeah, I think the patternings are actually much more difficult as well. You can see more awkward anchors, and there's a couple of quads in there as well, and hands, and so it's not as straightforward as last weekend. Fubuki Fan continues to pick up a miss, and that is quite dangerous now for Hong Kong. Now we're already nearly halfway through the map, and the 13.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
what?
No.
No.
I did not expect that whatsoever coming out of the Philippines. Now I think Hong Kong has the advantage all of a sudden. That's 2 misses, but Fubuki Fan trades it right back. That might stop Hong Kong from being able to take the lead here. Despite the 2 players, Quotient and Koshapen are crushing this map above everyone on the side of Philippines. But it looks like Philippines are going to maintain the lead.
Yeah, a bit of a third player syndrome for Hong Kong right now. Here we go. Here's the stream. Leave picks up a miss. The score lead may go back to Hong Kong. Fubuki Fan needs to hold it in their life. Quotient picks up a miss.
Oh, that was one of the most important scores for Hong Kong, and we can see how big that flips the lead over 7,000 points in favor of Philippines. If they hold on to the combo, they could get a breakpoint right here.
There's still a bit more patterning in the maps. It's not over yet for Hong Kong. They can still take this back.
Oh, and that's
4Ken misses. I don't think there's enough time. There's not enough time.
So close though, less than 3,000 points, 1,000 points. Oh my God!
Oh my God!
1.4K. That was so close for Hong Kong. Just one miss too many.
Yeah, I think the miss for Quotient there was definitely the undoing. Actually, any of the misses here is the undoing for Hong Kong. Fubuki Fan actually did quite well with a pretty decent ratio, but just too many misses scattered throughout the maps and resetting the combo there.
Yeah, that was the biggest issue. They were separated just too much for Fubuki Fan. Not really managing to get to that 400 combo cap very often. And in the end, I mean, it is actually Valeria shout out there getting the score V1 double S, which is crazy. But MVP going over to Koshapen.
No 999Ks, but 997 is still extremely impressive on this map.
Absolutely. And looks like maybe some CPU issues for Fubuki Fan, which is unfortunate in that case. But Philippines, they're going to be trying to build this momentum that they've started the match with. They're going to go with the Rice still. We're keeping up with these Rice picks.
Oh, they're really just taking the match right at Hong Kong's backyard in the Rice right now. They're not scared by Hong Kong's Rice ability.
And it really feels like if Philippines are going for this option of picking all the Rise maps out, then Hong Kong have to start winning these right now. Because if they let Philippines take any more of these Rise picks, I don't think there's going to be that many picks left for Hong Kong to really go for. You know, maybe the hybrid picks, as you said before, might work out well for them, but I definitely feel like this should be the strongest part of the map pool.
Hong Kong definitely needs to pick up some more, at least a point from this, or Philippines going to bully them on Rise at this point. They're going to continue to pick up Rise on Hong Kong, and they don't even need to touch on the LNs. And that's the scary part. They haven't touched on any of the LNs. They protected LN4, and we saw Philippines' LN ability. There's still 3 more players within the Philippines team who could also play at the LNs. We have Elves waiting in the background. We have Plana as well. Silicos is 2, so like, they're just also waiting in the background to wait for the LN, their time to play the LN picks.
Absolutely. I mean, Hong Kong could definitely win one of the LNs potentially, but it definitely feels less likely than them winning something like this. And we'll see now, because this one is much more of a vocal dump. This is a very different style of map compared to the 2 that we've seen earlier.
Yeah. The snappings is just all over the place at this one, as you expect from a vocal dump map.
And it actually looks like the early accuracy in favor of Hong Kong at the start, but of course, this is only 200 notes in.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the whole... I think the past 2 maps also kind of have similar stories as well. Hong Kong does have the slight accuracy start lead, but it's just the fact that they couldn't hold their combo, hold their accuracy together until the end of the map. And this map is much longer as well, at 3 minutes and 20 seconds compared to last weekend. So there's a lot of chance for you to drop combo.
Yeah, that's really the story of it so far. Hong Kong dropping combo a little bit more than Philippines, but here, 4Ken actually finds the first miss of this map in particular. That's going to be a good start for Hong Kong here. But here we go into the first chorus.
You just see all the snapping changes when there's an intonations in the vocals. And now the scoring goes to nearly 5,000 points as 4Ken's recovering the combo out to 400. And now 4Ken has stabilized the accuracy, and now we can see the scoring at around 5,000 points. It's not just the combo lead for Hong Kong, but also a bit of an accuracy lead as well. Koshipen and Koshin is holding above 99.7, while on the Philippines side, there's only Livet who can counter Koshin and Koshipen.
Yeah, all 6 players kind of dropped their accuracy during that chorus part. Understandably, you know, focusing on that combo, trying to maintain it through these weird snappings.
Ricky Fat actually dropped a bit of an accuracy, but Valeria actually just another miss, and now that is 3 full combos to 1.
And there's half of the map left still. So this is definitely not decided just yet. This is only 7,000 points despite the misses coming in out of Philippines. This is still a very close map, and it could go back and forth really, really quickly. Actually, right now, Philippines are the ones with the accuracy lead, and Fubuki Fan does find the first miss for the side of Hong Kong, and that one miss might be enough, actually, to completely counter out the multiple misses from the Philippines.
Yeah, we saw Koshipen actually jumping the accuracy a bit down to 99.65, trying to maintain the combo. Now we're in the 1/3 Jack picks, Jack part right now. Quite actually easy to miss right now, but everyone's holding together, and now we're going to a bit of a break. Oh my god, it's 2-digit.
Oh my god.
It is 2-digit right now.
Fubuki Fan's at 400 combo. This is the real point lead right now. It is tied perfectly. No one has any combo advantage currently. It's going to come down to the individual act drops, or perhaps a last miss that happens in this very last chorus.
Oh, well, eyes on Valeria, 4Ken and Fubuki Fan, who had a bit of a struggle throughout this map, getting a couple of misses here and there. But looks like the accuracy lead is going a bit over to Hong Kong. The score lead is now going to 4-digit. It is absolutely nothing still right now. A miss could still do everything. We're heading to the end of the map, and it's still Hong Kong's lead. It is so close right now. As you said before, it could just be the individual accuracy. Hong Kong's still holding together. Oh, can they do this? Wait.
A single 200 might be enough. They can't let up. We're at the very, very last seconds of the map. It's 1,000 points still for Hong Kong. Do not get a 200 on these LNs, I swear to God.
They got it.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
737 points in favor of Hong Kong. They finally win it back. And this is a break point as well. This was Philippines picking this one. Hong Kong is right back into the match.
Yeah, once again, just look at those actors. The lowest score is Fubuki Fan at 983k. What is going on in this matchup? Koshin Pen with a double full combo, but I think the MVP goes to Livet with a 992.365.
By
So, yeah.
14 points.
By 14 points, yes. So it was
14 points, yeah.
So it was a 1v1 that I mean that would have just been over the that would just been insane.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the accuracies, Philippines was very tiny little bit ahead of Hong Kong in the accuracy department, but the 2 misses versus 1 miss is what did it, and we can see exactly why. We were talking about Hong Kong being such a scary Rise team. This team is crazy at Rise.
That is for sure. The duo of Koshin and Koshiped, they are some of the strongest Asian players out there right now. They can just play anything. I mean anything. Hybrids, long notes, Rise. Of course, they're more stronger on Rise, but they can absolutely play anything right now. And now, the balls on Hong Kong score, and now they're picking to protect Rise too. And I think there's an expected pick from them right now. It's time to get the momentum back with their protect.
Yeah, they really can't be affording to have another breakpoint right away. They just managed to win their breakpoint back. This is their big chance to tie it up, have the momentum in their side, and win 2 in a row. And I think this is the perfect pick for them. Their jump stream has looked exceptional as well. Their accuracy just overall has almost beat the Philippines, I feel like, last week. I'm trying to recall the scores from last week, but this might be a very, very close one.
That is for sure. And also the length of the map is actually quite short, so it can be quite punishing for anyone who picks up a miss. Again, it's all about the combo. That is the whole point of the last 3 maps so far. It's all about the combo. Also, I'd just like to report for the Rise 2 pick last weekend. So the jump stream pick, Philippines does outscore Hong Kong by a few thousand points, actually, by around 7,000 points only.
But I do think that Hong Kong had a few misses that may or may not be replicated here. If you just look at the pure ratio, I think it is bang on equal.
Yes, that is for sure. And so this is now very scary for both these teams. They're trying to fight on the Rise. We still haven't seen. Actually, I just realized we're still seeing the same 6 players for 4 maps in a row.
Yeah, this is the Rise teams, absolutely. And actually, almost surprising that we don't see any switch outs for the Philippines. But actually, Fubuki fan, early miss here. That's going to give an early lead over to... Oh, never mind. Valeria finds an equal miss, and Valeria's miss is going to matter a little bit more due to the combo.
Yeah, and also that was quite a dirty miss from 99.8 down to 99.6. So now the accuracy leads now on Hong Kong with Koshiped and Koshin at 99.9495. Actually, 4K 99.96 as well. What is that accuracy?
It has been the story of those... Yeah, that was Client. It has been the story of those 3 players in particular, right? Koshipen, Koshin, and 4Ken have been destroying, in terms of accuracy at least, every single one of the Rice maps. It's just the other 3 players that are trying to fight for that next spot here. And it looks like the accuracy or the score overall is basically tied between the 2 teams still. We're already halfway through the map. As you said, this is only 2 minutes long.
That is for sure. Actually, the accuracy lead is actually now dead even. I think, 4Ken's accuracy does outscore both Koshin and Koshipen, and that kind of ties the accuracy between Philippines and Hong Kong. So now we're going back to the individual accuracy. The battle between maybe Fubuki and Valeria, who has the lowest accuracy in both of these teams right now.
Oh my god, look at this point bar.
No way.
Oh my god. Was that a real miss from Valeria?
That was a real miss. That is such a dirty drop as well. And now that is a 5,000 point swing for Hong Kong. It's still increasing due to Valeria's combo reset.
Yeah, and accuracy in favor of Hong Kong as well. 2 misses versus 1. This is a definite advantage of Hong Kong as long as they manage to hold out their combos for the rest of the map. Easier said than done, but they've held on well so far.
Yeah, Koshipet actually dropped the accuracy down to 99.83, so yeah, 1 miss for Hong Kong would change the lead. There's still a bit more of the map. Here comes the ending. The score lead is going back to Philippines. It's now less than 3,000 points. Can Hong Kong take this? A 200 for Fubuki fan. Oh, it's getting so close.
The accuracy for Valeria was rising at the end, but 2,600 points. Hong Kong wins another nail biter there. And oh my god, look at Look at Koshipen's judgments. When you said the accuracy, that was 250s and a 100. That could have been a miss.
Yeah, yeah, that could have been disastrous. If any of those 50 was a miss, that would have been it for Philippines. What is this
How do
match
we have
so far? What?
we have three 200s in the whole lobby, by the way. Just pointing that out real
We have
quick.
we have more like bad judgments. No, we have more misses than bad judgments, I think. Oh,
We have more 100s than 200s. I don't know
yeah.
how that happens.
I
but-
don't I don't even know. What is this match? What's Philippines going to pick? They have to pick Ellen. There's no way they're picking Rice. You saw how like coin flippy the past 4 maps, even Rice 7, which has like been like the biggest lead, could have been Hong Kong's point as well. So there's no way Philippines continue to pick Rice. They have to go for LN4 or maybe even LN3. Okay, or LN1, yeah. Oh yeah,
Nope,
okay.
LN3.
Okay.
Yeah,
LN3,
Azisai
yeah.
LN3.
Right. It's LN3, yeah, LN3.
Hong Kong picks LN3. But no, Azisai is going to be the pick here. Much more of a technical pick. And I think that might
think this
play
makes
into
sense.
Philippines' favor. They really don't want to pick LN2. I feel like that's the one pick that maybe Hong Kong is more comfortable in compared to the other maps.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think LN2 is very. It's not really. You wouldn't say it's an LN pick at this point anymore. It's just so dense that like any like Rice player who has some LN capability can even play it as well. I mean, so they should avoid LN2. But LN1, LN3, and LN4 could be an avenue for Philippines. And LN3 is the most technical. It's not dense compared to the other 3 LNs, but it is so hard to get good accuracy on this one. It's your Lemon Guy LN Master package 0-in-1 right here. When you see LN Masters, you start to feel a bit, just a little slightly more scared.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing some switch-ins for the first time. Only on the side of Philippines, though. We see Plana and Suloska Els, of course, 2 players that are so strong at the LN skill set in general, being switching in. But Hong Kong, they're going to keep the same 3. Fubuki fans staying in for this one, it seems.
Yeah. It's going to be quite. It's right now. It's still fine since it's like the 5th pick, but I'm just gonna be a bit more scared. Let's say if this match does go to TV later down the line, it's gonna be the same 3 players, and there's gonna be some sort of stamina, some sort of fatigue coming for any of these 3 players.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility, and that's definitely something that Philippines has the advantage in general on. They have the luxury to be able to switch out their players due to how kind of close together in skill they are as a unit.
And here we go, our first non-Rice pick in this match so far. Azisai, the Lemon Guy Ellen map, and we can just see some actually about to go. Here we go. And Koji actually getting the first miss. It's still early on, so actually won't be too detrimental in my opinion.
Yeah, but still a little bit uncharacteristic to see Quotient struggle early on like that. It is going to give 7,000 points over to the Philippines, so good start for them. All 3 of their players holding strong, and now Koshapen, the 2 staples of Team Hong Kong, falling early.
Yeah, and the accuracy lead is all on Philippines side right now. No players is under 99.7. Ling Wu is a bit below, but they're gapping the rest of the Hong Kong team right now.
Yeah, we can just clearly see the level of comfort for the Philippines when it comes to this Rice, not Rice, but LN in general is just higher on the Philippines, and Quotient does find a second miss as I say that. Such an easy map to find these misses on just because of the amount of mini jacks, the amount of shields here, and Fubuki fan now, the last FC for Hong Kong gone, and there's still 3 of them on the side of Philippines. It feels like this is a landslide compared to some of the other maps we've seen.
That is for sure. You can see the comfort on the LN's, especially technical LN's ability, right? This is not an easy map. You can see the shields, the bursts coming straight into the LN density pattern. It is not easy at all. Els continues to pick up misses, but that's not really it. Traded by Fubuki fan immediately right after that. And so, yeah, still 20,000 point lead for Philippines. I think it's already, like, you can already wrap this point up for Philippines.
Yeah, Els finding more misses, but still feels like Els is comfortably, matching Fubuki fan, matching Koshapen. And Quotient does find another miss. This is multiple misses on the side of all of the Hong Kong members. And Philippines, they're going to get 2 full combos on Plana and Livet. This is a really strong team score from them overall.
This is not an easy map at all. I think in terms of, as I said before, physicality is not really that high compared to the other Ellen picks, but this is so technical. When it comes to technical accuracy, this is the hardest chart of them all.
And that is going to be definitely the most one-sided map that we have seen so far in favor of Philippines. It does feel like this probably should have been Philippines' angle of attack, you know, maybe from the second pick onwards, but hindsight, obviously. And now...
Yeah, hindsight, yeah.
We'll see if Hong Kong can tie it up once again, because they've shown they have the ability to for sure. And it's going to be Rise 3, so going to be... Yeah, I would definitely say this is the best pick out of the ones remaining here. Rise 3, Rise 1, I would say maybe would be the order there, and then saving Rise 4 for last.
Yeah, I think Rise 4 is
that
something
is.
that they should... Rise 5, yeah, I can't count either. Rise 5 is probably going to be their last Rise pick for Hong Kong, but then after that, they need to start picking into the hybrids as well. So that's something that you need to consider later on, because the Philippines also have exhausted all the other Rise picks for Hong Kong to choose on. For Philippines, they still have 3 other LN maps just to play around with, and the hybrids as well if they want to dabble in that. But now we're going straight to the DJ Sharpno bread and butter stamina map mapped by Shoegazer. There's no way else is playing. There's no way else is playing, right?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't expect Els to play. Els definitely more of an LN specialist.
Yeah.
But it does seem like, yeah, they are switching in Valeria instead here back. So back to the full Rise team for the Philippines, it looks like is going to be the plan. Of course, Hong Kong keeping the same 3 that managed to win the other jump stream map makes a lot of sense here.
Say for this one, actually accuracy matters just a bit more due to the amount of notes in this map. Making a miss is quite negligible if you can out-accuracy your opponent by a large margin.
Yeah, and this one a lower BPM as well, so we would expect maybe a little bit more comfort at the cost of being a bit more stamina draining overall, because this one has pretty much no breaks. I don't really recall there being anything that you could really have a rest on in this map, and it lasts for 3.5 minutes, so this might be one where we might be seeing some kind of accuracy falling off, or a couple misses here and there towards the very end of the map if the players start getting tired.
I think the accuracy degradation will be quite important at the end of this map. There's also a couple of 1-6 in this chart as well. So it's not just all sunshine and jump streams. There is a bunch of bursts right there just to throw you a bit off guard as well. So there's also quite a lot of miss potential here. But again, oh, Fubuki fan. Oh no, Fubuki fan.
Oh, that's such a big miss. 99.1% was the start there, and that means so much when the second lowest accuracy is 99.76 on the side of Levet.
Maybe they're just a bit nervous right now, which I don't blame them, because they're playing for their tournament life right now.
Yeah, each one of these points feels so important for both of these teams. That as you said, you can't really blame them whatsoever. It is still only 7,000 points, and Fubuki fan is recovering the accuracy ever so slowly. Up to 99.4 already, but it's going to take a lot more than that to be able to catch up to the Philippines, and it feels like now, Hong Kong, they need Philippines to mess up at some point.
Wow, look at the destinies on Philippines' hand now. 8,000 points and growing still, actually. I think it's just the accuracy difference between Levet and Fubuki right now that is making up the difference.
I do think this could still swing back very quickly if we see a couple misses happen. Fubuki fan's accuracy is definitely catching up. 99.5 is not that far behind Levet right now. Still at 99.78.
That's for sure. And as you said before, this is a long map. Their accuracy right now is high, but once your stamina starts to degrade a bit more, that's when your accuracy begins to drop a bit. You start to feel quite tired, and you might not press the notes as comfortably, and that's where you get the misses. And since the map is so dense, there's a chance for you to just continue to miss and miss and miss non-stop.
That was Client.
Yeah, it's definitely Client. Yep.
But we are hitting 10,000 points in the lead for the Philippines.
Oh, that's definitely a miss.
That was a real miss there. Fubuki fan finds another one, and that's the fatigue kind of setting in towards the last 1/3 of the map right now. And that feels like it might be too much to come back from. 18,000 points is a large lead when you're talking about a map this long. Valeria does find a miss, but that's such a clean miss, and it's only one singular one at that.
We could just see the accuracy discrepancy right now between Fubuki Fan and the rest of the 5 players there. It's such a huge difference right now, and that is the score lead for Philippines right there.
Yeah, despite Hong Kong once again having 2 of the 3 highest scoring players, it's looking like that's just not quite enough when the entirety of the Philippines is playing so consistent as a squad. Quotient does find one miss towards the end, but it is looking like that is going to be inconsequential either way. 20,000 points, and Philippines looking like they're taking a break point here.
That's for sure. And that's actually quite a... Oh my god, that's 2.98 million for Philippines. That's a free 990k plus score and a 997 from 4CAD. What the hell?
1 200 from 4Ken, but we have 0 200s for both Quotient and Koshapen. What's up with Koshapen getting these 50s? This is like the second or third time I've seen
Yeah, I don't
the 50s
understand
with 0
it.
200s.
I feel like sometimes... I feel like that's more of like a nerf issue thing as well. Like, when maybe they accidentally hit both 50s at the same time. Maybe, you know, their hand just... rapid triggered.
Oh, rapid trigger.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that as well. There's a lot of, I guess, rapid trigger users now within the Mania scene.
Yeah, just the finger vibrates a little bit too quickly.
Yeah. When you have like a low actuation point, that's when things get scary. For if you're nervous as well, you might be touching the key just a bit slightly, and that's enough for a key input.
Now Philippines, they're in the driver's seat of this match
Yes.
now. They are 2 up at the
LN4!
LN4. We're going for another one of the Osu originals here.
Oh, I'm so happy. This is my favorite Osu original so far. This is so good. This is actually so good. And the map is also very well made as well. I would say this is more like an LN speed pick. Vocal dump LN speed in a way.
Yeah, it is very kind of like flowy, dumpy in a way when it comes to the LN. Very kind of, I would almost describe it as LN density, but it's not quite like density as in like the jump stream density that we have more in the LN2.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe like you take Rice 1 and you just add a bunch of LNs in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess that would make kind of sense. But I do remember there are quite a few kind of like little mini jacks in there as well, so it's not quite as straightforward as a density pick. But what are we getting here? We're seeing Cub and Raksak coming in for the 2 teams. First time we're seeing them this match.
I keep like, because they also change their name quite often as well, so I try to like remember. Was it Minato Aquafan's actually Raksak and and
Fubuki Fan is Nico the Rock.
Nico the Rock, yes, yeah. Actually, it's quite interesting that Silicosis 2 is Cub,
Cub, yeah. I need to remind myself as well every now and then.
Yeah, and this is not the full team replacement for Philippines. I think Plana, Els, and Silicosis 2, a full team replacement. And Hong Kong, we're gonna be seeing Koshipan and Koshut. I think we're gonna see these 2 play all maps, no doubt.
Oh, and you know these 3 players on Philippines were warming up with this map just then, right? Getting used to it, making sure that they don't have a bad start. And we'll see how this turns out for the Philippines. This is one that, as we said, this should definitely favor Philippines given what we saw on LN3. Of course, this one a different map, but at the same time, the level of LN comfort is what we're really looking at.
We can see the comfort is all on the Philippine side. A bit of a discomfort for Raksak right now, 99.2%. So a bit of a score lead now for Philippines, just on that accuracy lead alone. But Koshipan and Kosh is actually holding quite well right now, all above 99.7. So there's Hong Kong's actually putting a fight against Philippines. They're still within a couple of misses on Philippines side. If Philippines does miss, Hong Kong still have a chance to fight back.
Yeah, absolutely right now, but I'm looking at Raksak's accuracy still slowly falling down, and Quotient does find a miss as well on those trills. So Philippines gonna increase their lead quite a lot.
is now quite rough for Hong Kong right now. Not only they don't have the accuracy lead, now they are also losing in the combo fight as well. There's still 3 full combos to 2. And look at the accuracy on the Philippine side. The lowest is 99.56, and the team's average accuracy is roughly around 99.65%. And that is basically Quotient's accuracy right there.
Yeah, I mean, Quotient also had the miss as well, so it's not like Quotient's even matching in terms of score.
Yeah. I think right now, they really need to have someone in Philippines to completely like drop on this because yeah, I mean, Rek'Sai is holding a full combo, but the accuracy is so low that it's practically a couple misses, and now Koshifen gets a miss, and now that is practically it for Hong Kong. A 20,000 point lead, and there's still a freeway full combo for Philippines. Have we seen a freeway full combo yet in this match so far?
We have been seeing quite a lot of misses from a lot of the players. I'm trying to remember. I don't think we've seen a 3-way full combo at all, but oh, that's Rax. Not on that.
Oh no, not on that.
Ooh,
no.
That hurts. That hurts a lot.
That just hurts right at the break. That's gonna tilt.
Oh,
and Koshifen as well. Oh no. Yeah, that's just rough.
You got to shake it off a little bit. This map, I mean, at the very least, this map was looking like it was lost anyway. We'll see if those misses mean anything, but I doubt they will. And sometimes you gotta just miss. You gotta miss a couple of times during the break section. You know, that's gonna happen this match, and hopefully they don't do it in the future maps.
And I mean, now looking at the other side though, Philippines are still holding a freeway full combo on practically the highest SR non-TV map right now. 7-star island map, and there's crushing it, and Els gets a miss.
Oh, at the very, very end, a singular miss, not even an accuracy drop. But I mean, this is. Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh no, Silicosis.
Silicosis 2. Here's where it all falls apart for the Philippines.
No. I mean, at least Fala's still holding a full combo.
Oh, don't say that. Hold on, wait a couple of seconds.
Fine. There's not a lot. Okay, yeah. That's such a strong team score. Just look at that score. It's so concentrated. 981k, 984, 988. No, absolutely no chance of Hong Kong. Low score. Well, yeah.
Come what? 1-200.
What?
How do you get 1-200 on that map?
How do you get just 1-200, 150, one miss? Literally, how? How do you do that? Literally, the next closest 200 count is 15 of Els and Quotient. How do you do that?
This is a combo map. I thought this was just you just focus on combo. You're not supposed to focus on the accuracy with the releases that are just so staggered throughout the entire 3.5 minutes. I think that's definitely one of the best accuracies we're going to be seeing for sure. At least the best 200 count.
What is that? So when I saw like Cub coming into the lobby, I had like a thought behind my head, like Cub will be able to handle the hard Ellen maps, because I do know Cub has really strong accuracy in the early game, but I'm just not sure how well Cub can scout in late game maps, and just that score just basically tell me, yep, I'm completely wrong about Cub.
Yeah, Cub has just been absolutely insane for the past 2 years in MWC, it feels like. Even improving now, it looks like, with some of these scores that we're seeing today. And we'll see. I mean, Hong Kong are down 5-2, but may I remind you, this is the same score that we saw last week. Hong Kong versus UK.
We know what happened then afterwards.
But this is definitely, I feel like, a bit of a taller order for Hong Kong to be able to beat the Philippines in this situation. We'll have to see though. Hong Kong have opted for Rise 5, so this is a bit more of a, much more of a riskier pick, I would say, in terms of the Rise compared to Rise 1. This is one where either team can find quite a lot of misses at any point during the map. But at the same time, I mean, Hong Kong had to pick this at some point anyway, so I don't really hate the pick coming out now.
Yeah, that's for sure. But again, now we're like what, nearly 8 maps into the match. Koshifen and Koshe have been playing all of the maps so far. Well, Philippines, they just have another full squad reset. They replaced the LN squad with their Rise squad. This is such like an insane thing to have in like MWC, especially in like late games where you just have like a separate lineup for LNs and a separate lineup for Rise. You just need to have like such a stacked lineup to have something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, the payoff is right now, all these three players have just had a nice rest. They got to chill out for a little bit. They're coming in fresh once again, as if this is the first map of the match. While Hong Kong, their players are going to be feeling a little bit tired, perhaps. Koshipen and Quotient, as you said, been playing everything so far. And this is one that being a little bit tired could be devastating on a map like this. We're already seeing some of the long jacks coming in.
This is your bread and butter Pisa 69 Terminal 11 kind of map right here. Very techy, very jacky, very bursty, very unrelenting. And this is not even hard. Like, you have to wait until the ending where it just gets absolutely unrelentless.
It does get harder and harder towards that end. And we'll see, there could be a full team collapse potentially on the cards when we reach that last section. But for now, Livet actually... That's the first miss, and that's a big act drop as well, all the way down to 99.4 just briefly. Big accuracy lead over to Hong Kong initially.
Man, that's Gordy balloons up to 7,000 points and still growing actually, because Livet still have to catch up the combo as well. So yeah, this is quite a large drop for Philippines, and things are looking quite good for Hong Kong. But they need to hold themselves together. We saw how the Kosha Pit could get a bunch of random 50s, how Fubiki Fat and Kosha can pick up some random misses. That needs to be removed right now for Hong Kong if they want to win this.
And oh my god, it's so tense. The second half, you know, anything could happen to either of these teams. There's no way we're going to be seeing this many full combos by the time we reach the end.
Yeah, you're completely right. We're like already more than halfway through, and the score just reached 500k. You can see the density of the map is going to slowly ramp up. But right now, still, things are looking good for Hong Kong. 7,000 point lead. It's not too safe for Hong Kong just yet. Sure, they may have the accuracy lead, they may have the combo lead, but that could change completely if we have a team collapse from any of these players. But right now, the accuracy is so good from everyone. Leave it now, slowly rising up to 99.7, and that's the lowest accuracy on the board.
Oh my god, it's one miss difference, 5,000 points. This point lead is being clawed back as Livet manages to get back up to 99.7. This accuracy lead is not very strong in favor of Hong Kong whatsoever. 4,000 points and one miss could do it. Livet actually finding the second miss as well. That's going to give the lead back over to Hong Kong.
Very clean right now, but Valeria misses. Ooh!
Yeah, we're in the last section. It's Valeria to find multiple misses. That was the highest accuracy on the side of Philippines just before. And now it looks like Hong Kong have sealed it.
Is that a freeway full combo? There's no way they...
No,
no way.
Don't say it.
No. I'm saying it. There's not a lot of the maps. There's no way they can miss.
Oh my god.
What is that? What is that?
Seed 14, by the way.
Seed 14 and that 992, 992, 993. That is just extremely deadly team consistency. They saw the scoreline is 5-2. Red is due for Hong Kong, and they are showing up in full forces now.
Yeah, I mean, we were mentioning, oh, maybe the Hong Kong players are tired. Apparently not. Apparently not whatsoever.
What is that? I mean, still, you know, we're gonna give shout-outs where it's due as well. 4Ken with a MVP with only 200 to boot. And that is the highest accuracy out of the lobby right here. Valeria, actually, I think if it's a freeway full combo for Philippines, they would have won it. But again, when it comes to semifinals, that is just unrealistic to think about. And now Hong Kong, after that freeway full combo, I think that's gonna get their motivation up a bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, they're not actually that far away. They're only one breakpoint away from tying up this this match. The only problem for them is that breakpoint is going to have to come from an LN pick because Philippines still have 2 LNs that they could pick. And I don't think LN1 will look very good for Hong Kong at all.
Yeah, that's for sure. And speak of LN1, Els has written down the chat, it is LN1. The coordination LNs. And I think this is going to be very hard for Hong Kong to take it back. This is... I mean, okay, when you compare to like previous LN1 picks, this is a bit more comfortable in the patterning and the releases, but then in return this map is 255 BPM, so you know you lose. Yeah, there is a bit of an easier pattern, but the speed is just much higher, and the mini jacks is going to screw your accuracy all over. And I think we're going to be seeing a complete squad replacement for Philippines again. Yeah, Plata, Cub, and Elves coming in. They were destroying LN4, and now they're here to destroy LN1 once again.
Yeah, I expect this to be by far the best pick left here for the Philippines. I think the other ones might be a little bit riskier, but I'm trying to imagine. I just can't see from what I've seen. I can't imagine Hong Kong having the advantage on this pick at all.
Yeah, that's for sure. And actually, for Philippines, I think they would probably not pick LN2 into this. I think they would pick something like Hybrid Free, where it is so much more technical release based.
Yeah, I do think I agree. I don't think you really want to be going to LN2 whatsoever for Philippines, but that might not even necessarily be a question they even have to ask themselves, because Philippines, they're only 2 points away from winning the match outright.
Yeah,
so
that one breakpoint is actually so important for Philippines. You do not want to face Hong Kong in tiebreaker. You definitely do not want to do that.
Oh, we just saw what Hong Kong managed to pull out of tiebreaker last week.
Yeah. So I think Philippines, they just want to end this as soon as possible. And here we go. Potentially, a chance for Philippines to get match point right now. We see there's no replacement for Hong Kong, while Philippines Wu's got replacement. We'll see how it goes.
We are going to be looking for that accuracy advantage that Philippines has had on these LNs so far. Looks like it's going to be the same situation here as Fubuki Fan starts below 99% just briefly there. Still dropping a couple of these 200s. Very hard to maintain any kind of accuracy on this map, so that's fairly reasonable. But on the side of Philippines, everyone's still above 99.6, just about.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Philippines showcasing their LN dominance right now. And yeah, Hong Kong's still doing quite well with Koshin and Koshipen, but it's the third player syndrome within the LN picks that is rearing its ugly head right now.
Still not too big of a lead yet. There hasn't been many mistakes really. There's been no mistakes for either team. It's just the accuracy advantage that's giving Philippines the lead here at 10,000 points just about, as Fubuki Fan kind of stabilizes at below 99%.
Yeah, right now still, I think this map, there's not a lot of missed potential in a way. It's more about just how well you can handle your accuracy. It is yours. I guess for LN1s, it's not really that difficult in terms of the patterning. It's just more about how well you can just do the releases, and you can see Philippines are experts on it. Lowest is 99.56, and that is basically a matching of Koshin's accuracy.
Yeah, for sure. Typically some of like the least physical maps of the pool, but Quotient does find the very first miss of the whole lobby. Cub actually trading it out there, but Quotient with another one as well, and the accuracy lead is ballooning even more in favor of Philippines with those accuracy drops from Quotient.
Yeah, now it's going up to 30,000 points right now. I think there's no doubt Philippines picks this and has a high chance of winning it, and we can see right now how comfortable they are in LNs right now. Everyone's still above 99.5% for Philippines, while Koshipen has the highest accuracy for Hong Kong, and they're way behind compared to the rest of the Philippines players right now. Koshin with another miss. Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt Philippines takes this. It's just a matter of how big the gap is right now, and it is nearly 40,000 points. And we see 4 full combos on the board from Plana, Els, Koshipen, and Fubuki Fan.
Yeah, strong full combos there. Obviously the two on the side of Philippines being a little bit higher in accuracy overall, but it is the team score that Philippines is going to win on, and that is match point already.
Yeah, I mean, Hong Kong still have a rice pick to go, but the scary thing is that because Philippines does have one more pick, and they can pick LN, or they can pick hybrids free. They have some freedom in what they can pick. Well, Hong Kong, they only have one rice pick. There's the only one map left. But actually, I think this one's actually quite risky. I think rice pick is always, rice one pick has always been very coin flippy in my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely the type of skill set as well that's very easy to make a really big mistake on as well. You can very well just get lost in the streams when they're this fast. I mean, we're looking at 361 BPM just about right now. So if you do get lost a little bit, if your reading just kind of fails you just even for a split second, your score just tanks all the way down.
Yeah, that is for sure. And also this map, like the patterning is a bit uncomfortable as well. So not only you have the 360 BPM, you get 360 BPM in semifinals is absolutely absurd, but also the patterning is not easy at all. You have the Valedict's Rise, and if you have played any of Valedict's Rise map, like a Kamisori, then you know what to expect of this.
Back against the wall for Hong Kong. They need to win 3 in a row to force the tiebreaker. Same situation they were in last week. Once again,
we might be seeing a start of a comeback. Who knows? Hong Kong has done this before. The script may be coming back again for Hong Kong.
Yeah, well, important difference between this week and last week is that last week Hong Kong had the advantage on the LNs. This one might be a bit hard to come back for, but we'll see. It all starts with this map, of course, and this is definitely a map that Hong Kong could win, so we may be looking potentially at a 4th point for Hong Kong if they can hold it together here. We'll see how it goes for them.
It is quite a actually for a Rise map. This is quite a long Rise 1 map. This is actually quite a long map. We usually see Rise 1 tends to be like less than 2 minutes. So not only like the speed is much higher, but also the patterns are just longer as well. More chance for you to miss.
Yeah, more chance to miss, and also even more punishing if you do miss and mess up. You do not want to be doing that in the middle of one of these extremely long sections. It's going to be hard to recover from. But right now, both teams back and forth as far as the accuracy goes.
Oh, not again. We have been seeing this for all of the Rise picks so far. It is just so back and forth right now.
Here we go. This is the long stream part, though. We'll see if anyone
There's
falters.
no way. Yeah.
Oh, Koshapen on the side of Hong Kong. That's the first miss. Philippines going to be taking the lead early on here.
A dirty miss as well. Down to 99.6. That's like a 0.2% drop right there for Koshapen. So now they have the combo and the accuracy lead for Philippines right now. But again, this is not a map where you get like freeway full combos. This is these sorts of speed map can be very easily missed.
It is going to require 1 or 2 misses from the Philippines to be able to lose this lead, though. Hong Kong still looking strong in terms of their accuracy, but it is going to take a while. It's going to take something to be able to claw back this 7,000 point lead, and all Philippines have to do is hold on. Easier said than done, though, because we still have one really long section.
Yeah, here we go. The 360 DPS streak continues to go on. Everyone's still holding their combo together, but for how long?
Here we go. This is the last section, and Koshapen finds another miss. That's the second miss for Hong Kong. That might do it. Philippines now 13,000 points in the lead. Hong Kong are relying on multiple 3 misses on the side of Philippines if they want to come back, but that's Fubuki Fan dropping the full combo as well. There's only 1 full combo left for Hong Kong on Quotient, and Philippines are holding the 3-way full combo.
Hong Kong got a 3-way full combo on the previous Rise, and Philippines just answered back with another 3-way full combo, and a team score of a lifetime there. Nearly 2.98 million for Philippines, and that is that for Hong Kong.
That's a crazy Rise 1 score. Valeria with the score V1 double S at that as well, and Philippines with such a strong showing here, winning 7-3 after Hong Kong put up such a good fight over all of these maps that we saw here. Definitely so much stronger than their seeding would suggest here, but Philippines, this is why they're number 4 seed. This is why they're one of the favorites to make it into the finals, into potentially a podium spot down the line.
That is for sure. And I think one important thing to point out is that Philippines, they only showed 3 of their LN scores So there's so many things to even discover for the other teams if they want to face against the Philippines. They have not touched any of the hybrid maps. They did not touch LN2. They did not touch any of the SV, and Philippines are really good at SV as well. So there's so many maps that like the score is just not known for Philippines.
I think SV is a really big card to be playing potentially into their other match that they're going to have to play tomorrow. And it's going to be interesting to see how that match ends up playing out. Of course, Philippines are not quite through to the finals just yet. This is the losers bracket on the Saturday. So Philippines are going to have to win one more match tomorrow if they want to make it through into the top 6. Meanwhile, Hong Kong unfortunately going to be eliminated here in the quarterfinal, or the semifinals, I should say.
But still, what a placement for Hong Kong. They outperform everyone's expectation. Getting 3 points against Philippines is actually no easy feat. And yeah, congratulations to Philippines for making it through. Commiserations to Hong Kong. But yeah, our next match is actually going to determine the winner. The matchup between Philippines actually is going to be between Malaysia and the Russian Federation.
Oh my god, every single one of these matches is going to be insane. I'm looking down the list, and there's not a single one that isn't going to be a complete banger. I think we're in for a crazy weekend.
That is for sure. These matchups are absolutely crazy right here. There's no match you shouldn't be missing. And all of these matches will be streamed as well. So yeah, you do not want to miss out on this. So with that, do you have anything else to say, Potassium?
No, same as what you just said, pretty much. I think we have to be watching every single one of these this weekend. So make sure you're back in 56 minutes, because that's going to be the next one. As you said, winner of Malaysia versus Russia is going to be versing Philippines tomorrow. So Philippines going to be keeping a close eye on this match that's coming up as well. But make sure you stay tuned to that.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2024 semi-finals. We have just seen 2 matches played already through the lower bracket. We have another lower bracket match coming up. It is going to be Singapore versus Japan, seed 11 versus seed 13. The 5th time these 2 teams are facing each other in the 4K Mania World Cup. And Singapore has never won a match against Japan. The last time these 2 teams faced was last year in the round of 16, where Japan completed a 6-0 sweep over Singapore. So we'll see if that trend continues, or if Singapore could try and finally get a victory over Japan in the 4K MWC. I'm Ravian, I'm joined by Mashed Potato. Hello.
Hello there. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of history between these 2 teams, and now this is going to be our 6th matchup, and actually, on paper, this could be potentially a quite close match. Japan has been dominating within the losers bracket. They only dropped 1 single map throughout the whole last weekend, and that 1 point was SV2. And they were just trolling. At that point, they were just trolling. They could have went 6-0 on both matches. Singapore had a bit of a rough match against Thailand. They did have quite some good scores, but yeah, Thailand really just showed some dominance there. But still, quite a good performance from Singapore. And now these 2 teams clash for a position to fight against the winner of China and Vietnam for tomorrow for a ticket in the finals weekend.
Yeah, something interesting about Japan as well from last weekend was that they swept Brazil, which I don't think many of us were expecting. I think a few of us were expecting like Japan to take the victory, but to see them sweep Brazil was very unexpected, and they did pull up some very impressive scores. I mean, number 1 on SV1, number 2 on Rice 3, which is the Kjack, number 2 on Hybrid 3, and number 3 on both Vice 1 and Vice 2. So they are looking very scary despite being the lower seeded team of this matchup.
I think Japan's seeding is so deceptive because before Japan, of course, they're very strong in Rice, strong in SV as expected, but now you can't really bully Japan in LNs and hybrids anymore based on what happened against Brazil, where Japan just have players like Kuke, 13 Wiz, and Na, and they were just absolutely dominating on the hybrids and LNs as well. So yeah, you can't even like bully Japan on those picks anymore. We're getting to the point where their LN skills can shine in the late games.
Yeah, you did mention 13 Wiz as well. That guy is playing out of his mind this entire tournament. Easily the flex player of Japan, playing pretty much everything. Rice, Hybrid, LN, SV. 13 Wiz has been everywhere.
Yeah, 13 has been just... he's just been showing up so much. And the funny thing is that like I think Japan's lineup could have been so much better. There's so many good Japanese players within the top that did not sign up. Like Nikuro was basically 13 Wiz, so extremely good hybrid LN. So yeah, this roster definitely have a potential to even be better. And now we're hopefully gonna be going to the picks and bans.
Yeah, I believe it's still currently just getting the players to settle in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be very interesting dynamic for the picks and bans, yeah?
Yeah, that is for sure. I think it's going to be just Rice versus LN/hybrid. I don't think Singapore wants to pick any Rice against Japan. The Japanese Rice lineup is so scary. They have anyone the team can play the Rice map.
There's something very funny about the last bans and protects from these two teams. So Singapore, their last protect was SV2 and their last ban was LN1. For Japan, their last protect was LN1 and their last ban was SV1. So I don't really know what to do with that information because I know that Japan are beasts in SV. So Singapore probably won't be protecting SV. They'll probably have to go for something else and then they're banned as well. I feel like maybe banning LN against Japan, maybe not a good idea. I think Rice will probably going to be the ban for Singapore.
Yeah, or SV as well. It depends on if they actually practice a bit of SV. But I think, in my opinion, they should ban the SV. There's no way they should not ban any of. Japan has been the #1 SV country for the past decade or something. They were so strong in SV.
Hard to say decade, but definitely of the last few years for sure.
Yeah, last few years. That was a bit of a hyperbole for me, but
to be fair, right? SVs haven't even been a thing for a decade. I believe they were only added in 2016.
Yeah. Okay, so nearly decade.
8 years. 8 editions.
8 years.
Is it 8 editions? 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3. 9 editions actually.
Oh wow! So next year will be 10 years of SVs then.
If
Kuke will
decide.
be... Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of SVs.
Yes! SV1! I love this SV. This is... I love role placing SV.
Okay.
Oh!
LN1 protect.
Okay. That's... I mean, to be fair, it's either LN1 or LN4. Right? Because like... These two LNs are very, they're quite similar in terms of just how hard it could be. And actually Kuke is going to, so Japan's going to be banning Hybrid 1, so it's the more straightforward Hybrid. Very surprising actually. I thought they would be banning maybe LN3 potentially, because that's like a very technical LN.
I think it makes some sense. And also Singapore banning SV2 also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we won't be seeing SV2. I think we're definitely going to be seeing our first ever SV pick in this weekend. Surely. Yeah, because Malaysia versus Russia, the match didn't last long enough to have an SV pick. And the first match, it was Philippines against Hong Kong. There was a double SV ban, so yeah. And we're going to be seeing Rice 2, the speed jump stream pick at 266 BPM. This is no slouch of a map.
Yeah, if we were just going to directly compare jump stream to jump stream, Japan placed 3rd last weekend and Singapore placed 15th. I believe last weekend's jump stream map was Various Artists by Hadagiri, right?
Yes, it was my category. Yes, various artists, the cut version. Yeah, Japan absolutely demolished on that pick, and it could have even been better as well. Actually, their team score, their average accuracy was 99.91%. So that is like that could have been the number 2 score, potentially for Japan. So yeah, Japan they're quite strong, and you see, I think this is the expected lineup for Japan. You have a father. 13 was and now 2303. A bit different from last weekend where it's actually Yomogi who was playing.
Yep.
So yeah, but you know, a father. How long has he been playing in VSRG? I do not even know.
I believe Singapore are slowly trying to get some players in, because from our understanding, Singapore initially did not have enough players at the start of the match, but they are slowly getting them back in.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see them come in later, but for now it is going to be Oyama, Neon Hure, and Certified Pinoy. I don't think this is Singapore's ideal lineup, but this is the lineup they can only field for the time being. So yeah.
Definitely. They are missing the OP meme, who is kind of their main talisman for Singapore.
Team Wiz actually struggling a little bit with accuracy at the start compared to the rest of the Japan players. Actually now bringing it back up because the Ford also dropped a bit. But Singapore actually doing quite well to match Japan. It's just Neon Hure just lagging a little bit behind. But Oyama Mahiro, as I say Oyama Mahiro, they dropped from 0.8 to 0.7.
I mean, to be fair, this map, I think it's more important to try to keep your combo together as well. These patterns are not easy to hit. It's fast, but also it's very anchory as well. So you can definitely lose track of your rhythm very quickly there. But right now, all 6 players still holding combo. We're about to reach the 4-digit combo mark right now, and yet no single drop. The lowest accuracy is actually going to be Neon Hure. I didn't even realize he actually dropped his accuracy down to 99.5, and now a miss.
Yeah, Neon Hure not looking too comfortable on the patterns there. They are going to be given a short rest section, but that is going to give a 5-digit lead to Japan.
You know what's scary is that the highest accuracy on Singapore is Certified Pinoy, and yet he's not even matching any of the accuracy on Japan's side right now.
I mean, that's the reason why Japan picked this first.
What is this? Just what is this accuracy? 99.83 is the lowest accuracy from Japan right now, and that's a miss from Oyama Mahiro. I think this is quite dominant from Japan. And another miss, ballooning the lead up to 30,000 points.
Yeah.
Miss from Neon Hure. Oh no, this is disastrous for Singapore.
I think the problem is that Singapore just has not been as strong on jump stream compared to the rest of the teams remaining left. And to put in the fact that this is most likely not even Singapore's best 3 players to play this map, it's almost just gifted this victory to Japan. And I mean, to be fair, I feel like even with Singapore's 3 best players, how are you going to beat these 3 players of Japan with the lowest being a 99.83, all players still holding an FC? As I say that, hopefully they'll be able to hold on to it to the end, because this is a very freaky team score. Oh my goodness.
No way. There is no way in hell that Singapore could beat
this.
this.
That was almost a full team beyond double S. Just a single 200 nah. Wow.
Wow. Absolutely wow from Japan right there. This is the team that sweep Brazil, and they're really just showing that is no fluke of a result there. Japan. That is an average of 995.5, and that is just a statement and a half for Japan right there.
That score from Japan is just 1,300 points lower than their various artists' score from last weekend.
This is like, what, 15 BPM faster than, around 18 BPM, 16 BPM faster than various artists. Like, it is absolutely mental. It shows that Japan can definitely scale even later as well. This is not, their ceiling is so high on rise picks.
It is definitely quite surprising. I think a lot of us were looking at this Japan team and are like, oh yeah, Coup K, yeah, Forza, and then the rest is like, how much do we really know about these players? And then they show up in these kinds of maps and we're like, yeah, okay, they are the real deal.
Apparently we know nothing about this team because they are just getting top team score. This is probably gonna be the top 3 team score. Maybe US and Thailand could beat this, potentially South Korea, but I don't think many teams can beat that team score from Japan right there.
Yeah, and Singapore just going for that protect just to be safe. Going with something comfortable for them. I mean, LN1, like you've mentioned, Japan hasn't really been that great of an LN team, so Singapore trying to maybe exploit it.
Yeah, that is for sure. And we're going to be seeing hold on. We're going to see Mania player actually. I haven't, so based on all the lines up right now, I have not seen him play on any of the LN maps so far or hybrids.
I feel like this could be a case of scaling, like once you go into more late game stuff, they actually shine compared to the other players. I know there's like these kinds of dynamics with teams, where you have some players that are very good at early game, mid game, and then they just completely fall off in the late game. And then you have other players that are okay with the early mid game but are not as strong as the other players, and then late game they just soar. So I feel like Mania player might be one of those.
Yeah, I mean, case in point, you have the Chinese team. I mean, that is basically what you just said right there.
Alright, let's see if Singapore can finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, actually, at the start, the accuracy is quite even out, actually. We have some good performers with a 99.5 from Kruke 13 with Oyama Mahiro and Neon Hooray, while Mania player is matching that of Wintry as well, so this is quite dead even right now.
Definitely quite even, but you can already see the drop off of accuracy from the previous Rice map to this, when the highest accuracy is 99.5. This could actually get very close, just looking at the accuracies all around, because knowing that they all have like around 99.2, 99.3, we might actually see some combo breaks. And we already see one in Oyama Mahiro.
There you go, right on
case.
Right on command.
But that was very clean. That was very clean, because Oyama Mahiro is still holding the highest accuracy of the lobby, but because of that miss, Japan will take the lead for now.
Only for now, actually, the bottom row for both teams are actually struggling quite a bit right now. It's only the top row of Oyama Mahiro and Kruke is actually performing quite well. Actually, now Kruke is dropping down to 99.3, so everyone's actually struggling quite a lot, except for Oyama Mahiro. The accuracy lead from Singapore is actually bringing the lead back, and now Singapore is actually taking the lead.
Yeah, good news for them. I mean, Japan's accuracy, well, combo game is there, accuracy not so much.
Yeah, that's for sure. And actually, because it's an LN map, you tend to get like a higher combo count. So even if you miss, it won't be too detrimental in a way. And if you have good accuracy, you can definitely bring your score lead right back.
I'm quite worried though, because I feel like Mania players' game plan right now is just hold on to combo and throw accuracy out of the window. And if that's gonna happen, if Singapore just find a miss, but that's Kruke finding a miss, not gonna help Japan here. But I was saying if Singapore do find misses, that could actually help Japan, but I believe that's gonna be 5-digit lead to Singapore.
Yeah, there's not much more to say. I think the accuracy of Mania player is definitely not helping out too much. Yeah, Wintry and Neon Hooray has stabilized their accuracy up to 99.2 now. And Oyama Mahiro's accuracy lead is actually, he's actually running away. He's way above everyone else right now, 99.5%. Potentially the MVP of this map. And yeah, potentially 980k for Oyama Mahiro, despite the miss right there.
Yep.
And there it is.
980k with a miss.
Yeah, that is quite insane from Oyama Mahiro. And the funny thing is that, again, this is not the best Singapore could be. We don't have OPV just yet.
I mean, you can also just look at like accuracies across the board. Like Japan were definitely lagging behind on that front, despite winning on the combo game.
Yeah, that is for sure. There's no doubt that Singapore would have won this, even if everyone FC'd. So now Japan. Well, I mean, we know what Japan's going to pick next. I think in my opinion, it's definitely Rice, but maybe Rice 3 in my opinion. Like, I don't know about you, but I think Rice 3 is it's like a very obvious pick because it's like a natural progression from Rice 2, and we saw how Singapore performed on Rice.
That's
2.
That's the scary thing though, like with Rice 3, because it can be so flip-flop. Okay, well, you know what? I'll eat my words. You're right.
Yeah. I think it's just the fact that we saw how Singapore struggle a lot with just jump stream accuracy, and how also last weekend they also struggled quite a lot in Rise 2 as well. I think the last weekend Rise 2 is very similar to this Rise 3. It's the stamina jump stream pick. And so yeah, I think it's quite obvious that Japan will pick this. We're probably going to see Na, 0230, a father, and 13 Wiz coming in. A full squad replacement.
I actually think Kuke could play for Japan, because Kuke did play Tree of Misery last weekend.
Yeah.
It was
I mean, to be fair,
Na, Yomogi, and Kuke.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, Japan, I think everyone in Japan can just play Rise. Like, you have Yomogi, you have Kuke, and then you have Batmania player, who is also a good Rise player, so you can pick any of those 3 of the 6, and they can probably do quite well on this map.
Okay, a father
one more
and
player?
Na.
Come on, get my bingo card correct.
I mean, over on the Singapore side, Oyama, Neon, and Certified. Still no Koishi, which is an OP meme, but there we go. 13 Wiz actually.
Yeah, no, I thought this would be the natural
Wow.
lineup actually. Yeah. They did really well on Rise 2, so you know, if it didn't break, why fix it, you know?
I mean, going from jump stream to Kjack, it can be a huge leap rather than just a short hop.
This is stamina jump stream.
Wait, is it?
Yes, yes.
I thought this was Kjack, my bad.
Oh, we have another Rise map now.
That was Rise 4.
Yeah, that was Rise 4, yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
this
why
makes
I was quite surprised. I was surprised as well. Yeah, but I think this is, I mean, if all goes well, I think this should be Japan's point, but anything could happen within a stamina pick, because stamina picks are quite different from fast jump stream.
Yeah, because compared to Rise 2, this is slightly longer, which means it will definitely test your stamina and how fatigued you'll be towards the end of the map. We've already seen that, I believe, last match. Malaysia versus Russian Federation.
Yeah, that's for sure, yeah. I'm a couple of misses at the end. Again, the intro is quite deceptive because, sure, a couple of misses here shows that you might have some discomfort. It's more about the ending and how your stamina holds at the end. Because if you start to give out on your stamina, you're going to get so many misses, so many bad judgment, and a 13,000 point, like a 30,000 point lead could just go straight back. But right now, the intro's not looking good for Singapore. Miss from Oyama, my heroes, miss from Certified Pinoy.
Yeah, and their lowest accuracy players, the only one with the FC. Meanwhile, Japan are just all ticking the right checkboxes here.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about Japan. Like, the funniest thing is that a father who has been like one of Japan's best Rise player and probably one of the best jump stream, hand stream player has the lowest accuracy in the Japanese team. Like,
I mean,
how?
you say lowest, they're like 0. They're like what 0.01 below the rest of the Japanese team. Like,
This is
and now they're tied.
inconsistency. Now they just went out. What is going on? What is that? God, someone please drop some accuracy. Thank you.
all of Japan's accuracies are so tight-knit. Meanwhile, Singapore are just finding misses left and right. This is not helping them at all. Neon Hui, the only FC, Oyama and Certified pick up multiple misses as we speak.
For a map this long, a 20,000 point lead is quite bigger. But again though, there's still some hope for Singapore if Japan lose some stamina, but seeing how they perform on Rise 2, I don't think that's something you should bank on. A miss on Oyama, my hero, extends the lead to nearly 30,000 points. Neon Hooray is the only anchor for the Singapore team right now, but they're not even close to the rest of the Japanese team. They're all freeway triple 99.87. What is going on in Japan? Stop it, please.
The fatigue's already settling in for Oyama and Certified Pinoy, and like they were already missing. It was definitely not gonna help their case. Meanwhile, Japan are just running away with it. Basically just showing no signs of fatigue. Like they've only dropped like 0.01% maybe, 13 Wiz did, but now just went up in accuracy.
I feel like these three players are still on a V1SS right now. I have not seen a 200 yet.
We shall see in the results screen. Oyama, my hero, finds another miss. just to put the cherry on top for Japan on black chocolates.
Wow. It's quite a nice dessert to have, actually. Black chocolates and cherry.
Yeah, and Japan will be gobbling it right up.
Oh my
With
god.
one
Like,
of the scariest team scores you might see this weekend. If they hold
What is
on
going-
through.
There's
And they
no
do.
way.
Wow,
There's no-
2986.
Let's see the... What?
Oh,
Not
once
again!
again.
No, not again! Not
It
again!
happened again.
You-
Oh, it not only just happened again, it happened in the right window as well, the top window. Being the
This
only
is-
200.
Also, Oyama, my hero score is so funny.
What?
0
Wait!
What? What's
0-1, 0-12. Truly one of the stamina maps of all time.
One of the score of all time right there for... Oh yeah, this is so Oyama, my hero. I think for him, he stands out as like a really strong accuracy player, but not a combo player. He can get really good he can get really good 200 counts, but then just have double the misses.
That is very amusing to me.
Yeah. I think there was a player in Singapore like a couple of years ago. If you remember like Joseph, he's
Yeah.
like the exact replica as well. Can get good 200 counts, but the misses is just all over the place.
I believe Malaysia had like someone similar in J-Lai. I think J-Lai was like picking up misses, 50s, 100s, but no 200s.
Yeah.
And it's like,
funny
okay,
how
yeah, it does make sense, like, okay, maybe 0 200s, like 150, one miss, but just saying Oyama he will get 12 misses is
I know.
definitely
I know.
something.
No, because I was quite surprised as well, because he told a 99.6 and was breaking constantly, so it must be like really clean miss. And now Singapore is actually calling a tactical timeout, maybe waiting for their captain of OPB to maybe show up as well.
Yeah, I believe Singapore may be just trying to get their players warmed up again. And Japan will also take the advantage of this to maybe check out what they're gonna go for next. I mean, let's just take a look at the pool, right? We still got Streams, we got the Kjack. I was wrong about Kjack being Vice 3, it's now Vice 4. They shifted it to one map. And the rest being Tech, we got 2 hybrids, we got LN Density, 2 mixed LNs, and SV1.
Okay, my bad. OPB was not the captain, it's actually Neon Hooray. I keep get that mixed up, sorry, my bad about that. But yeah, I feel like Singapore probably gonna pick maybe LN4 or LN3 because that's like the most similar to LN1.
Yeah, I think they should definitely like stick within the LN route. For the time being anyways, I think Japan are just quite untouchable on the rise.
Maybe I should have done research on who's the captain of the Singapore team because it's actually Oyama, my hero.
I have. I was about to say it's Oyama my hero.
My bad, my bad. I was hoping to see maybe one of the hybrids being picked because I think did we have any hybrids being picked last match yet?
I believe
I don't
so.
remember.
Wait, let me check.
I don't think so. I don't remember seeing any.
Okay, I was remembering it wrongly. Philippines protected Hybrid 3 but never picked it.
So we have not seen a single hybrid pick yet so far in this match.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, this weekend.
And the trend continues because we're going into, personally, my favorite song of the pool, LN4.
No, it's not personally. It should be a fact that this is the best song in this map pool. Because I definitely agree with you on that one as well. This is...
I've been playing this outside when I'm like traveling around the country. I've been playing this song on loop.
Yeah, this song is definitely on my loop as well. This is such a good song. And well-made map as well. This is such a good map as well. Made by Mysterion, if I remember correctly. Ninja Mysterion.
I think it's a collab, right?
Yeah, it's a collab, yeah. I love the song. Shout out to the Singaporean team for picking this.
And it also makes sense because I feel like this is where they should be sticking with.
Yeah, that's for sure about that. And for Japan, maybe we'll be seeing the same lineup again. I'm not sure. I thought maybe the same, like maybe 13 with was it Nah?
Yeah.
I was like 13 was Crew K and was it Bat Mania player?
Batman player, yeah.
Yeah.
But this time it's a Yomogi, unless
I doubt
Look at
Yomogi. No, I
Yomogi's out.
doubt I don't think Yomogi's gonna be playing. Yomogi's just definitely more like a Rise player and SG player.
You're right, yes. Yomogi did play the 2 SVs from last weekend and some of the Rise. So they should not be playing LN. We should be waiting
Nope.
for
Not certified
13
Pinoy.
ways. I think Singapore are just still settling their main 3 players for the LN. But it should be 13 ways.
Is Witchery gonna be playing for LN4?
I won't be surprised. Just waiting for the 3rd player for Japan.
Either a Batmania player or potentially even 13 Wiz. Oh, speak of the devil, he shot
There
here.
we go.
Yeah,
Should
I
be
mean,
settled
there's
this.
it should be settled in, and actually this could be a good kind of pick for Singapore as well. I think this could go to Singapore's pretty easily as well. Well, not easy, of course, but potentially go to Singapore. High chance.
I mean, their LN 1 pick was won by 13,000 points. This could be interesting. I don't know if it's gonna be more than 13,000 this time or less.
Yeah, but I think this is gonna be a bit closer because this is less release based, and this is like a speed LN pick. Like you
Yeah.
can take like a Rice one and you add some LNs there. This is what it could be.
Well, so far it does seem like Japan actually are winning out the accuracy game. A Batmania player is dropping quite a lot of accuracy compared to the rest of the lobby. So I have no idea who has this lead. It might still be Japan though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's. It's a bit of a third player syndrome rearing its ugly head right now. This is where we get to like the late stage of the map pool. You get to see like a player who might not be as comfortable. Their third player might not be as comfortable as the rest of the other 2 players in the team.
Yeah, Batmania player finds a rush of 200 judgments, but still holds the combo, which is quite necessary for this kind of map, but Singapore will snatch that lead back.
Yeah. But 13 Wiz is holding really well with the accuracy right now. 99.6. Way ahead of the rest of the... Actually, no. A bit above Crew K and Oyama My Hero.
3-digit lead.
Yeah.
we have
I
the
don't
mono
think...
one.
I don't think this is going to be the lead at the end of the match though, because there's going to be a couple of misses. There's no way there's going to be a 6-way full combo on this. This map gets so difficult at the end as well.
I mean, I'll be sweating for Batmania player. Towards the
Yeah,
end,
same.
probably, I think. It might happen. We'll have to see. I mean, they did FC LN1. So they might
a
FC,
bit of a...
they might FC again. Oh, Oyama My Hero!
miss! That's a clean miss on Oyama My Hero.
Alright,
So
lifeline
actually
to
there's-
Japan.
Lifeline to Japan, but not really a big lead though. They can still crawl this back. Singapore have the accuracy lead.
They definitely do have that accuracy lead. And again, like, eyes will be on Batmania player, holding the lowest accuracy by quite a lot, but holding on to the
Yeah.
FC quite importantly for Japan.
Yeah, Bad Mania player is sweating bullets right now.
Oh boy. Alright, we still got one
Oh
more
boy.
section.
Yeah. 2K and 13 Wiz is actually holding so well together. Their scores actually kind of makes up for the lead for Japan right now. 99.6, 99.57.
Alright, just don't miss here, because we've already seen some players miss in this almost empty section. Okay?
Yeah. Okay, everyone has plowed through that section. Now here's the hardest part of the map. The score is going a bit towards Singapore right now. A bit of
It's
a
not gonna
rush.
let up
Yeah, 13
not
Wiz
gonna
with
let
the
up.
accuracy drop.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it's down
And
to
Crew
3
K
digits.
as well. All of Japan
Oh,
is
it's
dropped
coming to
accuracy.
Singapore.
Singapore is holding onto this for dear life. Japan's lead is shrinking ever so slightly now.
There's flickering. There's still a bit more. Everyone's still holding the combo still. What is going on?
This is actually very incredible from Singapore as well
Wait,
as
it's
Japan.
flickering. Wait, what's going on? Singapore's going to take it, potentially.
They might just
The
take it from
score is-
accuracy. They'll take it from accuracy alone.
Oh
careful
my
of the ending.
god.
And that is barely above 1,000 points.
Japan with a Freeway
Wow.
FC, but that was not enough. Freeway FC could have got you 80 points, but Singapore with 2 FC and such a clean miss from Oyama, my hero. And that is that for Singapore. 2 points to Singapore, and now we're down to a best of 9 matchup between Singapore and Japan.
I mean, I get like Japan's game here. FC and hope that Singapore choke. They did, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
That was so
I mean-
close though. Like if there was one more choke from Singapore, that was it.
Yeah, one more choke, that was it. Yeah. Oh,
Well
that was
played, well
so
played.
close. Well played indeed. And now Japan's going to go with any of the rice. Probably rice 4. I hope so. That's what I think, because it's a natural progression again. You pick the jump stream, you pick the stamina, then you're gonna go with something more standard, right? A more standard rice pick. So maybe rice 4. Rice 1 is a bit risky considering how the speed pick has usually goes.
Yeah, but Japan are also very good at speed streams.
Yeah, they could also go for rice 1 or maybe rice 7. Rice 7 is a bit of a curveball in my opinion, but it's very similar
Yeah.
to rice 2 and rice 3 in terms of they have a lot of jump stream, hand stream pattern within the map. Of course, it's much more bursty and more complex patterning, considering it's a rice 7 pick, but its structure is similar to rice 2 and rice 3, so they could go with rice 7.
They have the pick of the lot. Now it's just picking the best. And that is going to be the speed streams. It's rice 1.
Ah, okay.
I think they need to play it safe. I don't think Kjack is still the option left.
Yeah, I don't hate this pick either. Japan was really good. Actually, their score is from last weekend. They're the number 3 team on Rice 1 and the number 5 team on Rice, also on Rice 1 as well. So they are very consistent on this sort of pick. So yeah, I guess not a surprise as well. Also, Singapore did struggle quite a bit as well. They actually placed last in Rice 1.
Like, to put in context, there's only 2 teams that beat Japan on the quarterfinals Rice 1, and that was United States and Chile. And yeah, Singapore, they had lower scores than Australia, New Zealand, Spain, who are all knocked out already. So,
Yeah.
very, very standardized pick from Japan.
Yeah, I think I should have realized the head-to-head as well. And yeah, Japan picking Rice 1 is, I guess it's not too surprising. And we're going to be seeing Yeonhure, Oyama Mahiro, and Wintry, otherwise known as Pafe.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and
Wintry
the
and
Rice
Yeonhure did
lineup.
play
Yeah.
last weekend.
Ooh, wait.
Oh, okay. I believe we're gonna see Koishi, aka OP Meme, who
Yeah.
did play Rice 1 from last weekend. I believe they will now be available to join the lobby for the first time. And for Japan, it is the same 3 as well that played last weekend.
Oh my god, this lineup of Japan Rice team is so scary.
You have like the 2 like young generation, and then you have like a towering of father as well.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know the age of like Nah and their teammates, but I feel like Alpha's probably like older than those 2 combined in my opinion. What? He's like 30, right? He's like 30, 32?
Oh,
I don't know how
boy.
old is he?
I believe he's around that age group. Yeah. Also, unfortunately, it will not be Koishi. So I
Ooh.
believe it will still be Oyama Mahiro, Yeonhure, and Wintry.
Still pretty solid lineup though.
Yeah, but they need their S game, not their A game, their S game to beat Japan.
Not even
here.
that SS game even, because they like for the past 2 Rice pick, they have only dropped 2 200s. That's it.
Oh boy, alright. I mean, the pressure's on Japan. But Wintry already finds the first miss. Okay, this This might be telling.
Yeah, might be telling, but Avada actually dropping quite a lot of accuracy down to 99.5, so a bit of a weakness potentially. Na and 13 was still doing their own thing, but maybe we're seeing a bit of a weakness on this Rise pick, but it's actually it's actually quite close. Oh, Wintry with a miss, but
Ooh.
that's a dirty miss as well. They're down to the low 99%.
Yeah, Singapore suffering from that third player syndrome. And it's gonna hurt them even more in the long run. Japan holding still really good accuracies across the board. Even with a Fodder, who dropped to like what 99.5 just now, has brought their accuracy back up to 99.7.
Did Avada miss, or that was Client? Was that did he miss?
No. A Fodder didn't miss.
Oh, okay.
I believe a Fodder's on it. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the difference right now is just because of Wintry's couple of misses, and Yonu Rei is actually picking up a couple of 200s as Oyama Hero finds a multiple misses.
Yeah, that's already 40,000 points. This is just hard to watch at this point as well. We're not even, we're just gone through the halfway point of the map, and Japan's now leading by 45,000 points.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest lead we've seen at the halfway stage of a map. I believe so far in this semifinals, because I don't think SV has been picked yet, so
No, not yet. Yeah, we can see Dion Hooray does hold the full combo, but it's not even close to the rest of the Japanese team.
Yeah, and Wintry finds another miss. Now the lead will be 50,000 and growing.
Yeah, you can see the discomfort on the Rise pick on the speed stream pick right now on the Singapore side.
Yeah.
I'm here with a miss, and I hate to say this, but it's already the point for Japan right now.
Pretty much. Just
Pretty much,
hoping
yeah.
There's no external hiccups here. It should be Japan's. Definitely Japan's, and it's a 6-digit lead. Very rarely we see 6-digit leads on maps that isn't the SV map, but there we go. Japan 2978.
What is that? Whoa, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Wow, and that is a back-to-back triple freeway FC for Japan on the Rise picks.
Immediately Elden to Singapore, just no nonsense. Going for Dreamin Attraction.
Yep. It's not a bad pick. I would say LN3 would be a nicer pick. But LN2 is also pretty good as well.
The interesting thing is that Japan have a better LN2 last weekend than Singapore.
I think yeah, that's quite interesting as well. And the LN2 pick I think because like considering how good Japan is on like jump stream, hand stream pick, stamina pick, they might convert that to like the LN2 pick as well, considering how jump stream heavy it is on these LN2 picks.
To be fair, the difference between these two teams on the LN2 equivalent in the quarterfinals, which is Klassiker Einheit, is only 10,000 points. So not a lot between these two.
That's for sure. And actually, this map is so much more different than like Klassiker Einheit. Like Klassiker Einheit is quite straightforward, but this one, Toph Daddy really just ramped up the difficulty with a lot of like bursts in between the LN density picks, the LN density the patternings.
And not just that, it's like on 1.05 rate as well. So
yeah, of course. As if 1.0 is hard enough already.
Yeah. But let's see if this is gonna be the 6 that will be staying in. I really think it should be, because these are also the 6 exact players that played Klassiker Einheit. But there may be a shakeout in Singapore, maybe? Maybe not. I believe these should be the fixed 6.
Is this going to be the 6 players that's going to be playing? I think now quite a lot of focus is going to be on, I would say, Bad Mania player. They have mid full comp. Oh.
Wait, I thought Now was playing. I think I'm blind.
Oh. Okay, well that just went through my radar as well actually. Yeah. I thought Now was playing, but no, it's going to be Bad Mania player.
Okay, interesting change. I mean, to be fair, Bad Mania player has FC'd the last 2 LN maps they played. Let's see if they make it 3 for 3.
I'll say one more thing is that potentially Japan could be just hiding the potential scores as well, because that's one of the things that quite a lot of teams do is that they hide like players' scores potentially for their next matchup.
Everything though, it's such a risk, especially when you're facing a team like Singapore. Like,
yeah,
you could hide, but if you lose the match, you're done. You're eliminated. There's no point in
done
hiding.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly,
So it's such a
exactly. Yeah, I would not play that game. And Kruke with a miss as well.
Ooh.
First one to drop. I did not expect Kruke to miss, actually, to be the first one to miss. That Mania player actually doing quite well. I think for these sorts of map, it's actually much easier to get decent accuracy. That was a clean miss from Wintry though. Now the accuracy is quite tight on everyone right now. Oyama Mahiro being the accuracy lead, followed by Neon Hooray at 99.65, 99.6 respectively.
Neon Hooray had a 99.7. And then they just dropped, and suddenly the lead is in Japan's favor. Wintry. That wasn't clean at all. That was a very dirty combo break. And Japan.
I mean, the Toph Daddy burst section there definitely delivered.
Yeah, this is trouble for Singapore now. I mean, Bad Mania player not letting up 13 Wiz gaining accuracy, as is Kruke. 5-digit lead here for Japan.
So a couple more tricky sections right now in the last Ki of the map. But they need Japan to miss. Now the destiny is on Japan's hand. We could be potentially seeing the first breakpoint of this match right now. And then this whole disaster. But it's dropping accuracy doesn't matter at this point. They need a miss as soon as possible, but no one's dropping a miss, and that is that for Japan. They're going to be running away with a breakpoint. Actually, there's still a bit more, but there's not really any more difficult patternings in here.
Yeah, Japan will take it. The first breakpoint of this match.
Wintry with a very disgusting drop right there, and that was the undoing for Singapore.
7 misses. Singapore would have won just on pure accuracy alone.
I totally agree on that as well. Yeah, the MVP does go to Neon Hooray as well. Very disgusting ratio. 6-7-7. Sorry, that's like a 1-to-6 ratio right there.
Yeah, Kruke almost matched it.
Yeah, almost matched it, but the miss really just hindered the score a bit. But it does not matter. Japan got their breakpoint. Now they can just continue going with the rice ways as well.
Oh boy, do you think it's gonna be Rice 4 this time?
Yes, there's. I think it's gonna be Rice 4. It's time to unleash.
I won't be surprised if it's. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
I was about to say. I wouldn't be surprised if they went tech. I wouldn't be surprised if they went tech and they went for the also original Hubris. Alright.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this like before they picked Rice 1 as well. Rice 7 is quite similar to in structure to Rice 2 and Rice 3. So yeah, no, I'm not surprised either. So probably after this Rice 4, I don't see them picking Rice 5 and Rice 6. Sure, Rice 7 is quite techy, but it's not as techy as the other two Rice.
Yeah, it's very hard to kind of take these tech maps and compare them with last weekend's tech maps. But Japan have a better Rice 6 than Singapore, but Singapore have a better Rice 5 than Japan. So you would say that in terms of tech, they are quite even, maybe skewed towards Japan. But I think once the difficulty starts to ramp up a bit more, maybe Japan might be shining more than Singapore, as we do see Koishi now come in, OP meme, for the first time in this match.
And I think this is about their A team lineup now for Singapore.
Yeah, A team on a Japan pick, maybe a breakpoint, maybe.
Maybe potentially. But Japan has not yet dropped a single miss so far on these Rice pick, and their total 200 count is only 8.
Oh boy. Okay, to be fair, this map though. This map could definitely add on to that.
Yeah, the tallies might go up by quite a margin after this map. This map is scary. The star rating is only 5.5, but do not be.
It is a lie. It is a definite lie.
That is such a lie. The BPM, the patterning, is going to screw you over big time.
Yeah, it is as scary as that background. But let's see if Singapore can try and answer back with a big point of their own, or if Japan can extend their lead by 3.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Not a good start. Not a good start. It is very early on, so this is actually not going to be mattering too much.
It shouldn't matter too much because it is well before the 400 combo cap, but boy, that might go into your mental as well. Like, when you mess up very bad at the start, you might just think, oh, this is really bad to play catch up for the rest of the map.
But actually quite good accuracy from Koichi right now, and Neon Hooray is still holding the full combo, so actually still within arm's reach right now. Less than 10,000 points. It's still doable for Singapore to take a breakpoint, but a miss of certified Pinot definitely is not helping out for Singapore.
Actually, I'm thinking why Oyama, my hero, might not have played this. Because they did play the tech map from last weekend. Oh, Koichi finds a miss!
Ooh, that's not looking good for Koichi. And another miss. Okay, in my opinion, this is... I think Oyama Hero might be a good accuracy player, but there's like... He has a low ceiling compared to the rest of these 3 players.
Yeah, especially with how abrasive these patterns get at 264.
And then on the right-hand side, I mean...
Yeah. This is another Japan classic here, as Singapore finds another miss. And multiple misses, and Japan are just going through all of this unscathed. Like, the lowest accuracy, 99.78. I mean, what can you even do?
I would say not much. This is sending just so much scare, or just so much like message to the rest of the teams right now. This is such a strong team score from Japan. They have not missed a single time yet. This is 4 rice picks in. No one has missed. And they're all scoring above 99.8%. What is going on right now?
Yeah, I believe Japan might have just found their sweet spot in the semi-finals map pool. That is where they shine the best. And diamonds are of course made under pressure. I mean, we're seeing 3 gems of Japan's players here.
Yeah, unfortunately, on the other hand, the pressure definitely got onto these players on the Singapore side. A lot of misses, but actually the accuracy is quite high, so I'm guessing maybe just a bit of nerves, a bit of patterning issue, patterning discomfort as well, because 99.5 with a bunch of misses actually means that their accuracy is much higher than suggested.
Oh, that's
and 13 wins with the first miss!
There goes the streak, but let's see the 200 count at the end of this.
Oh, not good to miss.
As well. A father, come on. You cannot be the third. You cannot be the third.
No,
you got this, right?
No
come
way.
On, veteran power, veteran power. Veteran power. Yeah, veteran power.
Oof.
What a score for
old man.
2 200s to boot.
That is 9 200s combined. Also, that is... I mean, Koichi with a that is like the best ratio out of everyone in the lobby here.
Yeah.
And 4 200s, actually quite a good quite a good score for Koichi. It's just the misses right there. It's just too much for Singapore.
Yeah, all of them picking up multiple misses. Me on Japan just taking a single one from 13 wins and now.
Yeah, the Japanese grandfather of a father still going strong in the semi-finals, Rise 7. What a score from a father right there.
And it's going to be the final LN map, Exhausted, from Singapore. You can see a very nice bright red in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, that's for sure. But this map, it's the bread and butter LN Master 11 guy chart, so expect some very uncomfortable LN patternings in here.
Let's see what the lineups will be for this, because this might be a bit different too, compared to the other LN maps that we've already seen.
Yeah, that is for sure about that. I think we're going to be seeing 13 lists coming in for Japan. I think Singapore definitely have a higher chance to win this compared to LN2 as well. Compared to LN2, just because this map is so hard to hack. The releases, the mini jacks, it's just all over the place in this chart.
But yeah, I mean, now that we've already gone through all of the LN maps, I mean, the first one was quite decisive to Singapore. LN 4 was by 1,000 points. LN 2 went to Japan.
It was
Now
quite
it
close
is.
as well, wasn't it?
I believe it was in the 5 digits.
Oh. Oh, Oyama Mahiro's
Oh, it
actually
wasn't,
going
it was
to come out?
6,000 points, never mind.
Yeah, I
6,000
remember
points
it was
behind.
quite close.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a roster shuffle right now for Singapore, from what I can see right now.
We're just waiting to see who that third player will be. It will be Koishi. So let's see if this will be the final 6.
It looks like it to me.
And Singapore have to win this as well. Like, if Singapore
Oh,
don't
yeah.
win this, it's match point to Japan. And also a reminder that Japan still have their SV1 Protect.
Yeah, I was supposed to point that out as well. This is basically a match point for Singapore right now. And this is why,
They-
again, you should really practice SV, because you get that one free point that is so desired for any of these teams right now.
The thing is, I'm very sure Singapore should have practiced the SVs because they have a dedicated SV player in Claren.
Yeah, that's for sure about that. But on the other hand, Japan does have like 6 players who are dedicated in
Japan
SV.
is Japan, yeah.
Yeah, their whole nation's literally dedicated to SV.
Oh my god.
There's a... Oh no.
2 players dropping with multiple from Neon Hooray. Japan have a 5-digit lead and we've just started this map.
Yeah, quite a disgusting drop of both Wintry and Neon Hooray, but it's only the beginning though. They can still climb back up. There's still many opportunities for Japan to miss. But I think one thing about Japan is that they're a bit so consistent. They don't drop a lot of combos. They do get... Of course, their accuracy may be a bit low compared to Singapore. As soon as I said that Kuke did miss, but the score is still in the 5 digits. They need more. Definitely not Wintry missing, that's for sure.
Yeah, Wintry finds another miss as well as some accuracy drops from them and Neon Hooray. I mean, Japan just looking really good again. Just like in Dreamin Attraction.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that that Mania player is actually now picking up. And some Steven now is actually doing quite well with nearly 99.5, matching that of Kuke. And that's the last full combo on the Singapore's board. Koishi with a miss.
Oh, that Mania player finally finds a miss on the LN map. And if I
Actually, that's why disgusting drop. Oh, okay, hold on. There's still a quarter of the map left. There's still potential, missed potentials.
That was
Singapore can still get a
extremely
point from
early, but
this.
Wintry
Oh,
trades
no.
it back. The lead now just climbs itself back to Japan. We saw it being 10,000 points, and it's 30,000. Kuke finds a miss. It's not going to matter because Wintry has found multiple.
Oh, that actually that could
13
I
wins.
don't know.
Oh my gosh.
13
What a
was.
score from them.
Hello. Actually, I think Koishi got a higher score.
Is it even with the miss? No.
Oh, could have been.
Close.
Could have been.
But Japan, match point.
Oh, this is ringing some bells right now. I think this is quite hard for Singapore. I think there's only one pick Japan can pick. It's
Well-
definitely not Rice 4.
I'm getting a sense of deja vu here. Japan beat Brazil by picking SV on the final map. Will Japan do it again?
I mean, they have to, right? I don't
Do
know
they
what
still
else they
have-
want to do.
What, Kjack?
They have Kjack, but I don't think they want to pick Kjack against any. Like, Kjack is quite coin flippy. Okay, I mean, Japan would have a high chance of winning Kjack regardless of it, but there's SG1 they can pick.
Definitely. Well, we'll see if Kuke wants to give in to the suggestion. They are the captain after all. We'll see if Japan want to actually go
There's
for it.
no
or-
way both SV and Hybrid has been ignored for free matches. Okay, it's going to be SV1.
Yeah.
We have an SV pick before a Hybrid pick. Why? Why? And we're gonna be seeing
Alright, here we
Karen
go.
coming in.
Yep. I mean, I think we've said a lot about Japan in SV. We sound like broken typewriters at this point, but I don't think there needs to be any more times that we have to say that Japan have just been beasts in this category.
They're decent at SV. Just a bunch of decent blokes. Pretty good at SV.
Yeah, just the casual number 1 on SV1 last weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, in qualifiers, it's not like they've never got second place in SV. You know, it's just
Of course.
Japan doing Japan things.
Singapore do have a good SV lineup themselves.
I do agree with that. They do have a decent SV lineup, but it's such a hard task to go against Japan and their SV skills.
It is. This is like, I would say, an unstoppable force against an immovable object. Who's gonna break first?
Yeah. And we're gonna be seeing Yomogi coming in, and I think that's quite expected.
Yeah.
Yomogi has been such a good SV player for Japan as well, and 13 wins as well. I think that's the lineup for last weekend's match, wasn't it?
Yep. Singapore did not play SV1, but both teams did play SV2, and these are the exact 6 players that played SV2, which was first Frost.
Actually, Singapore did quite well in SV2, so yeah. There could still be a chance for Singapore to take it back, but they need...
I mean...
they really need Japan to get a couple of missiles if one of the players did not practice the map.
It is Japan, yeah.
They did lose an SV pick against Spain.
That is true.
That
It is
very
still
true.
in Japan's hands.
It really depends if the players have practiced for it. Since they picked it, I'm sure they have practiced it. I really like this SV pick. Rule Blazing SV has always been like the top SV map, the top SV mapper.
Yeah, definitely one of the more prominent SV mappers of our current generation.
Yeah. Has been around for a long time as well.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Well?
There's a lot of like ghost notes in here, so actually like just notes that you just don't see it, but you still have to hit it. There it is, one of them.
Oh,
Yomogi with the miss.
first miss comes from Japan.
Wait,
But
there is
the
a
lead
chance
is
of
in Japan because of accuracy.
Yeah, Neon Hero is not having the best time of his life right now.
Yeah, it might just be the accuracy game. I mean, Japan, like, what is that accuracy from Kuke?
No, I don't know. Kuke, I mean, like the best SE player of our generation, that is for sure.
Yeah, and Neon Hooray finds the first miss of Singapore. I mean, this might just be the start of the end here with just the accuracy alone.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about this for Singapore. Yomogi did have a miss, but now the accuracy has now climbed over that 13 whiz.
Yeah. I mean, the
They're
other
doing
two
quite
players
well,
of
though.
Singapore. The other
Yeah, I was
two
gonna say
players
that.
of Singapore
Yeah.
doing pretty well, still going on to FC's 7, best of the lot 99.4. But even then, that's still lower than the best of Japan. Sorry, the best better than the lowest of Japan. I say that doesn't
No! Oh, you just have to say it. And now there's only one F. It's a 1v1 against Claren and Kuke. This LN point. So actually, Kuke jumped the accuracy down to 9. Wait, the LN section. Was it the LN section that?
I think Kuke got a few
that's-
hundreds.
Yeah, that is such an annoying section. And so Kuke is quadding right now. So is Yomogi and 13 was.
Wait, all of them are
And
quadding.
Claren was also quadding as well.
Oh my god, the entire
God.
Japan team is quadding.
So is Claren. Claren
I
is
love
quadding. I love it. The
Oh, I
quad
think Wiz
technique.
picked up a couple of accuracy drops there. With the transition.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, we're just having fun, aren't we? But
Yeah, this is
score
basically
yeah.
signed, sealed, and delivered straight to Singapore's doorstep.
Yeah. And unfortunately, history repeats once again for Singapore as
I mean,
Japan.
the funniest thing is that... Okay, I'm not gonna say it actually. Let me save it for after this is done. As I say that, Koichi finds the miss.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to say there were more FCs in the Singapore side than Japan, but Japan's accuracy. I mean, what 200 from Yomogi, beating out Kuke's accuracy. Wow, I didn't even realize that someone could beat Kuke in accuracy on SV. But there you go, Japan 7-2. They will move on in the semi-finals lower bracket.
That is some insane accuracy from the Japanese side. I mean, the worst ratio of 13 wins managed to beat out of Clarence, who is such a prominent SV player in Singapore as well, and that just shows how strong Japan SV team is. But Singapore made it to the semi-finals. I think they have improved from last year. From the placement. Yeah. But this is looking quite good. I just want to give a shout out to the Singaporean team. This is
they have improved. They are finishing 9th, 12th, which is their second best ever finish in 4K MWC.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And one thing to say is that there's no clear star player within the Singapore team. This is a grassroots 4DM team 2 years ago, and now everyone's back again to show off in full spades. And there's so much more potential within the Singaporean team as well.
Yeah, and with also that being said, Japan, they will be moving on to face the winner between Vietnam against China, which is actually the next match.
Yeah, in 26 minutes from now, so Japan's probably going to be waiting to see on their perch, and actually Japan is going to be such a scary team. Their Rise performance is so scary. Probably the strongest Rise team in the losers brackets, that is for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the matches all coming up next. You do not want to miss a single one, but of course, that also means that we're going to be taking a short break of 26 minutes. Anything else you want to add, Mashed?
Not really, except for the banners. I think there's still banners. Oh, is it banner time?
I mean, there are definitely still banners. I don't think the banners have been taken down. They are definitely still up on the shop, which you can purchase. You can purchase any of the country's banners, even those that are eliminated, just to show your support for the tournament, the staff, the players, everyone involved. And you can buy multiple of them. You can stack them like Jenga. And I don't know, if you find the one that wins the entire tournament, you gotta keep it around all the way to the next 4K Mania World Cup.
Well, look, let's see a profile also. And yeah, thank you, Rabio, for the banner shout. And I think that is that. This is going to be Mashed Potatoes signing off for the Osumania 4K World Cup 2024.
Yeah, and we'll see all of you back here, 25 minutes for Vietnam and China.
probably want to pick most of their charts from. But given the fact that they're going up against Chile, a team that also has some very, very well-oriented like accuracy sharpshooters, even at this sort of late mid-game-esque round, they probably don't want to get into a bit of a accuracy war with the Chileans, and they're going to want to opt to go for this more tech-oriented style.
Well, you're already getting a little bit undermined here, going immediately for the third most.
Other one.
There are 3 maps in this pool that are super. I mean, half of the rice pool is open, I misspoke. 6 maps of the rice pool are open. Half of those 6 maps are very accuracy oriented, and then you got the other 3 maps that are more technical. And interestingly enough, you mentioned that, I agree with you here, where the United States definitely kind of aims towards that technical range, wants to keep away from accuracy because their physical capability is just so good. But they did ban out Rice 1, which, in previous rounds has been a very high focus for teams that have that really high cap with physicality. But, these are 2 very high-seeded teams. They both made it to winners semifinals for a reason. And a map like Rice 1, where the main thing is just that physicality, especially when you got a player like Yu Chi on the other side, who's going to get like 50 300s on it no matter how fast it is, you kind of got to weigh your advantages that you have.
Yeah, it definitely becomes a battle of if whoever misses first basically loses that point, and I guess it was just maybe a bridge too far. Stick to something a little bit more conventional. Speed is a little bit of a do or die type of thing, especially at this BPM. The reading requirement also becomes a bit of a sore spot, so opting to stick with just jump stream instead, maybe opting that to be the lesser of 2 evils. Of course, the core jack pick is also a thing. Well, it'll be interesting to see if the United States goes for that immediately after, or if they do go into that 4, 5, 6 technical range on the rice pool. And something else to point out, we've been highlighting the fact that the United States wanting to pick the rice, Chile wanting to pick the LNs this go around against each other. Whoever picks up that first breakpoint on their opponent's preferred skill set is probably going to blow this match wide open, because once you can step onto your opponent's territory, and now we're loading into this first map, it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic evolves as well.
Yeah, that said, I think these 2 teams are very well matched against each other. Like, you have... Oh, sorry. That was just client. That's client. Yeah. We're good. I'm so used to that being real, but alright, everyone's starting off pretty well. But what I was going to say is that, I think these 2 teams are very well matched on pretty much everything. You have your favorite, the team's comfort areas, US with the rice, and at the moment, the accuracy side of things. Chile likely going to be sticking with the long note side of things, but I absolutely could see a world where these 2 teams just have a moment in this match where they're trading breakpoints. And we're already seeing a very close matchup here. Muchi being Muchi, doing Muchi things, 99.99, but Neptune, a good counter to that, not quite at the same accuracy, but definitely doing the job that's needed. And the other 2 players on the United States definitely holding their own against Benji and Zan here, holding the accuracy lead for the United States as it slightly grows a third into this map, but 2,000 points is more than enough. Or rather, not enough to hold on. If a miss happens, and hello sun, as soon as I say that, gets commentator cursed. And that might be enough to give it over to Chile. This is a very dense map, though, and 400 combo should be coming pretty quickly. United States with an accuracy lead could start to eat into this, but Chile holding on, looking for that very early breakpoint here.
That being said, with Hello Sun finding that first break, it does give Chile the advantage for right now, but now they're back up with that 400 combo cap. They still managed to hold on to the accuracy, a pretty clean drop in the grand scheme of things, still staying ahead of the likes of Zan and Benji. So gonna start being able to make some inroads here, so long as Nep and Reshiram can hold on to their respective accuracies, basically keeping their counterparts at bay and really just holding Muchi in check as well. This is a very fragile lead that Chile holds on to, but a lead nonetheless. And on a rice pick like this, it is basically going to help set the tone for the rest of this match if they can hang on. But with an 1/8 of the chart left to go, the United States is trying everything in their power to shrink this lead. getting to within a couple hundred points.
And that's a miss from Zan! Finds a miss, trades it from Hello Sun right at the end, and that's going to be enough to give a 4,000 point lead. I thought it was going to be enough just from accuracy alone. It was edging towards that, just getting to the point where it was almost United States just without the miss, but oh my goodness, that miss definitely going to give United States the favor. And with a miss 2.98, what are these, 18?
This is
no.
This is meant to be hard, right, Tove?
No.
Like this shouldn't be possible. I feel we have this conversation.
I can't keep commentating matches with this guy here.
we go through this every year, where we put an over under on how many 300s you will get on some of these charts.
18 was nothing close to what I would have guessed. Absolutely not.
You said about 50.
I said it. Well, I said that on one of. I said that on Rice. I said that on Rice 1, the speed map. To be fair, 50 on a Rice 1 does translate pretty close to like 25, 30 on a map like Rice 2. But still, what is this?
No,
this isn't okay.
It's not. But regardless, the United States manages to take the point away from Chile. It was looking a bit dire straits there for a little bit. They were starting to get it back on their side even before Zan found that miss, but that was just one. Again, these two teams are going to be playing with fire on those rice picks the entire match. One miss.
I think it's going to be on everything. Like, I mentioned already in this match that comfort exists, and it's clear that Chile is more comfortable with the long notes against a team like the United States, and the United States is more comfortable with the rice. But first pick from the United States going almost in the wrong direction. It was going to, I think even if Zan held on to the combo, it was going to be like maybe 100, 200 points of difference one way or the other. I could not tell you who was going to win that without that. But, you know, we're in a position where singular misses are going to matter a lot. And on a map like this, where both these teams have shown such incredible consistency with maps like this. I mean, this is more difficult, so it's going to open up the opportunity for mistakes. But, you know, you have these situations, and one miss from Chile, you know, will potentially end it. But the United States needs to hold on, or they could easily just let this match slip away.
For sure, but with that being said, some substitutions while the deliberations were going on. LN1 going to be the next map here. Bambi FNF and My Angel Kokomi coming in for Chile. Peach Marrow stepping in for the United States to round out these rosters. Can Chile maintain parity here, or will the United States pick up that first break point and blow this match open?
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting point of the match here. It is a little bit longer, on the longer side, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, at least for Mania maps. We haven't seen very many above 3 minutes. We have a couple in this pool outside of just the stamina pick, which you kind of expect most of the time. But, you know, we're used to this map being a little bit on the longer side. 2 minutes and 30 seconds gives a lot of opportunity for high combos. So large score leads are going to be very important to keep. But accuracy is generally pretty good. The only player holding on very well right now, Nepogen and Hello Sun, both having that 99.8. But My Angel Kokomi is going to have the first break here and find another break. But Peach Marrow does trade one of those back, so it's not going to be too damaging there. Both of the players on those two teams dropping as the lowest accuracies. And everyone else in the lobby starting to drop, kind of being held up right now, the lead by Hello Sun and Epigen with just exceptional accuracies right now. Bambi FNF and Ryuji not too far behind.
Yeah, United States building up about a 0.2% lead in terms of the accuracy and being buoyed by the extra miss in the back pocket going into the back half of the chart. All things looking pretty good for them, but still with half the map left to go, as you mentioned, a lot of combo to be had left in this chart. Things can still turn at the last second, similar to what we saw in the prior maps. So as we continue on here, third of the map still left to go. Bambi and Yuji, as I say that, Peach Marrow finds the drop, but that's your lowest accuracy on the side of the United States and the only full combo that was gone. So not too much damage, but it does have the score now. 3,000 points still in favor of the United States, with Chile starting to make their advance here.
Yeah, that miss definitely just equalizes combo, basically. It's all an accuracy game now. My Angel Kokomi and Peach Marrow both with 2 drops now, and Peach Marrow potentially being a little bit more impactful, being further spread apart. And this lead is still shrinking. Peach Mirror being above the 400 does not matter if the accuracies are starting to improve from the Chilean players. And this is staying right around that 2,000 mark. Can't afford any more mistakes, and Chile might be able to start bringing this back. It looks like it's still shrinking, but we only have a few patterns, and Bambi FNF actually finds a miss and makes a second full combo. Gone. Lead not too large. Oh my goodness, Peach Marrow, don't do that.
I think the buffer was just enough there at the end. It wouldn't have mattered, but still a little bit of a heart-in-mouth moment. You don't want to be the one finding that last miss, but the United States manages to hang on by virtue of that extra miss, giving them a bit more security to secure the first break point in this match to make it 2-0 now.
Yeah, keep it. Like you said, might be the point that starts to break this match open, but that's 2 matches in a row that were decided by 6,000 points and maybe 1 or 2 misses on the Chilean side. A little bit more consistency. We're seeing the United States have a little bit, less combo consistency in general than they usually do. And the Protect comes out immediately. Rice 5 coming out from the United States, looking to establish that lead, bring it to 3-0, and confirm the break point. And I mean, they protected it for a reason. This is exactly the kind of picks that I would think we were expecting from the United States, pretty much out of the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. This was probably going to be their strategy. I feel like Rice 2 might have been a bit of an exploratory pick, just to kind of get the nerves out a bit, play something a little standard, get the hands warm, really just grow into the match as they continue on. And we're going to see a bit more of the Rice-oriented rosters come through. Beta Carotene this time around for the United States, and Zan checking back in for the Chileans here on what the United States hope to be a successful capitalization on that earlier breakpoint. No better time to do it than on that Protect.
Yeah, definitely. And this map may be the most physically demanding in the pool in general. Those bursts are just so fast. I mean, I think during Showcase, there was a mention of Halogen's chart of this, which certainly harder, a lot harder, but this doesn't really pull punches in a similar way as that chart, where, you'll see, small bursts getting up to insane speeds, like 450, and I don't know if this actually happens, but 500 BPM for even a couple notes at a time can be just brutal, and this song itself can lend itself to that, and towards the end, we're going to be seeing just absurd density for a tech map like this.
Yeah, really pushing the envelope here as the players get started. Pretty good accuracies across the board. I feel like that's going to be the bar, but Miyuchi actually finding the first drop here for the side of Chile. And if you're going into a Rice chart, that is not the player you want finding the first drop. It is pretty early on, just before that 400 combo cap, so not going to do as much damage as if though it were in the middle of the chart, but still not an FC you want to lose this early on.
Yeah, and that already gives a big 6,000 point advantage very early on in this chart. And definitely the largest lead we've seen from the United States as far as this match has gone this early into one. And Miyuchi being that high accuracy, getting that miss is going to be super, super impactful to score for the Chilean side. So back up to well above 400 now, trying to make up some of the damage, but the accuracy from all 3 United States players holding up very well. On top of that, but it actually looks like there's a chance that the accuracy for Chile in general is slightly higher. Miyuchi's general ratio is definitely going to be the highest in the lobby for the most part, trying to build up. But Bambi FNF and Zan both doing well to hold up to at least get close to matching the United States, which we didn't see from the Rice 2 pick, where they were both a little bit behind everyone.
Yeah, for sure. But for right now, that miss making all the difference for the United States. 5,000 points still the margin between the two teams. As we approach this halfway point, things start to really fly off the handles in terms of overall density. The patterns get way more physically demanding, and the fact that everybody's still in that 99.8 range, bar for Zan by 100% is borderline ridiculous. The fact that 6 players are able to maintain this level of consistency.
Yeah, and with a miss, Muchi climbing up to the highest in the lobby, but that lead has been staying pretty much stationary in that 5,500 to 6,000 range for the United States. It looks like the accuracies are well matched here. It's just the one miss coming early on from Muchi that's giving the United States a lead. It looks like Bambi might have actually found a little bit of an accuracy drop there, but no combo breaks, so no major differences. But the United States is going to have to miss if Chile wants to take a break point here, and this would be a good time for that to happen, but we're getting closer to the end of the chart, and all three of these United States players just looking so consistent right now.
Absolutely, and Zan finding the next drop for the Chileans, that might be the one that does it. There was a moment in time where the United States was being put under pressure by the Chileans to really perform at the utmost, but that miss is going to help balloon this lead to 16,000 points. The Protect secured the capitalization, successful for the United States, and they're going to make it 3-0 to start this match off.
Yeah, getting that break point, solidifying it, making sure that they got it. And I mean, we expected it. Muchi with a stellar ratio, just with the one miss right at the beginning. Nearly beating out Beta Carotene in score, even with the miss, which is already pretty impressive. But Chile a little bit on the back foot now. They've got 3 long note maps available to pick. They've got a hybrid pool to go into as well. They've also still have their Protect, which they could decide to go into if they feel like they need to get a little bit of momentum swing.
Yeah, we see Kokomi check back in. I think that might be the tell. And sure enough, LN2 going to be the pick for the Chileans, opting to go for their Protect to try and stabilize a little bit here. Being left reeling, LN1 didn't work out in their favor. And honestly, if this one doesn't go their way either, that really doesn't leave that many options for them to kind of get themselves back in here. They're going to really start getting risky with their picks afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, LN1 maybe the most divisive long note map there is in this pool. LN2 is their Protect, the thing that they feel the most confident on being able to face off against the United States. If this doesn't go well for them, they're going to have to start branching out into other possibilities. I think, looking at the hybrids and even maybe that SV1 pick could be a way to go, but Chile definitely on the back foot needs to get this point to prevent any more, a heavier momentum swing for the United States.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, you might want to hope for Chile to win this just for their overall confidence as well, just to really not get too down on themselves. It feels like a reflection of last year's match as well. The United States got a really strong start. Chile could never really find their footing despite some really good performances. So that might be weighing on their backs of their heads too as this match progresses. So for their sake, I hope they can put up a really strong team score on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one that they've got to do it on. This is the most straightforward of the long up picks, the easiest one to hold onto combo, and the most comfortable for Rice players, though we do have the normal map. But Bambi FNF with a very early break just before 400 combo. Looks like it's going to be slightly before and give an opportunity for another miss from the United States to be potentially more impactful, but already giving the United States another early lead of 6,000, similar to Rice 5 that we just saw, has not worked out well so far.
Yeah, it was a pretty significant accuracy drop as well, down into that mid 99% range. And with the caliber of these players, that's basically a massive cushion for the United States to work with, because their next closest competitor is over on the United States side, Retro 99.7 for them. But Kokomi as well starting to fall in terms of their accuracy, and it's going to help grow this lead for the United States. So only one miss so far in this lobby, but it speaks to the volume. It speaks to the consistency of the United States, the fact that they're able to stretch that to about 6,000 points now.
Yeah, it looks like even 7,000. No one getting tripped up by any of the tricky bursts and jack patterns that happen despite the density nature of the chart. And it looks like accuracies are relatively even across the board outside of Bambi, who had that miss earlier on, definitely impacting the accuracy. But 7,500 points is not a safe lead here, especially for a long note map where you can definitely chain misses pretty easily, even without column locking. Chain misses isn't the easiest to avoid, and some of those ending patterns, we've got some more bursts and some very hard to coordinate patterns with the density right at the end. The United States has to survive that, and it looks like they might just take another break point on this, but a few more patterns left here.
Yeah, an eighth of the charge still left to go. Things staying relatively the same. 10,000 points now for the United States. A couple of the Chileans taking a little bit of damage to their accuracy despite rounding out their overall performances. There's just levels to this. And the United States just seems to be that one step ahead for now as they secure that 4th point in a row. 2nd breakpoint in the bag. Their next pick upcoming.
Yeah, really good performance in the United States. MVP actually goes to Muka there, so putting up a good performance, potentially seeing that be a little further away because of the miss from Bambi FNF. I could have definitely seen that closer. I don't know if it would have made a difference though.
No, probably not. Just the overall ratios for the United States a little bit too clean. And I mean, even with a 50 from Nep, that came dangerously close to being a miss, and that could have potentially swung things in favor of Chile, but ultimately we'll be left wondering what if as we continue on here. So with the United States up to pick once again, basically pick of the litter now. They can go for Rice 6, Rice 7. They can opt to keep it a little bit more standard, maybe opt to go for the stamina pick. Kjack is also on the table, but maybe don't want to roll. As I was about to say, might not want to risk it, but Rice 4 is going to be the pick here for the United States. Maybe feeling themselves a little bit in terms of their overall confidence now that they have those extra breakpoints in the back pocket, can kind of start to venture out into these riskier picks. And we see Tristan Jacob check in. So everybody coming to the forefront for the United States to lend a hand to their team performance. Zan checking back in for the Chileans. Bambi and Muchi staying put here for the moment. One of the shorter charts we have seen as well in this match.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit on the shorter side and a little bit of a harken back to that Rice 2 pick. The United States, we weren't expecting to be so, gung-ho on the accuracy-specific maps in this Rice pool, but, that Rice 2 was definitely a bold choice to start, and this one, another quite bold choice, but seems to be what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. I was mentioning is like having those breakpoints in the back pocket. You can kind of venture out into these riskier picks, knowing that you can kind of maybe poke the bear a little bit, because you know that if with Kjack, it's one of those like it can either go really well or horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of pick that, we saw a miss from one of the players in Rice 2 on the United States. Unfortunately, it was, traded back by Chile, so they weren't able to take the break point on that, unfortunately for the Chilean side. But wow, Bambi already finding a break, not having the most consistent openings to these charts. It seems like we've seen a lot of breaks across the board just in the first 400 combo this match.
Yeah, it's just those little bursts. You start to hyper focus on the harder stuff, and when you transition into the next section, it's getting into them. You start to over prepare, you second guess yourself, and that's where the mistakes start to happen. But as we cross our way into the second quarter of the chart, overall, everybody's still staying put in that 99.9 range. Bambi starting to pick it up, 99.8, about a 10th behind. And again, it's contributing to this 6,000 point cushion that we've been seeing map in, map out for the United States. And it's only going to grow from here as Bambi finds a second miss. And now it's going to start doing some significant damage as we go into the back half of the chart.
Yeah, luckily for the Chilean side, we do have a little bit of a very tricky section here coming up. The third quarter of this, as soon as it starts building up again, does have some wildly difficult bursts in the middle of some of these jack patterns. And I could absolutely see mistakes coming out, just changing the motion of this, but no one's so far having issues in Bambi, just not having the consistency right now. But Tristan does trade one back, does give a little bit of leeway. Gotta start coming back, but that's two full combos, and that is a better trade for the United States as they hold on to a 16,000 point lead outside of those really difficult burst patterns.
Yeah, making it through relatively unscathed. The miscounts 3-1 in favor of the United States, and the disconnect from Bambi maybe could explain some of those misses as well. Maybe lag spikes, something, but overall, I don't think it would have made it too much of a difference. The United States was firmly in control during that pick, and they secure that 5th point now, moving into Chile's next pick.
Yeah, Chile's got to find something to do. 5-0. Needs to get some kind of way in. And they've lost both of their first picks, both of their lineup picks, which I'm assuming they felt very confident in, or at least, the most comfortable with in the pool against a team like the United States, but neither of them worked out. And you got to think maybe, moving into that hybrid, zone or even the SVs if you're feeling bold enough. And if the United States pulls off another breakpoint, this could be Chile's last pick in this match if it doesn't go well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, looking at this map pool, what would be their next best option? Their Protect didn't work out. LN1, again, as you mentioned, a little bit divisive, but still something that probably would have been in their wheelhouse. Do they venture into the SV, or do they potentially risk a hybrid pick in this circumstance?
I think here I'm seeing two picks specifically that would be, in my. Actually, no, I have three picks potentially for Chile.
Okay.
I'm thinking if they want to stick with LNs, I think LN4 is the way to go. I don't trust LN3. It's a little too easy to get good accuracy on that comparatively to LN4 with the staggered releases. I could see Hybrid 2 coming out just with how tricky that is in general. And the other one, Rice 6 could come out. That has the most similar structure to Rice 1, which was the United States' ban. And it's long, which means that mistakes happening could be more predictable from the United States side.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, it definitely, they do definitely have avenues. I don't want to say like all doors are closed here, because they are a very talented team. It's just with being 5 points down at this point, none of the picks that they would want to go into working out for them. It's very easy to kind of get in your own head, and not Hybrid 2, but Hybrid 1 in this instance, to try and shake things up a little bit. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either. I mentioned, like, I thought Hybrid was just generally the pool to go for. I said Hybrid 2 is maybe the most likely in my eyes. But Hybrid 1 makes perfect sense. Get out of the long note zone. Make it a little bit more risky for the United States. They've been having a little bit of trouble on a few of those Rice picks in Chile. If they're able to hold the consistency, I could definitely see some mistakes coming from the United States. And especially on a hybrid pick where, things are a little bit less predictable. You don't have your pure Rice players coming in. You don't have your pure long note players. You got to transition between styles. It's a lot of difficulty that you got to just deal with. And on the tournament stage, that can be really rough to handle. And Chile, at this point, has been out-act. They've been out-comboed. They've been out just consistency in general, and these hybrid maps are really where you got to start attacking if you're feeling that way.
Absolutely. And the other thing to keep in mind as well, the length of the chart needs to be taken into consideration as well. I mean, under 2 minutes, this is a very punishing map for those misses. And if they can just put a clean run together, if they can three-way FC and just see if the United States can find a miss somewhere, because they have come, and Hello Sun leaves right at the start of the chart. I feel like we're going to get a bit of a mulligan here.
I think we need that abort.
Yeah, before the map starts, before anybody gets going, because that adrenaline dump is so real. Especially when things
accidentally hit the double escape.
Something, but regardless, thankfully, before anything got started.
Yeah, hey, I get it. My keyboard's weird too. It's my escape key's a little too close to where I play the game, so I find like on the left side of the keyboard, you're just like smashing the keys a little bit. I could definitely see that. So luckily, nothing happened. No one really. Oh my goodness! Don't do this again.
What?
Now it's Nepogen.
That is weird. That's all I'll say on that.
Something's happening. I don't know. Did Nepogen double escape key now? What's going on here?
I don't know. I'm glad it wasn't the same player, because they're saying they didn't press escape. I don't know if they're just getting kicked. Regardless, it's before the map's starting, which is
it's
great.
like the transition. It's when it's starting, like it's moving you from the lobby to the map.
Yeah,
and both of the players left, or I guess quote unquote left the lobby when that happened.
Right. So hopefully it's nothing too serious. Hopefully it doesn't happen again, because a third time I feel is weird. But regardless,
all right, third time's a charm. That's how we gotta go for it.
Everything comes in threes. So everybody.
All right, everyone in the United States.
Kokomi.
All right, we made it. We did it. Okay, we're good.
All's well that ends well. We can get this 6th map underway. Chile up against the ropes, potentially their last pick if things don't play out in their favor. Looking to try and avoid the sweep here with a strong start to this first hybrid map of this match.
Yeah,
And
a little bit of an early accuracy drop from Reshiram, though a few Mindrill, Kokomi, and Bambi FNF both also dropping a little bit of accuracy in that opening burst. Hello, Sudden Epigen and Muchi holding on to that 99.9. Everyone else trying to build up, and this is an even accuracy game as we see another sort of accuracy drop from Reshiram, but matched by Kokomi there. And this is just going back and forth at this point.
yeah, now we're starting to see the cross-map battles. Nepigen versus Muchi, and Nepigen finds the first drop for the United States, going to give Chile the advantage this time around to the tune of that similar 6,000 points that we've been seeing going the way of the United States. Now the shoes on the other foot with already half the map gone. This is the best Chile has looked going this far into a map.
Yeah, and you mentioned those singular misses on a map as short as this are huge for score. The United States accuracy definitely a little bit better than Chile, but that miss doing huge work, giving a lot of score there. Kokomi a little bit behind in the accuracy, but as long as they hold on to the combo, this is looking good for Chile. We're in the last third of this map, and they just got to hold on for a little bit left. They don't have too many patterns to get through left, and that is one of the benefits of these short maps. Huge disadvantages for misses, and not as much to deal with as far as comboing goes. Last few patterns, but this lead is shrinking super fast because of the accuracy lead that the United States has, and it's down to just about 1,000 going into the last patterns, and it's swapping over, and I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, it's every 100th. Kokomi needs to hang on. They have the lowest accuracy for Chile. Can they start to spring it up before these last couple of notes start to rain through? They find the miss instead! And the United States at the 11th hour are going to make it a match point situation. Stealing it there at the end. Oh, what a way to lose a point. That was looking so good for Chile till the end.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that. It wasn't even a miss. They just got caught up. I mean, it's 260 BPM jump stream into a held down long note, and I think that's just where it happened. They found a little bit of a release error, and unfortunately that is going to make a match point for the United States on their own pick.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker and a half. They had that 6,000 point lead. They were banking on being able to close it out on just combo alone, but it started slipping in terms of the accuracy, and it was just a bit too much. If that song were just 10 seconds shorter,
oh my
as
goodness,
the United States goes for LN4.
Oh my goodness. Actually, I don't hate this pick so far. I don't hate this.
With how they've been performing on the LNs, I feel like they've kind of earned the right to go into them now, but still, it's you don't want to say that the train's left the station. The thought wasn't
there. things are weird right now. The first Osu original of the pool out of the three in the map pool that was selected for this match here, but I mentioned that I thought this was going to be one of the ones that would be a little bit stronger for Chile if they wanted to pick into it. But the United States being, so far dominant just in the match in general, but winning both of the long note picks so far. Chile, moving out of the long note, feeling like they needed to get something new for it. And maybe giving a little bit of confidence for the United States to select this. This is on the longer side, so consistency is going to matter a lot more, which it seems like the United States has had a little bit stronger consistency overall. But still, 3.5 minutes is a lot of opportunity for error.
Oh, absolutely. And right now, Chile opting to use their timeout. So the map pick, 2 minutes, and then I believe the additional 2 minutes for the timeout are going to be applied. Maybe just an opportunity to kind of collect the nerves a little bit. It is now a match point situation. There is no more room for error. The winner's bracket run is on the line now. Thankfully, not an elimination match, so a little bit less pressure, but you want to still be able to put on the strong showing. Just take a second to breathe and really just take stock of the situation. That last point is always the hardest to secure.
Absolutely, and I mean, at this point, you said it, Chile in a situation where they cannot lose any more points. It is reverse sweep or bust for their winners bracket life. Good to know that a team performing as well as they are in this match will still have a chance to make it through, even if they're not able to perform the reverse sweep. But they've got a long road ahead of them if they want to stay in the winners bracket here and guarantee that podium spot.
Absolutely. And I mean, to be fair, I mean, if there was a team that they would get roadblocked by, no better team than the #1 seed in this context. They have gone against other opponents, really shown off what they are made of. But it again, I think I mentioned this somewhere during the match, is just there's levels to the performances. And the United States has really just built this roster that is formidable in terms of the well-roundedness of their roster. It is something to behold, and I feel like Chile has finally found a group of players that can propel them to that level, but there's still just a couple of things that once they iron it out, I feel like this could be rematch potential in, say, like grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. I could absolutely see that happening. It depends like how everything goes for the rest of the tournament, but Chile has the squad available to them if they don't have, you know, the next 7 points in a row. It's looking a little dire, but they're in a position where I don't think they're in any trouble going into like that finals week one way, whether they manage to, you know, make that comeback or not.
Absolutely. It's one of those, like, it's just so nice to see, because of the fact that we mentioned at the top, it's like these are storied 4 key communities going at it, and they have toiled for years to try and make it to this level, and now the fact that this is their furthest winners bracket run, if I do recall correctly.
That's actually not true.
Or have they made it farther?
My
history doesn't go that far.
They've made it to semifinals winner side before.
Okay.
They made it to semifinals winner side in 2017, where they lost to the United States again. So this is more storied than we even said in the intro, where last year they met up in the winners bracket, but they have a history against the United States.
Duly noted. But regardless, a very hard-fought struggle. I feel like the scoreline doesn't pay justice if it does end here. But, I mean, Chile is going to do everything in their power to make sure it doesn't end here. United States up on LN4. Hello Sun, Peach Marrow, and Nepogen as we wait for the client to kind of settle down, going up against Miuchi, Bambi, FNF, and My Angel Kokomi to try and close things out here.
Oh.
Yeah, gonna get the bit of
a little
panic.
bit behind. Everyone good, but just a little bit behind. Don't want to see that happening.
Gonna wait for the client to catch up here. A little bit of, I didn't know that this was an SV chart.
That's certainly what the client wants to have you think.
Yeah, exactly. But as we wait the players are in, to my knowledge, so they are playing. And as I say that, Kokomi drops out, so might be what we were seeing on the previous map, just some client issues where they just somehow get booted out. So we will get the abort here, I believe, or panic.
I think we're getting the abort.
Something will happen here, but regardless, we can kind of take stock of the situation, the circumstances of which Chile find themselves in, where they have to play through this. I'm hoping that it's an offline score from Kokomi here at this point as we make our way into the second third of the chart. And I mean, right now, the accuracies in comparison between the 5 players we have on screen, Bambi and Peach Marrow going at it against each other, and we do get the abort.
Yeah, that was weird. Manager Kokomi calling for the abort early on in the map, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like the map didn't start on their screen, so
players were a little bit ahead, but yeah, that was worth an abort in my eyes. I think I don't think that's worth thinking about too much.
Yeah, it is what it is. We'll get into the 7th map before too long, so maybe an opportunity again, just the mental reset, the fact that Chile took the time to take that time out to kind of get the nerves settled, and now they need to reorient themselves again. It's just, it's a lot to take in, and especially on a match point situation like this, I can imagine, I mean, you yourself being somebody that's experienced this tournament pressure before, what's it like to be in that situation where you're playing and all of a sudden things just drop out from under you?
Oh, I mean, I have personal experience with this. I remember literally my first match ever that I played. I was in group stage against Argentina, we were in a top seed position versus Argentina, who was the middle seed or the high seed in that tournament. So we were like really nervous about that, and we took a break point, picked a map, and like 30 seconds in, my game alt tabbed, and I was like, uh-oh. I got real freaked out. I mean, that just spikes your nerves so much, and even if you're in a position where you're confident in your ability, it's like the next couple maps come around, and that alt tab situation happens. Even if it did cost our team a point that year. In this case, luckily, we don't have to give up a point for Chile there. But even like not giving up a point there with that alt tab is gonna just spike your adrenaline super hard. And when you're trying to keep accuracy super straightforward, which these teams are in the winners bracket, it's going to affect you. It's going to be extremely difficult to come back from that.
Oh, for sure. So, fingers crossed. No more shenanigans from here on out. MP start command comes out. Everybody loads in. Thank goodness. Get into the 7th map. I mean, my heart can't take this anymore. I can only imagine what the players are feeling right now with everything that has happened.
All right, we made it. We got all 6 players in, no issues here. As we get the intro, staggered releases already coming through, and just in that intro, it looks like Chile actually has a small lead.
Yeah, very strong start overall. Everybody hovering in and around that 99.7, 99.8 range. Some stragglers here for both sides in terms of the accuracy overall, and it's going to turn into a bit of a tug of war. A couple of 100 points going between both teams. The United States starting to eke out a bit of an advantage, trying to stretch it to 4 digits, but I mean, it's still very early goings in this chart. One of the longest ones we had so far this match, and as we continue transitioning on into this next section, a couple of really loud 200s from Bambi going to help stretch this lead, but overall still within catching distance. Nobody has made a major mistake yet so far.
That said, Peachmero did find a little bit of an accuracy drop now, actually the lowest in the lobby, just around the same as My Angel Kokomi, but the overall accuracy from the United States definitely holding out a quarter into this map here, but only 1,300 points. This map is a little bit longer, has a lot more combos, so 1,400 is bigger on this than it would be on pretty much anything else in the pool, but still within range for Chile to make it up. Still having 6 full combos, singular misses would definitely be enough to give Chile an opportunity to take this win.
Absolutely, and now we start to establish a bit of a pecking order here. Neptune and Miuchi going at it against each other. Neptune winning that battle, and right now the tandem of Hello Sun and Peachmero holding off Bambi FNF and My Angel Kokomi respectively, as the lead grows to about 2,000 points now in favor of the United States going on into the back half of the chart. Still anybody's game. This is the closest margin we've seen.
Oh my goodness!
Finds the first drop, and the lead immediately swings on over to the Chilean side. 2,500 points now, and a miss in the back pocket to work with.
Yeah, they definitely have room now. All 3 players in Chile looking super strong, holding that combo. The United States accuracy looking a little bit stronger than Chile, but it's close enough now that as long as Chile holds consistent, we've got a third of this map left. As long as they hold consistent, this could be a break point on a risky pick from the United States, looking to close this out. And that could be a big momentum shifter. We still have a lot left in this map, though. A lot of opportunity for the United States to build that back up. Peachmero well above the 400 combo now, but the lowest accuracy in the lobby at this point, helping Chile hold on to just about a 3,000 point lead. But Chile's going to have to stay consistent here in this ending.
Yeah, last quarter map left to go, and Halosa finds a very rough transition into this section, losing their combo as well. Kokomi trades it back this time around, but the lead still stays in favor of Chile. But Miuchi falls as well. 2,000 points
And it's one full combo to one full combo. It's Bambi versus Neptune, and that Muchi miss was huge. Highest combo, or highest accuracy for the Chilean side. And Kogami has another break! And that's going to give the lead straight over to the United States as we hit the final few patterns of this map, and that might be just it! Have a few patterns left. Neptune and Bambi trying their best to hold on to the full combo, and I don't know if it's going to be enough, as just a couple misses were the difference between a potential breakpoint bringing this back and the United States completing. No! Hold on! I can't finish that sentence. Double S is not okay on this.
Oh my goodness. No. That is ridiculous. That is a MVP level performance from Neptune here. A V1 double S to close things out on
a V1 double S
LN4.
with like a 15-to-1 ratio. No, that that's not okay to do on this map. I'm so sorry.
There's way too many staggers. There's way too much going on in that chart to be able to hold on to a V1 double S. But nonetheless, Toph, I think we find ourselves in a very particular situation where we set the bar for the players and they rise to the occasion each and every time. And the United States marches onwards to the winners finals at the expense of the Chileans, who are not done just yet. Will just be down in that losers bracket. And oh boy, do I feel for their next opponent, because they are going to want to run it back here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Chile performs in the losers bracket here. They put up an incredible fight. I mean, we're looking at a match where more than half of them were within 6,000 points. More than half of the points were within 6,000. Against the number one seeded United States, you can't. I wouldn't be unhappy with the performance from Chile there. They put up a heck of a performance and really showed out today.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing to be ashamed of there. Maybe individual performances. It's a game of what ifs. What if we hadn't missed? What if the song was 10 seconds shorter? But nevertheless, they can pick themselves up. They will face off against the winner of Japan versus China next weekend. And that'll be a very interesting matchup, regardless of who wins that one. It's shaping up to be a very exciting run to the finals. But Toph, this block of matches is done, but we're not done yet. There's something bubbling up inside me where the support I have for these teams is reaching an all-time high, and I just don't know how to go about it. Can you enlighten me here?
I mean, I have the perfect cure to your ailment. If you feel that your support for these teams is getting too much to hold on your inside, we've got banners in the Osu store that you can buy for every team that you want to. If you want to support the tournament and the players, you can go over to the Osu store and buy a banner for your favorite team for $2.50 USD. And not only that, you can support your favorite team. You can support all of your favorite teams, buy multiple banners. You could buy 32 if you wanted. We've got 32 teams that made it to bracket stage. Even if they're already eliminated, you can buy their banners. And as a special bonus, if you buy the banner for the team that ends up winning the Osu Mania 4K World Cup, you will be able to keep that banner for an extra long time till the next World Cup comes around. So a little bit of an extra bonus there. But like I said, that's the cure to your support for this team building up within you. Do you have anything else to say?
There is nothing else left to add. I'm gonna go ahead and run on over to the O store, pick myself up a couple of banners, support some of the teams, and until then, we've got about a 10-hour break between now and our next match between South Korea and Thailand. So hopefully you guys have a wonderful rest of your days. And until then, we'll catch you guys later.
Alright, hello everyone, welcome back again to Mania 4K World Cup 2024. This time we have a bit of a match on our side here, Vietnam versus China. And so, I guess the seed difference is pretty much like the one, I believe like Russia and the other match as well. Your commentator Mifa here, and apparently we have a bit of a second commentary, but I feel like it's gonna come soon. So I'll be actually commentating solo here for a little bit. So instead, we just go right into like the actual match itself. You know, Vietnam versus China has been kind of coming in clutch with their performances overall. So I believe it should be worth noting that both of these teams sort of kind of escaped from a tiebreaker situation. Instead, they got some close matches overall. Vixile took him in, I believe, in all the rest of the Vietnam side. So I should think that whenever this kind of match comes close, I believe that this could go into potential tiebreaker. And yeah, as you might all know, I believe we already have a second commentator coming forward here, and I believe it's gonna be Rebellio. How's it going?
Hello, yes. This might be a little bit last minute, but I got my notes for this one, Vietnam versus China. This is the first time they'll be facing each other in the 4K MWC, so very exciting to see these two teams finally meet. And at the semi-finals as well. Very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. This kind of matchup, you can tell by the seed difference, it's not that much to go off for, but looking at previous performances, they have been quite outstanding to say the least, and they should be able to perform as well as they could do on the much later late games. You know, like the pool itself is really hard, and especially Rice by itself has a really high potential of just breaking all over the place, essentially.
Yeah, interestingly enough, just looking at the maps shared between these two teams, China have actually been better than Vietnam on all of them. Rice 4, Rice 6, Hybrid 2, Hybrid 3, and SV2. All China better than Vietnam. There'll be
yeah, so, we already see... Yeah, China going for actually banning the speed pick in general, Joker. And we already saw Protects here, like we seeing an also original Protect here, Void of Altair, Hybrid 2. So, interesting enough that we haven't seen a single hybrid being picked yet. Maybe this is one, I think, for this match.
Yeah, finally you might see some hybrid action in the semi-finals. We have yet to see a single hybrid come out. Maybe this will be the match.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Hybrid 3 being protected, but it's never actually being picked, so...
Yeah, thanks Philippines. Okay, Vietnam's ban. Probably one of the hybrids, I think. China are very good at hybrids.
Yeah, China has been doing decently well, I guess, in the quarterfinal hybrid. Carry Me Away has been kind of one of the things that they would actually play because of in terms of physicality, but being the protect that Vietnam does have is really interesting to see. Or I guess China being the protect actually for the hybrid too. So you know, it could go either way.
Yeah, it is quite close and
Ooh,
Rice 6
okay.
actually.
No enemies.
I guess it makes sense, yeah.
So all Rice bans here, seems like. They do not like Rice, apparently.
You know, fair enough. I mean, China have been like quite decent at Rice, but not always the strongest, and Vietnam have also been somewhere around there, a step lower maybe.
Yes, interesting. Yeah, we're probably gonna be seeing the lower half of the picks here.
Yeah.
I think for most of the entire match. So no protects, no bans on SVs either. So it's just left out there. Maybe one of these teams really do put the amount a good amount of effort to practice both of those SVs.
I mean, China did practice both SVs last weekend. I don't think Vietnam did.
Well, let's be honest. I feel like any of these SVs are. It's just gonna be a chicken game, most likely.
But yeah, let's see what Vietnam will want to go for. Personally, I think LN might be good start.
At this point, either LN or Hybrid is just gonna be trying one side and going to the other. But this time we're going for Dreamin Attraction, LN Density. More of it is straightforward LN jump stream, kind of almost. Yeah, this time around, when pools are getting hard, you would expect to see the physicality come into play, and it was most likely gonna fall off every time when these pigs are being introduced to the match. So you can see a little bit of a swap in terms of your usual 3-man team, especially if your team is very versatile. You should be able to see the more physical player to be able to play most of the speedier longer jump streams.
Yeah, I'm expecting Tyrix to play this alongside Donex and Yasun. Interesting to see that Parasol is in for China.
Yeah, Turks and Donex has been. I believe like Donex has been performing amazingly well. I guess for most of the LN density picks. I believe like he also played like Classic or Einheit in the quarterfinals. So Dreamin Attraction should be a walk in the park most likely. Well, not in terms of how you would get a like really high accuracy. Just being able to consistently pull combo is enough.
Yeah, and we do see Joki, Vixao, and Toki Yume coming for Vietnam.
Either Vixile or Tridon, because I'm seeing a bit of an invites, but not too sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking Vixile might be a better choice here. Okay.
This seems like we're getting it, I think.
Wait, they're requesting for Tridon. This is gonna be it. Okay, Tridon playing this.
Has Tridon ever actually played any of the LN? I guess LN density picks. I think.
Yeah, not off the top of my head, but this is interesting.
I guess it's quite enough because of LN jump stream. You can just kind of play it as like jump stream for most of the time. It's just whether or not they are actually able to hang on for most of the accuracy, most likely. But here we go. This is the first pick of the match. Dreamin Attraction.
Yep, and it is Vietnam's pick, so we'll see if they'll be able to start this match strong.
You would highly expect that very less misses because of how straightforward it is.
Yeah, so far at the start here, China actually have the accuracy advantage, but it might change quite drastically later on. Axizuna holding the lowest accuracy in the lobby.
Alright, not too bad overall, or everyone so far has been doing as did the opening fairly well. Or decently well, I should say, because only accuracy is the lowest being 99.5 on the side of Rizuna, but not too much yet.
And Donex actually picked up a bit of an accuracy drop. They are rushing some of these patterns, which might be causing this lead to slowly shrink towards Vietnam. But Vietnam's accuracies are all slowly falling as well.
Okay, we're reaching in a little bit of a intermission, almost a break section almost, but still getting there. No lead whatsoever. Still, everyone's still square.
Yeah.
No misses all around.
This is very tiny, very tiny lead. It might be shrinking because Donex dropping accuracy.
Everyone survived until the break section here, and only the lead is been cut down to the Vietnamese side now.
This lead is all because of Parasol Tree, who is holding the highest accuracy. By far as Tridon finds a couple of misses. This might solidify China's lead.
Not enough yet. There's been a couple of wonky patterns here in the last jump stream section. Actually, the lead is probably not actually kind of going to the Vietnamese side here, but it does seem like the lead is going anywhere. Not quite enough, actually. China's going to be taking away with this lead now.
Yeah, barring any silly mistakes at the end, this is a China point, a break point to start off, and not the start that Vietnam wants in an elimination match. We'll see the accuracies though. This was close.
5-way FC, only one miss aside of Trado on there. Just look at that. 8-8-16, 10-5-5.
Okay, well, the 200 game was definitely in the favor of Vietnam.
Close enough, actually. I believe like the ratio might be in point of contention here because of most likely kind of similar, but the 200 count from China is a little bit worse for wear against Vietnam.
Yeah. But yeah, the combos managed to edge out just a little bit and give that point to China. Now China, they have actually quite a lot they can pick from. I would want to see Hybrid come out here.
If anything, if the rice picks come into play, it's not gonna be like all jump streams or maybe on the side of like technical picks.
Yeah,
Might be Outlaw is I feel Outlaw is a bit of a toss up actually.
I mean, China's Kjack's good, but yeah, Vietnam also has pretty good Kjack. It's a very, very huge risk.
Either are they sticking into LNs, or is just picking any of these hybrids, which essentially we haven't seen any of them.
I mean, just basing off the performances from the quarterfinals, surely China might be thinking of starting with hybrids first, but they are going for Rise 5. Okay, we're going to see Tech come out first. Alright.
The rigid cold hard. It's very rigid, it's quite mini jacky, it's almost burst like one trail bursty. It's I'm not too sure. I have no idea on how they're gonna score on most of the tech picks like this because it's fairly different from like the quarterfinals.
The interesting thing about like these tech picks is that I think China has a very versatile set of players that can play these tech maps. And then for Vietnam, it's basically only three. Joki, Rizuna, and Vixal. So we should be seeing Vixal coming for Vietnam.
Yeah, we should see. I'm not liking my chances here. Giving a tech pick as the first pick is quite bold. let me just say that.
I mean, very interesting lineup from China as well, having Donex, I Don't Know, and Parasol Tree. You would think maybe Nyasun Fanboy would play something like this.
Yeah, you would think Nyasun Fanboy would be able to go with this, but apparently not. Still waiting for the third player, most likely Vixile, I think.
Yeah, I'm just also thinking what could Vietnam go for next, because the LN didn't work. It almost worked, but it didn't. Would they still want to stay with LN or try something else? Yeah. I think if there wasn't the miss, they would have won that, I think, but I don't know if they might want to still stick with LNs or try something else. I mean, just looking at like the performances between Vietnam and China in the quarterfinals, it's looking quite bleak for Vietnam to really pick much. But they might have something up their sleeves.
They have options, but not to not a whole lot of to think. But Tridoan's still staying in, it seems like.
No, Vixal, okay. I don't know if that's because Vixal's not here, or if Tridoan is actually like going to be the dedicated third player for the tech maps of the semifinals. We'll have to see.
Well, picks like this are very volatile because tech pick you would expect to miss like or in a random places or unexpectedly you would you would think you would hit them, but you essentially didn't. So it just might cost the points. But we'll see though.
But yeah, very erratic patterning. Right from the start.
It's just a couple of ascending, descending jump butts, not too much.
Yeah, it might catch some players off guard. I mean, Rizuna holding the lowest accuracy, 99.7, but they will definitely be climbing up as the other two Vietnam players. Oh boy, 99.95, 99.93. Definitely giving Vietnam this lead right now.
I think most players at this point shouldn't worry about the first half too much because second half is quite backloaded. Oh yeah, or actually, Rizuna finding the first miss actually.
Yeah, I believe it was one of the long jacks and Rizuna got caught quite badly. 99.5 now, lead goes back to China. Oh, and Joki as well!
Second miss actually from Vietnam actually. There's a 200 after that too. So it wasn't the cleanest of drops, but it could have been worse.
Oh no!
There's no MCs on Vietnam side now.
This just looked like a domino chain. Just one player falling after the other, and China all three standing.
Yeah, there's still like the second half of it. Like I said, it's pretty backloaded, so they might have to watch out though.
Oh, as you say that, Parasol already finds the first miss for China.
Miss here in all places.
Yeah. Still two players doing really well for China. I don't know when Donex holding the same accuracy.
Alright, entering second half should be... The patterns are more rigid, kind of there. It's just more jump buddy at most.
Yeah, Vietnam having to play catch up as Joki finds a miss and that resets the catch up. This is looking even better for China.
Looking even better. The patterns did not even relent at all.
Oh, and Donex actually picked up a bit of an accuracy drop, so I don't know now leads this lobby. As they find an accuracy drop themselves, but it's not going to matter too much unless they pick up multiple misses. There has to be multiple misses at this point. 24,000 points of a lead as Tridon builds upon this lead for China. Wow. Indeed.
There's quite a bit of a struggle here for Vietnamese to be able to keep on combo here. There's already like a couple of misses on respective players, like Joki for example, also as well. Trido and also keep on repeating the misses. China doesn't seem to, they don't want to miss in here. Seems like they're really able to play the more riskier side of picks.
Yeah, very comfortable lead. And I believe that should be two-way FC for China. Very strong score from I don't know as well. 3.
1, 3, and 4. 1.
Wow.
That's quite a team score they got there. Parasol 2 could have been a really good score without that miss.
Yeah, and the ratios are really good as well. I mean, Joki as well, 310. The second lowest besides Donex.
Yeah, 310, 312, 303, 398. That's all around just sub 400, 300 for China though. That's quite a disgusting to look at. That's a decent point for China, but you know, Vietnam has to respond with something that is not straightforward picks.
Back to the conversation of what Vietnam can go for. Will they still want to stick by L lens? Or will they want to try something else? Probably not hybrids, but if they... I'm going to go for hybrids. SVs, if they did practice.
Yeah, this might take a little bit of a time to look at most of the picks because, you know, straightforward picks, like, the only straightforward picks left are just the rice picks. And arguably, LN1, Fake.Fake.Fake, it's just whatever. I guess the density doesn't really pick up that much, but it's quite release heavy almost.
Yeah, but they are taking their time for this one. I mean, when the stakes are this high, when elimination is on the line, you want to get everything right. And so far, it is China that's getting everything right.
I would think like LNZ were risky, and they're going for
Okay.
D9 I love. Ooh.
Okay, they are still going to stick by LN. I mean, also original, really good song. I'm all in for it. For Vietnam, I mean, again, this might be a coin toss after what we saw with Dreamin Attraction, but it might work out.
I'm sensing a theme with how these teams were picking the middle column because all the picks have been in the middle column. But yeah, the really good original. I recommend looping this.
Oh yes, I definitely have. And let's see the players for this one. I mean, Tridon's on the wrong side. There we go, on the right side with Vic Sao. So Vic Sao was available, and Joki playing for Vietnam and China. Well, we'll wait for the players to come in, but it should be.
I mean, it should be Turks, Donex,
Turks,
or Nasa Bad
Nyasun?
Boy.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay.
They should be waiting for Turks to come in now. This should be relatively. I guess you would think that the most comfortable pick for the from Chinese players is actually going to be Turks, because Turks has been playing quite a bit of like odd snappings of LNs here. This is kind of a dump, and this might work well in their favor.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, only swap from I guess for both sides are only Yasuo Fanboy and Vixile, because Vixile has been kind of absent in the first long move pick we saw earlier.
Yeah, this should be the final 6 then. The more sensible 3A? Well...
Not quite sure which... Is it Parasol or Turks?
Oh! The last second touchdown for Parasol Tree. No Turks again!
Interesting. Okay, so alright, so with no Turks, we can see Parasol Tree. I mean, Parasol Tree has did fairly well on Dreamin Attraction, but I guess most of the time, the releases shouldn't matter. Parasol Tree should be able to play very well on it.
Yeah.
Also, big shoutouts to Poly Trevor for making the background image for this though.
Oh yes, this background's really nice. Very spooky. It fits the Mania skin that we have as well, purple. But so far, accuracy-wise, Vietnam have just the better accuracies, all three of them.
Yeah, better ratio, but I mean, it's going to change most likely.
Yeah.
I guess most of the time you would see less 200 count, but this time better ratio, so we'll see how it happens.
So with these releases, there might be more potential for accidental overholding or underholding and getting hundreds as Joki finds the first miss of Vietnam, and this might shift it back to China. I don't know, accuracies are still favoring Vietnam.
Joki's miss are it's very clean. There's only that one miss.
Yeah, they're still holding 0.6 as Nyasu Fanboy finds the first miss of China, and that's a huge miss! Down to 0.2!
99.2, that is indeed quite a bit of a drop there for China there. 5,000 points, which is not a whole lot.
It isn't a lot. With how much Nyasun Fanboy dropped, that is not a large lead for Vietnam.
I mean, safely, because all accuracies from Vietnam is beating everyone in China now, so it's good. Essentially, it's not too much of a step down.
Yeah, but we are only halfway through. And China are slowly trying to get themselves back up, but I think Donex and Parasol Tree dropped accuracy, Nyasun picked up accuracy. But because of that, I think the lead is actually growing towards Vietnam.
Still staying strong with the lead there, actually going to the 5 digits now.
Oh
no! Tridon with a miss there, actually. There's no, I mean, I guess the miss is kind of clean as well, so it's something like 6,000. 6,000 point lead now. It's not that much of a drop, actually.
They went from, I believe, 0.71 to 0.63. So, like, compared to, like, Nyasun, it was very clean. So, yes, this lead is... Wait,
Oh, no, that's a client.
Okay. Vietnam still has the lead.
I mean, you would normally see the lead goes down when it's a client. It should be it should refresh soon. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, we're seeing coming to the last quarter actually. The lead's kind of cut down actually.
This last quarter does not let up one bit. So it's all here from all out.
Still, actually, everyone nailing this quite well. Actually, all 6 players. No,
that's a real miss. That's a real miss from Big Sao this time, and that's another.
Oh my god!
China.
Lead goes to China now.
End. Why is it every single time this map gets played, we see stuff like this happen? Can China get a chokehold on this lead?
There's only this one section remain. I don't think. Yeah, Joki, that's a nail in the coffin.
Wow. Wow.
Very unfortunate. You would think that Vietnam's taking the lead, but no, China's being able to pull back.
I am actually in quite shock that China were able to pull it off.
3-0 to China now. That's another breakpoint.
Ooh. I mean, this is catastrophic for Vietnam. I think their mentals might be slightly down the gutter after that performance. But China must be feeling good.
At this point, China will have to go with Hubris because Cold Heart has been kind of quite. Has been the most decisive lead on that pick. I mean, if they did pick Hubris, that's continuing the theme of the middle picks, you know?
I mean, oh my gosh!
It's
no way!
One OS original after the other.
And not just that, we're also sticking with the middle column theme.
There you go.
Oh, that is incredible. And also, like, a reasonable pick. Because China have been very good at hybrids, especially Hybrid 1, Hybrid 2 lately. This makes sense.
Yeah, changing direction is a good thing when you. I mean, I guess China has been picking most of the hybrids.
Yeah, China played every single hybrid from the quarterfinals. Vietnam played the second and third one, but not the first. So these two teams are very familiar with hybrids now.
Yeah, at this point, Vietnam is probably switching either Rizna or actually still Trader One. Okay.
And for China, I mean, very flexible team.
I mean, I believe China did play Carry Me Away with Ganyu Angel on this as the third player. This time around, it's not gonna be the case. Now some fanboys are actually staying in.
And it's a Donex playing. Donex did get the best score for China on Hybrid 3, which was Dragonlance. But that was the only hybrid that Donex played last weekend.
Yeah, this one, I believe, it's simple enough to grasp that this kind of hybrid. I'm not sure if this is the most physical one out of all the hybrids, because Hybrid 3 exists, and it's not the most, I guess, the most physical one. It's just complex, the most complex out of all of them. Let's see if they can actually break another point, actually, for Vietnam in this case, because China's been picking most of the hybrids from the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, let's get ourselves into another OS original. Shoutouts to Saturn for this amazing art.
Let's see what happens.
Vietnam needs something, and it might be a tall order for them to try and get a big point on hybrids against China, but anything is possible, and Vietnam really need to believe in miracles.
You never know what's about to happen. Okay, okay, yeah. A bit of a shield to start off with. Should be no trouble at all getting through all of them.
Yeah, a bit of an accuracy drop off for Parasol Tree. Just a little bit scary for them. But they are holding on to combo, which matters the most as the lead now flickers because Vietnam have more consistent accuracies across the board.
All at the 99.8 range, except for Parasol Tree, we're climbing to 99.7s. But even then, it's nothing to worry about. If you miss, then you essentially give the lead over.
Yeah, and
there
you
you
say
go.
that Vixar will be the
Big
first
style.
one. That's nasty. That is nasty. 99.4 now, climbing up to 0.5. That is not good start for Vietnam.
It doesn't seem to be the case actually. Vixala kind of struggling with a lot of 200s actually on the shields.
Yeah, but Nyasun Fanboy actually drops quite a bit of accuracy himself. Now Donek's the only one holding a 99.8 from China, matching Tridon. As Joki follows slightly behind, so this lead might actually slowly go back to Vietnam if Vixal can catch up.
Yeah, at this point the interlude should be easy act recovery for, I guess, for all of these players really. So, Parasol Tree with quite a bit of a drop actually.
That's
now
a
the
nasty
lead is
one
going
too.
nowhere. The lead's going nowhere now.
Oh boy, China need to hold on because the lead is
Second
going
half
back
of
to
it.
Vietnam.
At this point, Vixal needs to stay and hang on to dear life here.
Yeah, not just that too, the other two players of Vietnam have to hold on because China are not letting this go.
Parasol Tree recovered quite nicely after that miss earlier. Vixal still staying on the accuracy like 9.5 throughout the entire way through after that miss.
Oh, Donex picked up an accuracy drop. They were 0.8, now 0.7. And now there's a sizable difference, but
Joki with a miss!
There's no way Lightning strikes twice! There's no way Lightning strikes twice!
There's no SCs on Vietnam's side now. Vietnam falling
collapse
apart
again.
here.
At the face of the end of the map, they do it again!
China's gonna run away with this now, and literally there's not much of the map left. It's gonna take it at like about 8,000 point lead now. China extending that lead to 4-0.
I guess Lightning can strike twice. China. Again. From behind.
Or there's that one bonk sound. There you go.
Yep,
I forgot about that.
the Akiri classic. The Akiri bonk. As China make it 4. Oh my gosh, these accuracies. Oh boy.
They're all quite similar. Actually, Trido on there with like 101. Essentially the best accuracy on the board is just that unfortunate that one miss just ruins it. There you go. Vietnam has to fix here, and I don't know if they want to go with the other LNs here. It doesn't work for them.
Oh boy. I mean, it didn't work because they lost, but like both maps, they had like the lead for like a good amount of the map, and then they threw it. So something tells me they might still want to gamble. But I would not be surprised if they try something else. There we go. There we
There's
go.
the other SV. Does this count as a middle pick? I think so.
You know what? Sure, it does count.
Half middle. Is there anything like a half middle?
Semi-middle.
Yeah, we haven't seen SV2 either, or Beatboxer, being played. We have seen SV1, but we haven't seen SV2.
Okay, well, now the big question when it comes to SVs, has China practiced it enough?
I mean,
Because
China.
Vietnam, they picked this, so that means they're prepared.
Well, at this point, if they didn't practice it, then what's the point?
Yeah.
So the third player is going to be. Actually,
I have no idea who's gonna be the third for Vietnam. I want to say Joki, but I don't think Joki plays SVs. I know they played First Frost, but Vietnam didn't do that well in First Frost.
But yeah, we're seeing first time Ganyu. I guess first time in the match.
Yeah.
Ganyu Angel being played for most of the SVs, I would reckon, because they did play hybrid, but at this point, hybrids for them is actually it's quite a lot for the take actually on the physicality side.
Yeah, the step up between quarterfinals and semifinals. Probably a bit too much for Ganyu, but they definitely can excel in SVs. They played both SV maps last weekend for China, so no surprise. As Tradon is coming in for Vietnam.
I mean, Tradon did play a little bit of an SV, but how much of they are going to put the amount of effort is still unknown.
Yeah, we shall see this firsthand. First time it's being played in this tournament. And boy, this is a map. This is one of the maps.
One of the maps.
One of the maps. For first timers, if you've never seen it, you're gonna be in for a ride.
I mean, if you see like 150 or something like that, something's wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, so far in this intro, accuracy's favoring China, but everyone's still holding on to FCs. But here we go.
Well, I mean, China did take the lead momentarily.
The slow jump and stutters actually tripping up Tridon a bit with the accuracy as well as Vixal.
Donnex actually quite a bit of a dip there, actually. 99.3
Yeah.
on the side. Oh, Vixal,
no.
there's a 98.
Both Vixal and Tridon. But Donnex finds the first miss.
Donnex with the first miss, but that accuracy is quite... Actually, Turk's going down to 99.3, so the lead might actually not going anywhere. That's annoying. That's bad, actually.
Yeah, no.
97 for Vixal.
Oh boy.
Ganyu Angel though. 91.7.
Yeah, I was about to say Ganyu Angel is just, my goodness. 99.7 at this point.
Can't believe a Genshin player plays SV.
The more you know. Okay, I think we're going back into another section really soon.
Soon enough. I mean, the lead is quite a sizable one, so we're gonna need a lot more to miss.
Alright, here. I have Vixal finds the first miss of this section.
Yeah, first
the LN
victim of that. There you go. Second.
Tudon. I think that might be it. I think it is going to be very difficult for Vietnam to put this back unless China pick up multiple misses.
Yeah, this was 75,000 point lead. That's quite unrecoverable when you have this much of a map left. That is trivial enough to do. But Vixal is quadding. Doesn't look like it's gonna work.
Oh, Ganyu
Angel!
Oh, on the quad as well.
Seems like the only player that is going to FC is Turks, but you know, at this point, quite a good score actually. Almost 980 or around 980 at the very least.
Yeah, that is definitely 980. 986.
Wow. God, okay. That's Trix, the only FC in the entire lobby. Yep, there you go. That is a good 200 count for most of the bottom row actually.
Yeah, Tokiyume as well, but I mean Ganyu with 2, Turks with 5. And Turks with a PB as well, not like it really mattered because they destroyed.
Well, 10,000 is quite a lot for a personal best. If you know, you know, 10,000 is quite a from like 99.3 to 99.6 kinda. But that's a 5-0 victory. That's another rank point. So China's looking really solid now.
China looking very solid, and also their own pick.
Is it Hubris? Because I wanted to say Hubris.
I mean, the maps we have left in the middle column with Rise 2, Rise 7, and SV1.
Hey, whatever you are thinking, don't look at the left and the right side. Just look at the middle.
The only maps you can pick are in the middle. You're now playing with that resolution of your screen. It
Or
would be so
essentially-
funny. No,
Yeah, there you go.
it's
In the middle.
it's still.
They're
Oh
doing
my gosh! There's no way. I swear it's a coincidence that this is happening, but it is so funny.
Hubris it is. Middle row is alive. Or middle column, I should say. Not
I made a column. We get another. Wait, I think we got all three also originals.
Is this what their intention?
They know. They know.
Okay, so, so essentially China picks 2 originals and Vietnam pick 1. So I thought it's China pick all 3 of them. That's a that's kind of a weird flex.
I mean, the one also original that was picked was Vietnam side that they lost by like a couple of thousand points right at the end.
Yeah, this one quite similar to Cold Heart, but essentially it's just faster and a little bit more in line with most of the straightforward picks in particular. It's just weird.
It is very weird, very abrasive as well. 264 BPM with these patterns are not a joke, and I believe, as what Mash said in the last match, 5.47 star rating is an absolute lie.
I mean, it's accurate in terms of if you do not play overrated star rating. I mean, Triumph and Regret is still higher than this. The more you know, that jump trail inflates a whole lot. I mean, there's a bit of a jump trail in this, but you get the idea.
Well, quote unquote, yeah. Well, let's see how well these 6 will fare. I mean, China with Parasol 3, I don't know. Donex is definitely the main one for China here. And for Vietnam, it should be Joki that it should be looking at.
I didn't realize that reason I play with this kind of low scroll speed that I can actually read. Lead so far actually doesn't go anywhere.
I want to say that, like, if you look at the accuracies, I don't know who's the lowest. And then you have Parasol 3 cancelling out Rizuna. But Donex's accuracy.
Wow,
Oh.
okay, that's a 100 point difference actually. For that 3 to 1 down, there's a miss there. Oh, okay. Not a good sign already.
Yeah, Vietnam having to play catch up again.
I mean, there's still quite a bit of the material to go with, and all sections didn't really matter because of how abrasive and weird this is.
Yeah, Donex's accuracy, my goodness. Still holding a 99.9 at this stage.
Joki's trying to catch up, but
Yeah.
with another miss as well
Oh.
already. 2 miss, but that drop is reasonably clean.
Yeah, but this is not gonna help Vietnam's case to try and get this lead back. China now extended to 14,000. As Donex finally drops below 99.9.
I mean, yeah, Donex is already like a 9.9 below, just below that. But China doesn't want to miss, essentially. That's all the rice picks in particular. I don't think they don't want to miss.
Yeah, and Rizuna falls as well. China are just holding the combo consistency and with accuracy to match.
We're running
This
out
is
of
looking
time,
good.
as actually.
Yeah, we're on to the last quarter. Joki, the only one left staying for Vietnam. They are beating Parasol and I don't know, but they are just below Donex.
Yeah, even with this kind of chain jump, but it doesn't really letting anyone off guard. Only this one section left that is just consistently, it's just constant density, which doesn't really facing any troubles for China, unless they don't want to miss. But you get the idea.
Yeah. 22,000 points of a lead for China to throw away at this stage is looking very, very hard.
Yep, there you go. Still, I mean, it's still already quite a lead they got there. It's too late at this point.
It is indeed too late, but Donex did fall. a bit of accuracy now matching Joki, so we'll see who's gonna be the lobby MVP as China get their 6 at match point.
That's very narrowly in Joki's MVP actually.
26!
6 points there. That's a V1 double S for Parasol 3. That's also very impressive.
Yeah, just that ratio. Losing out to Donix and Joki, but V1 double S is also very impressive. I mean, like, that China team score is just ridiculous.
Maple doesn't seem to be... I mean, Maple is still too easy for China at
easy.
this point. Why 200s in total?
Mint, you need to make this pool harder. These players are too good.
Yeah, at this point, finals is in the horizon, but at this point, it's just a tall order for Vietnam to be able to catch up to 6 points. You know, essentially, at this point, it's in Vietnam's court to at least get a point, but they don't have a lot of options, do they?
This is their last pick, potentially, if China sweep. So they need to think this one hard.
SV? I just don't know.
The temptations are there. The middle column might stand, but I don't know how long it might stand for.
Actually, now that I think about it, I hate SV1 being picked, actually, because it doesn't form a middle column anymore.
It's a base. It's a base.
I kinda wish they go with the jump stream thing, like Oten Vivace or Black Chocolates, but you know, in the middle religion, that's a Oten Vivace should be the one.
Yeah. China now on the cusp of making it to Sunday at least. Vietnam now having to fight for their tournament lives. They need a reverse sweep. And what is their pick going to be as the timer is slowly running out?
Nope, they're staying away from the middle. Staying away from the middle. Going for Azisai.
Hey, you know what? Maybe this will break the curse. You know, since all the picks have been in the middle column and they've all been China's victory, maybe going for something else that's not the middle column might actually give them a point.
Well, China's middle column is working for them, so why not just break it? Maybe this is the breakthrough.
Maybe.
Oh, actually, yeah. So essentially, is it Ganyu Angel playing, or is it Yasun Fanboy for China?
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see what China has for their third player. I mean, the tree for Vietnam, I think it's the same Big Joki Tree Duan, and it is gonna be Yasun for China.
Okay, so seeing Yasun Fanboy, I guess now the 3-man team for most of the hybrid and longer team is gonna be this. No next, Naruto train Yasun Fanboy. Yeah, this is the last line of defense for Vietnam here. If Vietnam lost this, China will pick up the brooms.
Yeah, now fighting for survival. Alright, let's see if this is going to be the pick that finally gets Vietnam on the board and perhaps start an improbable comeback. Once we get everyone loaded from China's side. Alright, here we go. This could be the farewell anthem, or it could be the start of something for Vietnam.
Either a continuation of this match or the swan song. And it might actually will, considering how, you know, have been dominant for China most of the times. But it could be proven wrong.
It is LN, and the LN so far have been favoring Vietnam until they miss. So we'll see here.
That's essentially the kind of the story of Vietnam right here.
Yeah, the very unfortunate story. If they can just hold on, I think they should be able to get some points. But that is, of course, a big if.
Yeah, that's a big if. Score difference doesn't look like it's gonna go anywhere. But essentially, this kind of lead is just staying still. Oh, it's already picked up a drop there.
I wanted to mention Vixel dropped a bit of accuracy and then he just completely dropped the combo, so now that just gives the lead to China.
Yeah, 8,000 point lead right now. Still not over yet. There's quite a bit to go. But essentially, that's a 3-0 gaming that's falling apart actually.
Oh boy, and this is a 20,000 point lead. China not letting up one bit this entire match.
I mean, essentially, they still all have 3 MCs, right? This is no joke. This is really hard out. This is a really hard long to be able to stay consistent on full convoy.
And their accuracies are very close to one another as well. Parasol 3 just being the only anomaly out of the 4 remaining FCs. Make it 3 remaining FCs.
Wow, okay. No FCs, that's all. Yep, I think that's a swan song for Vietnam, and this is looking like the end of the line for Vietnam here. Only placing top 12 this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Vietnam did not play a bad game. It's just that China were playing out of their minds today. 7-0! Could you believe this scoreline at the start?
Picking up their brooms here, and you know, Japan will have opponents essentially, because I believe China will be facing Japan.
Yes.
If I've been proven wrong, but again, Vietnam though, they did a lot to get here. Top 12 is no easy feat.
Yeah, they managed to defeat the Russian Federation to at least secure the top 12, but unfortunately they fell to South Korea, who are South Korea obviously, but yeah, ended up finally succumbing to China on their road in this 4K World Cup, and that will do it for them. China, like you said, will be facing Japan tomorrow, and it's already loaded on our screens here, 13 UTC.
Yeah, but the next 2 matches are winners bracket. United States versus Chile and South Korea versus Thailand. But
no more elimination.
Yep, there you go. No more eliminations from those 2 matches. They still have 1 more lifeline if they lost. But again, that's quite a lengthy break, is it? Like 9 hours from there.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to see that match unfold, especially for United States being quite a bit of community favorites, essentially, after winning on their last year's Mini World Cup. And Chile, essentially their first time on winners bracket ever since 2017. Or yeah, at least I believe so in case.
Top 6. Yes. Like, this is one of the best finishes Chile would ever get in a World Cup.
Yeah, matching the 2017 feat, but Chile has to essentially have to beat the United States, essentially, to be able to force themselves into the podium stage, essentially.
So yeah, there's definitely going to be a match to watch.
Quite a bit of a break, though.
Yeah. It is going to be a bit of a break. But with that being said, is there anything else you want to add? Well, I got something to add because banners are still up for all of the teams, even if they have been eliminated, which includes Vietnam as well. If you want to get yourself a banner, the store is open and you are able to purchase as many banners as you want. You can buy multiple banners of one country, you can buy banners of all countries, and they'll show up on your profile stacked. And if you pick the country that wins the entire World Cup, then you get to keep that banner for slightly longer, until the next Mania World Cup.
Absolutely, yeah. That is going to be it for, I believe, or according to our time, is going to be Saturday. So essentially, the end of the Saturday for us as well. Do you have anything else to say?
Nope, I think they'll do it for us here.
Alright, we should be seeing quite a bit of a closing the stream here, especially 9 hours from there is quite long. So be on the lookout for those matches. This is me, and Rebellio will be signing off.
Yep, take care and good night.
Welcome back, everyone. In case you weren't, hadn't had your fill enough of exciting matches here, we've got two going on at the same time. The last two of the weekend here for the semi-finals. On the A stream, we're going to have Japan versus China. If you want to go watch Malaysia versus Philippines, however, go over to osulive_2, where we're going to have the B stream running there with that match. But for now, both of these matches, they're going to be losers brackets. So the loser of this match is going to be eliminated here. I'm still Potassium F here alongside Mifa. What do you think about this matchup?
Yep, we are so back, and again, this matchup, Japan versus China, coming in clutch on the previous match before, and I guess you can say their scores aren't that much different. You can essentially picture out that this can go to tiebreaker, like all of the matchups we saw before.
This is definitely a hard one to call. The teams do have the knowledge of the past matches that they've played from yesterday. So both of these teams both won their matches yesterday, but I feel like now we're getting into semifinals, we're getting into the later stages. China is a team that is getting better and better every week. They didn't quite have the same level of accuracy when we had the start of the tournament here, but as these rounds have gone on, they're getting more consistent when it comes to the combo, when it comes to getting good team scores overall, so they're looking scary. While Japan, they've been showing some exceptionally strong rise scores as a team, but I feel like maybe the LNs are where China are going to try to attack here.
Yeah, so at this point, it should be very obvious by now, if you're keeping track, that Japan would most likely going to be banning long roads, and China will be banning either the Rise or just the SV, just to mitigate the damage.
So Japan would have 100%, I think they would have banned LN1, but China have protected it as a very strong protect here. Japan should protect, I believe, one of the SV maps, if they are confident with that one, and they are going to be protecting SV2. And I expect Japan to maybe ban Azisai and China to ban SV1.
Yep, there you go. I guess punch for LN and SV protects and bans. So no surprises there. All the Rice picks will probably be staying up for the entirety. Japan would pick all of them.
Yeah.
And China would pick all of the LNs.
Yeah,
and maybe the hybrids.
I do think out of the LNs, I think LN3 is definitely the most likely to ban. I think that's probably the least comfortable out of the ones remaining. I mean, LN2, I think, is something that Japan could definitely play. They can definitely get their full combos on that one.
Yep, there you go.
And LN4 might also be, at least decently comfortable. LN3 is, as a Lemon guy, LN map, it can be very, very hard to really nail. And I feel like Japan, that's where they are going to go in the end. So the LN3 ban makes sense. China,
ooh, banning Joker.
Hold on a second. That's a curveball. Both SVs against Japan. I mean, China, they're very good at SV. I know that much.
Yeah, so Japan has a 3 FCs on Joker, let's be real. Like, the lowest is 991 and 992. So China are not going to be dealing their rise scores on Joker.
Yeah, and China did have a very strong SV1 team score in their match yesterday as well. So it'll be interesting. Japan does know China's SV1 score, so we'll see if Japan decides to pick both of the SVs. They very well might later on into this match, but for now, China's own pick, they're going to go with their protect right away, and this is definitely China's strongest skill set against Japan in this matchup at the very least.
Yeah, China's roster should be Yasin, Fanboy Turks, and Parasol Tree, which you would assume that there are the 3 main LN players. And for Japan, Drew K, Bad Mania player, and I would go so far to say
13 Wiz, I think.
Yeah, or 13 Wiz.
13 Wiz should be the third player. I think so far, like especially in these later stages, Crew K and 13 Wiz have been actually very strong at the LN picks. They've been looking really good. I think Japan's main sore point for the LNs has been their third player. And while Bad Mania player has been really consistent when it comes to the full combos, the accuracy is just a little bit lower than what you would expect China to pull off.
Yeah, it's interesting enough. We haven't delved into too much of their LN scores, although we do have a previous match for those scores before. China wins by quite a bit actually. Yeah, in terms of score comparisons, even though their LN scores have been undoubtedly have been one of the best in the team scoring, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, China's not China's not been a team so far that you've been seeing the crazy, you know, Thailand level 997k scores from all their players kind of thing. But they've had very solid and very consistent kind of like 990k scores for all their players, and that's kind of still being seen in this stage even. And when we get to maps that are this hard, you know, maintaining anything close to a 990k, that is a really impressive team score to pull out. And it looks like, yeah, we are seeing 13 Wiz coming in for Japan, one of the stronger LN players of this team. But the question will be, you know, Japan are going to have to hold on to their full combos here. I don't think Japan can afford to miss whatsoever. They're going to have to hope that China miss, because I think even, you know, maybe even one China miss is not enough for the lead to go over to Japan here. But
yeah,
we'll see.
It's crucial now. Crucial that the late game focus is to not miss. That's where the lever that we're at right now. We really don't want to miss.
Yeah, just don't miss. Just full combo, guys. Easier said than done here, and it looks like actually all players off to a decent start here. Bad Mania player holding on the 99.3 early on, but not too far behind the other players actually. Ends up being fairly even between the two teams.
Yeah, a bit of a lead to start off with, because Bad Mania player 13 is having quite a bit of struggle with the 99, low 99s here.
Yeah, those coordination releases are really hurting those two players at the bottom for Japan, and Bad Mania player finds the first miss, down below 99% now. Not having fun with these releases, and right now China are holding consistent above 99.4 for all three of their players. And there's another miss coming out as well, already going to be 20,000 points in favor of China.
Already a sizable lead, coming into even the first half of it. It's just like the second half that is just as difficult as this one.
But it doesn't really feel like there's going to be an opportunity for Japan to come back into this, just based on how consistent China have been. They haven't really dropped their accuracy very much. I mean, Parasol Tree down to 99.3 right now, but that is more than enough with 3 full combos still on the board versus the 2 of Japan. I mean, Crew K still keeping even with Nyas and Fanboy. That's just not quite enough to make up this 22,000 point deficit.
Quite a lead, yeah. They got there for a good majority of the map, so I think it's kind of clear to see why China has a dominance on LNs.
Yeah, I mean, China cementing themselves as a late game combo focused team, absolutely. Their accuracy is actually looking very good as well, but when you have 3 full combos like this going into the last section of the map, doesn't feel like Japan has any kind of hope of coming back into this one.
Yeah, the lead is just getting better and better for China now, approaching 30,000 up until, only this last bit remaining.
And China making it look comfortable. And a familiar name as well to anyone who's watched 7K MWC. It's Turks with the MVP, this time in 4K.
Yep. Caught in 4K as well. Yeah, 6,200s to boot. Yep.
Yeah, best 200 count by a mile actually in the lobby there. And definitely showing China's overall team consistency above that 980k average for them as they win comfortably on their own Protect. So Japan, not really too much to be upset about here for Japan. Nice win for China, but ultimately it was their own Protect. So that is, you would think, supposed to go to them anyway. But now it's up to Japan. Do they go for SV right away is my question.
I'm assuming they would go with it right away. 2 SVs are up there.
I feel like in recent years, like the past this year and last year, Japan have kind of opted to save the SV picks for later into the match, which I think might be a good idea for them as well if they want to. Of course, they are definitely going to get a couple more picks.
Yeah, it could, but I mean, they're discussing now, which I don't think that they really don't have that much time to discuss. It's only like a bit of a countdown to boot as well.
If they do pick a Rice, I would expect it to be something like Rice 2 or Rice 4. That is,
It's either Uchoten or Minefield, yep.
I think those are the most Japan picks out of the rest of them. Those are the kind of picks, the more straightforward Rice maps that Japan really excels the accuracy on.
Oh,
Rice
Black
3,
Chocolates! Okay.
that makes sense as well. I don't dislike this at all as well from Japan.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Black Chocolates is the lowest score being 995. And that's a fodder with like a 1-200 or something.
Yeah,
it's good. It's a good pick. It's a good pick, but this is a different match to say to say the least.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, did China play this in their match?
I don't think so. Let me just check real quick.
No, they didn't. They definitely did not.
Yeah, they did not. Yep.
In fact, China only played 2 Rice maps in their own match last time, so not a whole lot of information that Japan is working with, but what they do know is that this is a map that they're very comfortable with, so if they can pull off a similar score they did last time, then this is definitely a good pick for them, and it's up to China now to prove that they can keep up when it comes to the accuracy and consistency here.
Yeah, so like the scores playing from the previous match was like 996, 995.4, 995.2 on the Japanese side. That's a tall order to beat, even in the extreme pressure in this kind of a match, especially when you're up in the elimination stage. That's quite a tall order.
Okay, let's see it. The second map that we're going to be seeing here, one that Japan definitely wants to secure here if they don't want to let a breakpoint go over, but also one that I definitely feel like China is able to take if they can maintain that combo. Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
Stop,
I'm not.
Stop! Stop!
Oh
Donix.
no!
Come on!
Whoa! Wait, that was
there
so
you go.
long. That was 350
380
notes.
notes. Yep,
Oh my
380.
god!
Apollo has a little bit of a shaky start, actually.
Yeah, farther down at 99.77, but still not that far down. Actually, kind of matched by Parasol Tree, so a little bit of a lead from China, but actually it looks like it's switching over. It's just about tied between the two teams. So we see 13 Wiz is actually beating out I don't know what. And Na a little bit behind Dawn X, but looks like it's settling in favor of Japan by a little bit now.
It does settle in, but this is still like the first quarter. We still have 3 more quarters of this charge. The classic shoegazer pattern with the jump streams, always with the 2 jumps back to back.
Yeah, now this lead, I mean 1,000 points. The accuracy is high for all 6 players. It is in favor of Japan, and Japan are increasing their accuracy as a team. It's getting higher and higher, but still not safe whatsoever.
Afonda's rivaling with the score.
Oh.
Well, I was gonna say rivaling with I don't know the score, but apparently with a miss down, Japan has a solid lead.
Yeah, that was one of the higher accuracies for China as well, now dropping down to 99.2, so the accuracy lead very strong in favor of Japan now, along with that miss. And you would think, as long as they can hold on to the combo, accuracy drops are not going to be too big of a deal anymore for Japan, but that's
That's the highest act gone.
Yeah, that was the 990k for China. And now gone, all 3 players on the side of Japan, better accuracy than all 3 players on China.
Looking fairly solid now, like a 5-digit lead, up until like the last third of it.
And, I mean, I don't want to call this too early, but as we're getting into this match, I think Japan might be on pace to beating their team score from yesterday, looking at the accuracies on Na and 13 Wiz.
I mean, it's looking like it, but again, we still have like the last quarter, which still the same density as before, but chokes might happen.
Very possible, but it is a fairly consistent map in terms of difficulty. So possible for chokes, but given how all the players have played, it looks like they are fairly comfortable with the BPM at the very least, so you wouldn't necessarily expect one to happen at this late stage.
Yeah, we're entering, like the last quarter of it. It does feel like the chart is keep on going and going, but once we get to like the ending of it, it's just staying there. The lead doesn't change anywhere.
Oh, this is a crazy performance being put up right now. The only one FC on Team China, but 3 for
like,
Japan.
What is that? Oh my god.
That is...
Okay. Hang on. Hang on a
That is
second.
Oh, no,
100.
not a 3-way double S. That was the 100 that a father got at the very intro
Again,
of the map.
That's 980-ish points better than the previous team score.
2 score V1 double S's coming in for Japan. 2 misses on the side of China. But, I mean, the ratio alone, you can see, even if China didn't miss, even if China got 3 double S's, this would have still been Japan's point.
A fodder score is worse by 12 points. And then the higher score is not, is better score. So essentially,
that's what we call consistency there. Japan playing this map twice in the same weekend, and their lowest individual score out of the 6 was 995.2k. They are a very scary jump stream team. But China now, they're going to be attacking right back in the LN section, and this is definitely the next best pick that I would say is here for China. Another one that I don't think Japan's going to be very comfortable getting good accuracy on.
I wouldn't be very complacent on picking this because all 3 Japanese players FC'd on this chart on the previous match.
I do think both teams played this last time, and I think China only won it by a little bit, but I think this is the map where Japan got 3 FCs, China got, 3 misses on one of their players, and China still got the higher team score. So I feel like unless China gets like a full team wipe, team miss at some point during this match, I think... Which, I mean, look, it's not impossible. I've seen weirder things happen during matches, but I do think this is a very strong pick for China. This should be favored towards them most of the time.
That seems like asking for too much for a team wipe there, but, you know...
I mean, I feel like that's what has to happen if Japan wants to overcome any kind of accuracy. I mean, unless Japan outperforms what they did yesterday.
Tackling on a what-if scenario.
Yeah, you know, what if? What if Japan wins this pick? I think breakpoints are likely to happen maybe later on into the match, but for now I think both teams are probably still comfortable with some of their picks that they have remaining, and especially this one. But we'll see. Of course, seeing Bad Mania player coming back in instead of Father Crew K also coming back in instead of Na.
Yeah, this is also the 3-man LN players for Japan, like the previous match. I mean, this would most likely be staying the same for every LN picks, but this is their main LN players.
And of course, Turks and Yasin fanboy coming back in as well for the LN team for China.
Parasol Tree had a little bit of a shaky start there, man. Actually, might have dropped a few 200s on the intro.
But still actually performing better than Bad Mania player and also tying 13 Wiz, so overall, China's accuracy looking very good off the back of Turks once again with this 99.76 intro. Very strong start for China, but not much of a lead yet, and it's a very long map as well.
Yeah, it's just FCs and you're good to go. But it's not just FCs, but Crew K with the first miss already.
Oh, that was the best accuracy on the side of Japan, now gone. Fairly clean miss, but oh, that's a messy one now coming in from Crew K, down to 99.4.
Already a 5-digit lead now.
Yeah, lead from China is going to start getting really big at this point. And there's no accuracy lead to speak of for Japan to even try and claw back some of this point lead. They're just going to have to hope that China really messes up at some point, but this map has proven to be fairly consistent. And the teams that have looked well on this map have managed to get through the whole thing.
China has like a lot of LN bearings to work with, and this clearly shows the finesse that China really doesn't mess around with their LNs either.
Yeah, for sure. 13 Wiz is definitely keeping in it. Tying up with Parasol Tree right now with the full combo. Bad Mania plays a little bit further behind, but it's just really the fact that no one on Team Japan is currently, you know, matching Turks. Or Nyas and Fanboy, really, for that matter.
It's really just all 99.6 across China. That's that's quite an average.
That's really
this
solid.
Far in.
Really, really solid as a team score. Just as a unit here, China is just performing high averages across their players.
Also, I did realize that previous match that Turks was not in it. It was Donex. So essentially, this might be an improvement.
Last section already here with no one messing up aside from those earlier Crew K misses there. And
That's a
Onyasin,
fanboy. That's the first miss there. Oh, that's a
second
why
miss?
one?
Hold on, that's 2 misses. This score lead has cut down really quickly. Now it's only 5,000 points. I think one more miss might
Watch
be
out
enough.
there. Be careful with those misses because it might cost you.
Yeah, only a little bit of the map left, so as long as China holds on, it should be okay, but one miss the difference now.
It's looking like that China's going to be able to narrowly take it, actually.
Yeah, that got a little bit concerning there, but the misses did cancel out with Crew K's earlier ones, so the accuracy lead for China is what keeps them in it, and once again, another Turks MVP here with 99.66% full combo.
Both teams did better than the previous matches by like 2,000 points. That's still quite a bit to beat with, essentially. But because Turks is in instead of Donex, and Turks clearly has a higher score.
And I'm gonna say, if Crew K didn't find those slider breaks in the middle of the map, that could definitely have gone Japan's way.
Yeah, it does. It's just essentially like it's on like 989k pace, which is like around 8,000 points. That's definitely winnable.
For sure, but now it's Japan's turn to pick. Are they going to go with something like Rice 2? That might be a good pick for them now, and I mean, they always have that SV wildcard in the back pocket whenever they really want to solidify a point.
The illusion of free choice. Is it jump string time, or is it core jack time, or is it SV time?
Yeah, I mean, you know for sure a team like Japan is going to pick SV at some point in the match. The question really is just when.
If they're really gonna go with the jump string pick, and I guess Oten is their next best. No, core jack time. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, core jack has looked very good. Remember as well, last week, Yamogi, if you were to think back, got 10 300s.
10 300, yep, there you go.
Not something that's going to happen again for the rest of this tournament.
No, absolutely not.
But I am very scared of Yamogi's core jack now.
This is like 152 BPM, and even though like the last core jack pick was like 147 or 146 around that, only a 5 BPM increase. But patterns are definitely not straightforward, as you might have seen.
We'll see. We have Na coming in here. We are... I would say we have to be seeing Yamogi coming in after what we have seen.
Yeah,
and
Yamogi and a fodder.
a father being the third player. I mean, Crew-K can also play Jax very well, but a father would make a lot of sense as well.
Kruke hasn't been playing like most of the Rice picks, so, or I don't think Kjack Minefield for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, 13 Wiz is also a very strong Rice player as well. They have a lot of Rice players on Japan's team.
Yeah. Also, mind you that both of these teams haven't played this either, so this is a fresh perspective.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on Team China, I'm definitely always concerned when I see Dornex coming in on a Rice pick. Dornex has some insane accuracy as well.
Oh, it is Kruke, okay. No Yomogi.
No Yomogi, okay.
Is Yomogi probably going to be reserved for SBs? Or is it actually a little bit too hard now for Yomogi to catch up with this level of complexity?
Yeah, I wonder. I do definitely know Yomogi is online. I can see them.
Yeah,
they have been switched over to the server.
Let's see if the fresh perspective from Japan say that it's not Yomogi playing.
I mean, if anything, that just means that these three players have scores that are that good on this.
Yeah,
pick.
well, yeah, essentially, yeah.
We'll see, because China, they have the Kjack ability as well, and we know that Kjack can come down to one single mistake from one player. That is all that it takes for a team to win a point on a Kjack pick.
Because as you might know, Kjack pick is not because of a miss as a mistake, but 50s as a mistake, or non-200s.
Oh, and we are already seeing the accuracy coming out. This is some high accuracy across the boards. Almost everyone on 99.9.
High octane accuracies right here. Averaging 99.9s across the board. Mind you, even with the lowest 99.87, that's still an averaging 99.9.
Oh my god, and the density is so high as well. At this BPM, everyone's holding on. No real accuracy drops. It's just 13 Wiz and
I'm concerned. There you go. I was concerned because the hit error might have been, yeah, like I don't know as well too. The second miss coming from China's side. Oh, that's a dirty one as well.
Big accuracy drop from I don't know what. 3 misses total on the side of China, and all 3 full combos still on the side of Japan. Accuracy big in the lead of Japan as well. They can afford a couple of misses as long as they're not too messy.
Yeah, this time the complexity is not just the Kjack anymore.
Oh yeah, these bursts in between catching Nyas and Fanboy off guard again. Down
oh, 13 Wiz,
that's
like a couple of 50s there.
Oh yeah, low accuracy now, but still maintains the full combo, and that's more than good enough right now for Team Japan. 25,000 points in the lead. They are holding comfortable.
No, 13 Wiz!
On the only LN!
LN! There's a slider rig on an LN.
Like the single LN that's in this match.
That's not a miss, that's a 50 and a bit actually.
But it's not going to be enough just in and of itself. That was a clean miss, all things considered. And it's going to be still 18,000 points in favor of Japan. Nah, with the double digit 300
Double digit, yep. And V1 double S as well for Kruke and Don X. That's all around just those are Kjack scores, alright. The ratio is always low, or the 300 count is always low.
Yeah, just less misses coming out of Japan. That's the main story of this map. And they
the only miss was on the slider break.
Yeah. Yeah, the one slider break there, which is unfortunate. I guess that makes this a hybrid map.
This has always been a dangerous LN thing across every matches because it's the least amount of least LN testing because it's just essentially jump straight.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say I almost would prefer China to go for hybrid before this pick, but at the same time, I feel like they're probably going to pick this anyway at some point. It's just maybe the riskiest of all of the LN picks in the pool here against Japan, because you know, even though Japan kind of struggled a little bit on the accuracy, this is probably the easiest to keep okay accuracy as Rise players.
Yeah, so 13 Wiz, Kruke, and Bad Mania players should come back in because all 3 players on Japan did also FC on this previous match. So trying to keep up with consistency with China is another question. and you would normally say that China, the three-man LN team has been staying the same most of the time, but this time it's Donex actually.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense for a map like this to have a slightly different team than what we saw in the other LN picks. So looks like no Nyasen fanboy, I believe, who's been playing the LN so far. Dornex perhaps coming in instead. But the same three players we're seeing for Japan, making a lot of sense. Crew K and 13 Wiz have been pretty excellent just all around.
So I guess both of the team score differences has been like around 10,000 point-ish, because and at this pick in time, this can change quite a bit actually.
I mean, just a side note here, I only just kind of realized how like similar in structure Crew K and Dornex's names are.
Yeah, it's just
four-letter word
K,
into
K
capital
and
letter.
X. Yep, there you go. Or you can just combine it and be making the long-standing name of Crew X for whatever reason.
Dawn K.
Dawn K. Yep. Is that a new name for now?
Yeah, maybe. But we'll see how the teams go on this one. Might come down to the combo a little bit. If Japan can hold on to the combo, definitely breakpoint possible, but China so far have not been doing a whole lot of missing when it comes to these LN picks.
Well, only like the only one miss was like Dear Deny I Love, which is like just at the outro of it. But Donix has a bit of a difficulty in keeping up on the accuracy actually. Kind of all over the place and hit error.
Yeah, actually the lowest accuracy, and that's giving Japan actually the lead in terms of accuracy, which is something we haven't seen so far. Actually, Crew K is doing the heavy lifting
leading
right
now.
here.
Oh god, okay, 99.83. But we still haven't entering the break section yet, which is quite a bit. But the lead is now a tug of war at this point.
Yeah, Dornex is recovering that accuracy, catching up to Bad Mania player now, and
Oh,
this
God.
is tied just about at the halfway mark. Still, anyone could win this.
We're entering the break section after this section, so we can see the score difference right there after. There's a 1,000-point lead now because I saw Bad Mania player has a bit of a drop.
Yeah, Crew K also dropped in accuracy a little bit, down to 99.77. Still the best in the lobby,
1,000-point
though.
lead.
Oh my god, this is within a few 200s potentially here, and oh, I just saw a couple from Turks.
Oh my
That was
god. Oh god,
during the break
that's
section.
careless there. Very careless. Watch out, because this outro decides everything now.
Oh, and it's dense. You know, anyone can mess up. Still 6 full combos. Who will make the first mistake? Dornex now actually
Does the
beating...
first mistake comes up? We're entering the last bit of the outro now. Does everyone gonna keep the FC? It does look like it.
Oh my god,
Every
six-way
six-way
FC?
FC.
And it looks like just barely.
Barely. Just barely there.
China are gonna hold
2,000-point
on.
lead.
That's was
oh my god.
so close. In the end, it really came down to Dornex managing to recover that accuracy so well in the second half.
Six-way, perfect. You love to see it.
Six-way. Oh my god. And
No
Crew
100s,
K,
no 50s.
Crew K getting the full combo there. I mean, not the full combo, but like the MVP, I should say. Everyone getting the full combo. Everyone getting the high 980Ks at the very minimum. And that's Japan showing, oh, maybe some of these LN-based picks, maybe the hybrids later on might not be so certain for China.
As it has been historically for LN2 picks. All picks, every single picks for every team has been kind of have been narrowly won. This has been one of those cases again.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the other good sign for Japan here is that China's out of LN picks. LN picks are gone. It's gonna have to be probably the hybrid picks that China go for in the future here, but now Japan, they still have a lot of rice picks and they've got the 2 SB picks up, so they get a lot more choice.
Still got a quite a bit of choices here. I mean, 2 SBs are up there, and then, yeah, we chose it now. We're not staying away from the jump stick either.
Yeah, I mean, given what we've seen, this definitely looks like Japan's most comfortable pick that they have in terms of the rice pool. I think after this, I would maybe expect SV to come out next round for the next picks, but this one still seems like a very strong pick for Japan if they can hold it together. This one much shorter though, so mistakes are going to be even more costly here than they were in the other maps.
Yeah, so I mean, Donex and I don't know, Parasol Tree has been like also playing like a black chocolate, so this should be no different. And you would normally say that 13 Wiz is also coming back in as well for Choten.
Let's see what the teams end up being. Of course, we're getting I don't know what high coming in for Team China. That is the player that's been playing, I think, all the rice maps so far for China. So that makes sense. Parasol Tree staying in. And Dawn X, of course.
Kruke. Oh no.
Ooh, are we seeing Kruke?
Yeah,
nah,
it is
Afother
Kruke.
and Kruke. We're getting the Afother Kruke duo. Coming back in here reminds me of, what, 2020 something?
2019 has been like, yeah, 2019 is the long-serving veterans here.
Yeah, a couple of years ago.
Essentially. No 13 Wiz this time.
Yeah, but again, it kind of just goes to show how deep the Japan roster is when it comes to the rice picks. They can pick whoever. Maybe they are just switching players out to give some players a rest. Maybe 13 Wiz does need a rest after playing so many of the maps so far in the match. But we definitely know that Kruke can pull off some really strong accuracy scores himself.
I do believe that Japan hasn't picked this either in the previous match, so might be a newer perspective as well. They played Black Chocolates, but not this.
And this one a little bit faster overall. But maybe a little bit more comfortable in the patterning. We'll see.
I'm clenching so hard on this. This is still not a lead.
Yeah, this is dead even right now. Dawn X actually leading the lobby 99.96, and that's keeping China still very, very close.
It's still a tug of war. We're entering the chorus though, so hopefully this can change. Really?
I don't know what, actually starting to slip a little bit down to the 99.82 range, but still no leads to be seen for either team. It's still dead even. We're already halfway into the map. It's such a short map overall.
How is this still break even?
Oh my god, less than 1,000 points.
I mean, you can see like 1,000 because of accuracy difference, but it's still not a lead.
We can see actually right now, Kruke and Afother are both increasing their accuracies just little bit by bit as Dawn X actually drops maybe a little bit of accuracy there. Parasol Tree has also dropped a little bit of accuracy. But it's not much. It's tiny margins here for
I wouldn't be
team.
complacent at this point. Afother regaining his composure back up to 9.8.
but that's
Parasol Tree with the first miss.
That's
the lead gonna go to Japan.
And now as long as Japan holds onto the combo, easier said than done, but we only have a little bit of the map left. They just need to hold the combo here. 9,000 points in the lead for Japan. That's the biggest we've seen so far in the map.
We're entering 5-digit lead here for Japan. Doesn't seem... I don't know what I also has some accuracy issues as well. 99.7 just matching with Parasol. But at this point, Japan is still staying with like 99.8 now.
Yeah, a little bit of an act drop for Afother and Kruke, but nothing too serious. They just need the combos. That's all they care about right now.
Looks like they're gonna take it.
Then they take another point, 2988, as the team score 3 double S's.
3 V1SS! Oh no!
Oh
Dawn X is also one, so 4 V1SS on this lobby.
I mean, Dawn X with absurd rate. That's almost a 998k from Dawn X, but 3 double S's on the side of Japan. That kind of team consistency is what's really going to win you these points in the semi-final stage.
We're still on deadlock, people. 3-3.
No break points to come out yet. Both teams have looked so good on their own picks.
China's picks have been running thin. No LNs anymore. They're gonna have to stick with hybrid. There you go.
Yeah, I think now is the danger zone. Now we're getting into the dangerous territory for China. We're going to have to go to the hybrid picks. And hybrid, of course, it's a mix of LN and Rice. Japan kept it close on the LNs, but the Rice is going to feel a lot more comfortable for them.
This is the one that I would normally expect that Japan should be able to handle. This is, I think, the what you can consider like the more straightforward of the hybrids. No funny business on the LN releases. It's just all brawl of physicality.
Yeah, this is such a physical map compared to the other hybrids here. And honestly, this one might be more comfortable for Japan. You know, much more of a speed-focused map that they've shown that they can play very well. 13 Wiz, of course, coming back in, probably the most well-rounded of the Japanese team. And Crew K, you will also expect to be playing these hybrids as well.
Sidonex and Parasol now.
Yeah.
Ooh boy. I don't normally see Turks playing hybrids, but I guess here we are now.
Also, I mean, shout out to Parasol Tree in particular for China, because I believe they've played almost every single map so far this match. I think it's just the Jack map that they ended up switching out, but definitely the player that's been holding it all together for the Chinese team. And you have to imagine maybe towards the end of this match, they might be feeling a little bit of fatigue here, as I guess 13 Wiz, you can say the same thing on Team Japan.
Okay, it seems like we're settling in with Japanese players have been the 3-man team, Red Mania player 13 Wiz and Crew K. They haven't been playing hybrids, so here's a new perspective on how Japan's gonna perform on hybrids.
Yeah, and I mean, an interesting point, at least for me here, is just to see how does Bad Mania player fare when it comes to faster maps, because we've only really seen them play on the LN maps so far, really in the whole tournament. We haven't really seen the physicality or speed being pushed here.
Yeah, like I said, the more straightforward hybrids of all things. This should favor a lot more on the more physical players.
Both teams have physical players in spades right now, but it looks like China are off to a little bit of a better start overall. Crew K and Bad Mania player both struggling in the accuracy a little bit compared to the rest of the lobby.
One miss can easily change the fate.
Oh,
the
how
two
about
misses!
Crew K and 13 Wiz on the same note. And China now, all of a sudden, this is 20,000 points in the lead. China were unfazed so far. And that was such a big accuracy drop.
25,000 lead now. That's already a huge lead there.
Look at the accuracy on the side of 13 Wiz right now. And it was at 99.1 just before. Lowest on China is 99.66.
Like, how does that even happen? 99.6 on average, like 99.7 now on average.
And this is a short map as well. It's not even 2 minutes long, and Crew K finding another miss. This might be it.
30,000 point lead is pretty much, they need a team wipe. I don't think that would be the case.
And the end is really tricky as well, but China managed to kind of brush off all of these speed patterns so far, and it looks like they are going to be holding on if they can hold on to this last few seconds.
Yeah, it looks like about 40,000 point lead. This lead is already pretty much in favor of China, and looks like that Mania player is keeping up with the China's full combos.
Yeah, a nice full combo for Bad Mania player, but this is a 3-way FC with all single-digit 200 counts on the side of China.
Lowest 300 count being, I guess the highest 300 count being 481, and that's beating every single Japanese players.
Yeah, the ratio, the 200s, the combos as well on Team China, averaging 990k across the team, and that's a bit of a statement here. China have physicality just in a crazy level here.
Crew K saying that they should have banned that hybrid.
Yeah, we should have banned Hybrid 1. Well, I think LN3 was still a good ban in hindsight. LN3 is another one of those really tricky ones that I feel like China would have had the advantage in the combo aspect, but either way, very strong showing from China here. And now, once again, we're back in the pattern. 7 points so far and not a single breakpoint yet.
This time though, Japan's picks are also a little bit of a question mark. It's
SV?
not a straightforward picks anymore. It's just SVs or the other 3 Rise picks that are not jump street or Jacks.
I think why not? Why not pick the SV? If you're confident with it, Japan have to be confident with it, right?
I mean, they really did leave it out for a reason.
They're gonna be avoiding
No, they're
it
staying with the
still.
tech. They're staying with the tech. Cold
The tech
hard.
now. Oh, okay.
China does have a score on this though, and China's scores are also very good.
Yeah, this is kind of the part of the Rice pool now where I'm gonna get scared for Japan. All of the straightforward accuracy picks that Japan have been crushing on, those are gone. Now we only have these kind of more technical, more tricky maps left of the pool that absolutely you can expect either one of these sides to be finding a lot of misses on.
Yeah, so Cold Hard hasn't been played by Japan. Only China played. Oh, well, okay.
Oh, I'm looking at China's score that they got yesterday. That is a very strong team score. My god, China have over 990k average on their team for this with 1 miss.
Yeah, 1 miss. And Japan is gonna have to battle it out on that even better team score than that.
If China pull off the same team score, I'm just gonna say straight up, Japan cannot afford a single miss.
Well, Japan cannot afford to have a single mistake at all. Like, even dropping 150 is considered a mistake.
Oh, and I mean, on a tech pick as well, that's just such a hard thing to ask for, right? It's so easy to drop bad judgments on stuff like this.
It can also be considered a lethal mistake if you miss. So there's a lot on the line for Japan here.
But of course, Japan know their own team scores. They willingly picked into this after seeing what China was capable of. So we'll see if the same thing happens here. Oh wow, what is this? Off to a good start for a lot of these players.
Only Parasol Tree is like below 99.8, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I mean, wait until we get into the trickier patterns. These accuracies are absolutely going to be dropping.
I never get tired by saying this, but second half is backloaded, so you don't want to sweat too much on the first half on keeping like really high accuracies.
Oh, they are sweating all right though. Look at these accuracies.
Yeah, well,
99.4.
They really don't want to sweat too much here.
99.3 as well. Oh, I don't know what high actually dropping a bit of accuracy down. I was going to say they had a 99.93. But right now, all of the Japanese players on 99.92 average for them.
On average. Yep, there you go.
Dornex is matching that, but it is a bit of a 1,000 point lead in favor of Japan.
We're approaching the exit of the first half. This is the only rig you're gonna get. And after that, it's just backloaded.
Okay, don't miss. We saw misses on this break section before.
Break section is the hardest part of the chart.
You cannot let your concentration slip just because you get a little moment to breathe. You have to stay locked in here. And it looks like all players are going to get through that just fine. Still the accuracy advantage over to Japan, but only 2,000 points.
By only just of a difference.
We're in the second half now. It's going to start getting harder and harder now as the map progresses. And a single miss, a single slip up is going to be more than enough for either team to take a big lead.
Upwater has been taking a little bit of a 200 there. Mime dropped to line 9.85. Same goes for China though, so essentially the lead is not going anywhere.
Although
that
Parasol,
lead though is gonna shrink.
Yeah, a Father drops accuracy again. 13 Wiz drops a little bit of accuracy, and Parasol Tree has recovered up to 99.8 now.
We're entering first last quarter now. The lead is gonna swing now.
Oh, and a Father dips
oh
below
my god,
99.8. This lead is going back and forth. But actually, Dornex Dornex dropped.
9.8 average. I thought it dropping 9.8 below that.
Dornex dropped down from 99.9 to 99.83.
It's gonna come down to the wire here.
Oh my god, how do we still have such
How
close
is this
battles?
still a 1,000-point lead?
It's still 6 FCs! No, a father!
No! What are you
very
saying
end of the
that?
map.
Come on now!
Oh, that might have just decided. Are we going to see the
wow.
first break point?
That miss has sealed their fate, and that's a break point.
Oh my god, China with the 3-way FC. Nah, with the score V1 double S, but the single miss coming out at the very end of the map is what decides the entire thing.
How does that even happen? Japan has such a tug of war at the end.
I said China had a 990k average. Now they're putting up a 993k average on their team. They are stepping up today, even compared to yesterday. That's the first break point we get. 5-3 now, and China gets their own pick.
That's an up score by a huge margin there by China. And now they're down by 2 points. China has the lead.
But again, China don't have LN picks left. They have the 2 hybrids. Now, Hybrid 1 looked very good for them, but these other 2 hybrids are very different maps. And I'm particularly scared when if we see Hybrid 3 coming out. Fola hybrids are something else.
All those hybrids are just another realm of complexity.
I think China probably going to want to keep it a little bit less volatile and pick Hybrid 2.
Oh my god!
Oh no, never mind. Hybrid 3 is coming out.
I think this is the first time being picked. The first time being picked for this entire round. I haven't seen this being picked by any of the matches so far.
We'll see how they play on this one, because this one is just over 2 minutes long, but if you've ever played a Fola map, you know these patterns are really awkward to be able to hit some of them. And it's so easy to just completely lose it.
If you remember Libidinum, also by Fola, this has the same merit.
Very high risk, high reward pick here for China, but definitely one of the best that they have left to be able to go for. And we've seen now, I mean, towards this kind of later stage of the match, we've seen China have really been keeping up with the combo. They have not been missing very much at all in the last few picks.
Alright, we should be seeing this, the first being shown, Gaviscon being played.
Here we go, Japan now, they need to look for a breakpoint. Ideally, as soon as they can as well. And this would be an ideal one for them to win on. It's possible. It is possible, but Japan don't have much wiggle room to work with here. They're going to have to get at least 2 to 3 full combos, you have to imagine, and hope that China find a break here or there.
This is also a crucial breakpoint for Japan, because essentially China will only have 1 hybrid left, and the rest are just Ryzen SV.
The LNs are also really tricky in this, so I imagine China might have a bit of an accuracy lead if some of the players in Japan struggle, but actually it looks like fairly tied at the start here. Oh my god, this map is just so hard to read.
How is this even like acceptably parsed?
I don't know how you read this whatsoever. If you get lost in any of these kind of like wonky snapping LNs like this, you are missing out on like 10,000 points instantly in a second.
I have no idea that this is such a higher risk, like 13 whiz or like a drop there.
Yeah, 11,000 points now in favor of China, but actually the accuracy side of things is still looking very good for Japan, even though Bad Mania playing 13 whiz a little bit behind. It's not by that much, and Crew K actually has the best accuracy in the lobby.
There's still like second half of it though. We're still not even on the, I guess, the harder parts yet.
And Japan are hoping for China to find a miss at some point if they want to come back in this. It's not going to take that many mistakes, so it's still very possible, but not a very long map. Time is running out.
This is so hard to parse, dude, and China's still holding it now.
Oh my god, China, all three players on 99.5. That's their average currently, and still with the 3 full combos, 2 full combos for Japan. But 3 obviously beats out the 2.
They really don't want to miss. They really do not want to miss at all.
Even if they miss now, is there enough time? I think we're already kind of in the last little section of the map. I don't think a miss... Oh, Turk's getting a 100 there. Almost, but it looks like it's going to be 3 full combos. Again on the hybrids for China. They're so good.
They haven't missed ever since Black Chocolates. Which is like, what, the second pick from Japan? Or like the first pick or something? That is incredible.
The combo consistency from this team is why they're looking so scary in the late stages of the game. This is a tough situation for Japan.
Now, they are back against the wall. They have to win 3 points to push themselves to a tiebreaker scenario, or it is game over for Japan.
3 points. I mean, Japan gets 2 picks for themselves. They only are realistically 1 breakpoint down, but you know for a fact China's going to be picking that hybrid pick last. I wonder now, do Japan go for SB? Or do they stick with the Rice? They can win the Rice. We've seen them win the Rice. But it's up to what they think. What do Japan think is more risky here? And I can only imagine, I mean, Japan knows China's SV1 score. If Japan is not picking SV1 right now, it's because they are not confident in beating what they saw from China yesterday.
Tough situation to deal with. They left SVs open, and China knows they are confident with it. Even then, the Rice picks are also not that much of a choice, because Hubris should be the best pick for Japan. Idol is way too dangerous.
But it also feels like relying on China to make a mistake with how they've been playing so far might not be the best call.
I'm gonna lose my mind if they actually pick Idol.
I think they could. I mean, it's kind of 2 options that they have right now. Japan either pick both of the SV picks for the end of this match, or they pick both of the Rice picks. Because you know China's going to be picking that hybrid, so either we're going to be seeing... Oh, I don't know. It's hard to call it at this point. Because now I'm kind of not really sure if Japan feel confident themselves on the SVs.
Yeah, so the 3 best Japan picks are Hubris and the 2 SVs. And China's 3 best picks is hybrid. And
it's just hybrid.
Idol.
But I don't see China ever picking Idol in this situation. I think hybrid 2 is a guarantee. And you know that's coming out if Japan managed to win their own pick now. And, oh, okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Which SV do you want to play? Oh boy, okay.
Which SV do you want to play?
They're asking for trouble.
You know what this means? This means Japan are planning on picking both of them if this match goes the distance.
Japan, they're asking China.
Japan are asking their enemies, their opponents here, what do they want to play right now?
As what the popular idiom says is, know your enemies.
But I feel like this might be the most likely way that Japan comes back. If Japan have 2 SV picks potentially in the next 3 picks.
Alright, SV Beatboxer coming up.
Oh, here we go. And it's so rare to see an SV being picked this late into a match, but this might be exactly what Japan needs to come back. We know that they are the number 1 seed for SV for a reason. They are super good at it, but so are China.
And yeah, there you go. Ganyu Angel, Wiltman, and Donex and Parasol Tree should be coming up for China. Japan, Yomogi, and Kruke, and I believe 13 Wiz might also play this as well.
Yeah, and actually Yomogi has been one of the best players in Japan for SV, which is a crazy thing to say when we have Kruke on the same team, right?
Well, if it's crazy enough, if it's actually like 3 SV players dedicated for every single SV, like in last year.
But let's have a look. Japan's chance of coming back, I think they can definitely take it to a tiebreaker. But if they show a strong performance here, I feel like it all will come down to Hybrid 2.
Because after this pick, China's pick is guaranteed a hybrid, and Japan has to break it. So we'll get to that later, but they have to win this first.
We'll see. This is the SV pick that Japan played yesterday, I believe. So this is one that they should be confident on. Second time they're playing it now. China, I don't think have played this one. China played the other one, did they not?
I believe China did play this too, I think. I could be wrong about that though.
Okay, well let's see here which side it ends up going to. This one, very easy to choke on some of these patterns. Very tricky to read as well.
If you see an average of 99.7 across the lobby, you know they put an ungodly amount of effort to practice this.
Beatboxer versus
And oh my god, you can imagine the tension has to be so high right now. Because you know, Japan knows if they mess up once, that could be their tournament life gone.
13 Wiz and Yomogi had a true 100 there.
Oh, 13 Wiz!
Oh my god, drop. 13 Wiz! That's a massive column lock on the third column.
Oh, that's a massive drop again. Ganyu Angel does miss, but Ganyu Angel's still on 99.7.
That's a harsh drop there by 13 Wiz.
Oh, the nerves at this stage. I think leaving the SVs this late might have been the undoing here.
There's not much you can do with this kind of lead. Like 48,000 is almost unrecoverable.
I don't think this is recoverable. I think this is it. 96,000 points. I mean, 13 Wiz maybe is going to be able to get back up to 98 or 98%. But that's just not enough when the lowest accuracy on China right now is 99.68. China is crushing this despite that one miss from Ganyu Angel. And I mean, Kruke is doing Kruke things, but ultimately it's the team score from China that is dominating currently.
I mean, second half was easier, but it's just not even that close to enough.
Oh, that's such a heartbreaking
Turks
moment.
to the miss, but again, that's only one miss. Like one miss versus a column lock, that's a huge toll. That's a huge
Yeah, that was
already.
a complete misread of the pattern in the slow jam as well. One of the worst places you could ever misread a pattern is during those slow jams because it's so hard to pick yourself back up. And that's exactly what happened here. And no matter how many misses China gets, this accuracy lead is not recoverable.
Yeah, I feel like this should be the swan song for Japan. Doesn't seem like to be a good pick after all, leaving this late into the match.
You can see what could have been though. You can see Yomogi and Kruke, those are the two best scores in the lobby. Kruke especially putting up another crazy, this is a score v1 double S with 94 300s, but bittersweet in the end because it is China with their team score that ends up picking it up 7-3, and Japan will be eliminated here in the losers semifinals.
After a deadlock from 3-3, China cruising with 4 points carried on their back after a breakpoint from Cold Hard. That seems like that's a heartbreak.
Yeah, really unfortunate situation there for Japan. But well played for China. I mean, as you said, China basically didn't miss for almost all of the picks in this match. They are looking absolutely terrifying, and I dare say it, they are one of the contenders, you would say, for that podium position if they can keep up performances like this later and later in the finals pools. But we'll have to see, because China managing to book their ticket into the top 6, into the finals week losers bracket.
Yeah, and the brackets, I believe, should have been finalized, because also Philippines versus Malaysia also concluded as well. 7-2 win for the Philippines as well. So Philippines and China are going over to the lower bracket of the finals. So that's beating Chile and it's really hard, and South Korea as well.
And oh my god, wait, look at those losers bracket match. Korea versus Philippines, South Korea versus Philippines. This is a rematch that has happened multiple times in the past few years. And Chile versus China. And out of those 4 teams, only one of those 4 can make the podium. And I think there's a good argument for any of those 4 teams to get through. That is crazy.
Absolutely. That being said, that's all of the semifinals matches for this weekend as well. That's time flies by so quickly, and this kind of a nail biters for these matchups to happen. And finals is not gonna get any better, because essentially, winners bracket is a point of contention. Who's gonna get the top 2, and the lower bracket is who's gonna get getting through into the grand finals as well.
Absolutely, but of course, in the meantime, we do have a map pool showcase for the finals that is about to be coming fairly soon. I believe that's in about 1.5 hours at 15:30 UTC. I believe that's when it is booked. So make sure you stick around about 90 minutes for that one, where we're going to be seeing the pools that these extraordinarily strong teams are going to be playing on next week for their lives. But for now,
absolutely,
I think we're going to be signing off there for now after a crazy exciting block of matches. I hope everyone has enjoyed it. I know I have, definitely, but
yeah, we all do. And essentially, we also are not getting tired to mention that banners are still up there to be able for you to purchase to support your favorite teams, the remaining favorite teams, or even the teams that are knocked out in tournament as well. So you can go to O's store right there and you can purchase a banner for your favorite team as well. Even the 6 remaining teams to play in the finals weekend, because if one of the teams are able to win the Mania 4K World Cup 2024, you get to keep the banner until the next Mania 4K World Cup.
Of course, so make sure you stack those on your banner, support the teams, because there's a lot of close matches coming up next week as well, after a pretty insane semifinals weekend. So in the meantime, make sure you stick around for that showcase happening at 15:30, but we will be signing out here, and I will see you guys next week.
Yeah, this has been Mifa and Potassium. We're signing off. Welcome back, everyone, for the Sunday, the second day of the weekend here in the semi-finals of the Osumania 4K World Cup 2024. We're in with the second of the winners bracket match, and also all of the remaining matches this weekend are going to be held in this little block here.
I am Potassium F commentating alongside Nifa. How are you doing?
Hello, hello. I'm very, very ecstatic, especially for the last winners bracket match. We saw United States versus Chile a little bit ago, but this time the other one is it's a quite a bit of a difference. Not too much, exactly.
I'm gonna be honest here. This weekend has had just basically the most insane matchups I've almost ever seen in any weekend. Like, every single match is a banger, but this, from the start, has been the #1 match I've been looking forward to the most. Not just because the teams are so good, or that I think it's going to be really close, because it will be really close, but also because of how much this match is going to mean, because the winner is going to be guaranteed podium, and the loser goes down into the losers bracket, which I don't think either team wants to be in when we have the likes of Philippines, China, Japan down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And already though, we're already starting with the protects and bans. I believe South Korea is protecting, I think Rice, which is like Kjack, and then the ban would be Azisai.
Wait, this is a really strange ban, I would say. Okay, we were talking a little bit about the team strengths here. This is a very interesting match overall, because I feel like South Korea is such a well-rounded team. They can play anything. Thailand is also a team that could play a lot of things, but I feel like the kind of area where Thailand has looked the strongest so far has been specifically in both the Rice maps and also certain LN picks, such as LN2, and I feel like they'll be good at LN1 as well. Azisai, I think, just in my head, is probably the pick that Thailand are least comfortable on as far as the LNs are concerned.
Well, maybe because that I don't think anyone was go to such lengths to pick Azisai anyway, so it's a win-win. But this time, though, Sakura is picking Rice, Tech one, Gold Hard. Interesting one to say the least, especially the players that are joining in the lobby seems like to be, you know, the most consistent all around the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we did get Thailand protecting LN1, and I feel like that is a reasonable protect from Thailand, because they do have Pavan Konkawe and Miku Aimbot, now called Kiruru, which makes a lot of sense. That is a really scary team when it comes to LN releases, but interesting to see South Korea go with the Rice. Now, they are really strong on Rice, but I was more expecting maybe a hybrid angle to kind of target Thailand's third player potentially, because I feel like Thailand has their third player being either Paponga as a Rice specialist or Kiruru as an LN specialist. So in terms of hybrid, I was thinking maybe that was the angle, but we'll see how this one goes. This is a tech angle that South Korea is going for.
It's volatile, it's also very rigid, it's very almost mini jack, almost jump bloody. I think this is the one that you would most likely to expect combo breaks. Not essentially drops, but combo breaks. It's gonna mean a lot because, you know, these players are coming into the combo gaming. You don't want to miss, essentially.
And I mean, that might be the idea, because in general, what I've kind of noticed from these two teams, Thailand has been the team that I expect maybe slightly higher accuracy when it comes to the Rice picks, but South Korea has been more consistent with their combo ability, and I feel like they are a team that also scales really well when we get to the more physical side of things. So the combo gaming might be the name of the game, but that's not a good start in that case. Citra finds the very early miss.
That's a 50, a 200, and a miss, all combined into that one singular drop. That's already bad enough, this intro.
And Gex on the side of South Korea actually holding on to the best accuracy in the lobby right now, 99.96. But we know this map is going to get trickier and trickier as we get on. So higher and higher potential for these misses to come in towards the end of the map.
Well, the second half is just kind of worse, especially with it's how backloaded it is. So the only saving grace that the miss is so early for Citra to take a miss. So not a bit of a shot in the dark, most likely.
Oh, Pavan!
Pavan missed there.
And that's going to matter a little bit more than Citra's early miss, because Citra missed before that 400 combo cap. Pavan's miss is going to have more of an effect on the score, and we can already see this score is going to flick towards South Korea after this break is over. Yeah, just by a little bit. But actually, accuracy is still very slightly on the side of Thailand as Pavin is still beating out Citra. Citra's really struggling to recover from that accuracy deficit.
It's now going back to 400 per Pavin though, so the score deviation is not gonna be changed too much here. But be wary of combo breaks from here on out. We're entering the second half here.
I think if these accuracies keep up as they are, the score lead might slowly tip towards Thailand's favor, and we can see less than 1,000 points already. But oh my god,
there with the first drop. That's the cleanest of the drop there. So I guess the miss kind of counteracts with it.
it's a clean miss, but it's a really significant one because of how close it was before. And Citra finds another miss, dropping down to 99.5. This is a big lead now for Thailand all of a sudden. Paponga does trade.
That's the cleanest of misses as well for Paponga. So Gex and Paponga are literally kind of tying up there, but that's an extra miss from Citra is helping Thailand to the lead.
Yeah, just one full combo for either team, but it's the accuracy that's doing things in favor of Thailand right now. As still, Pavin and Paponga matching Gex and beating out Citra.
A little bit of a 10 seconds left to, in the chart now. I mean, at this point, it really has to be a miss. Pavin with the drop as well, it might shrink a little bit.
Oh, it's going to get really close. 3,000, 2,000 points, but I don't think there's enough map left. This is the very last pattern.
Oh my god, 3,000 points. What a start for Thailand there, taking a break point.
Oh my god, Paponga, Konkawe and Nard both getting 1,200 each. They got tied scores pretty much, and these ratios are ridiculous for those two players.
Lowest 200 count is 4 in this entire lobby.
These players can act. That was a very technical map with so many bursts in it. I don't understand how we're getting 200 counts that kind of seem like they come from a jack pick.
1-0-1 for Thailand, 4-0-1. These accuracies are all just insane.
That's such an important break point. That's such an early break point and a backfired pick for South Korea. I don't think that was their best pick to go for. As I said, Thailand do have ridiculously strong accuracy on picks like this. They've shown it throughout the tournament. And I feel like, you know, if I'm Thailand right now, you could just stick with the Rise. I feel like this is one of your stronger skill sets, but they're going to go for their Protect right away instead. I don't think this is that bad of a pick either. And we are going to be absolutely seeing Kiruru switch in for Thailand, and I wonder who from South Korea are going to be switching in.
I believe it will be Salutation as a substitute for maybe Nod. I believe so. Or I mean, actually, not too bad of a swap actually.
South Korea is one of those teams where there are so many players on this team that are capable of playing everything. It would make sense no matter who really switches in. But I think we will be getting probably Salutation coming in, like you said, as well.
Yep, Citra, Amiyi, and Salutation. These names, you would normally see them on those on most ranked leaderboards. You know, how consistent they are. They should be able to perform very well, though.
Yeah, absolutely. The leaderboard staple names on the side of South Korea. That's where I've heard all of these names from before, but this is kind of, for at least some of these players on South Korea, this is one of the first times I've seen them in a tournament setting, right? They're all fairly new to Mania World Cup.
Yeah, all 6 of them did really blew up in the leaderboard scenes. So interesting to see now how they are matched up against each other now.
And this is one that very well might come down to misses as well. I expect Thailand to have better accuracy off the back of their players, but very bad start again for South Korea. That Salutation finding an early miss still within the first 100 notes, so not going to affect this point lead too much, but it is going to give a nice start to Thailand.
Yeah, it's running a little bit there, like a 2.5 minutes, so you have to kind of contend with this releases all through this entirety. But I mean, actually kind of picking up some few accuracy drops, like 99.3 now. Decent lead so far for Thailand.
Yeah, very decent lead. I'm Yi actually struggling with the accuracy compared to the other players in the lobby, down to 99.4. Salutation also a little bit lower than the rest of the Thailand team. So this accuracy lead is going to pull them ahead really far, actually, if this keeps up.
Yeah, we're entering like the 5-digit lead. Well, not kinda. Kiro also has a little bit of an issue in terms of keeping less 200s on their side. And then a miss.
That's a big miss as well, down to 99.46. That's going to matter more than the combo miss earlier from Salutation, but I think the accuracy is going to keep Thailand still in the lead by a little bit. It is going to be really close though.
299.7s on the side of Thailand, and Sakura only has one, and then Salutation with another miss to boot. So the lead is kind of negated.
Yeah, this is a map that, despite only being like 2.5 minutes, doesn't seem that long, but when you're doing coordination, this feels like it's 5 minutes long when you're playing this level of LN coordination, and the Salutation does find a third miss as well, so this lead is ballooning up, really struggling to hold on to the combo there. 20,000 points now, and it feels like Thailand are in a commanding lead. Power does trade, but that's a clean miss. 99.7, still above everyone on the South Korean side.
Kira with the second drop there, but already the 5-digit lead is going to extend there with having trying their best to negate Citra's lead. And
never
miss
mind.
already.
That is a final miss there from Citra, and it feels like as we're approaching the outro of this map, 18,000 feels comfortable as long as, you know, at least one of the Thailand players holds onto their combo here.
So far, well, Kuro missed at the very end.
Unfortunate. Pretty much last note miss there from Kuro, but not going to matter in the end. 16,000 points is safe, and they're going to pick up their own Protect.
Yep, 2-0 to Thailand here. Looking fairly decent, especially with these kinds of scores. Sakura might want to watch out for those LNs.
Gee, yeah, some of these accuracies on the side of, you know, both teams here, Citra, Pavin, and Konkawa, both getting the single-digit 200. But Pavin, the only one getting the FC, alongside I'm Yi, actually, as well. But that really favors Thailand in the end.
Alright, Sakura's pick now. I would imagine they go with Kjack, I think.
No,
I
feel like South Korea, I mean, SV I feel like is their best pick. But outside of SV, maybe that's a little bit risky. But outside of SV, maybe I would assume the hybrids might be, you know, Hybrid 2, Hybrid 3, those kind of maps would be something that I feel like South Korea might be better on, but we'll see what they think, because they decided to go for that tech pick earlier.
Wait, what does that mean in the chat?
I think just apologizing for the misses in the map, but not really much you can do. I mean, it's really, really hard to hold on to combo on maps like this when we're getting into the semis level.
Still waiting for the pick to happen. Yeah, it's either the SV or they're going for their Protect, which at this point they really don't want to mess around with the other picks.
You know, wonder what they decide to go for. I can't really see what else they would pick. I would like to see an SV pick, if they're confident with it.
There you go.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to go for. This is something, I mean, last week, South Korea, on the SV pick that they did play, got the #1 team score. They were dominant on that pick against their opposition. Thailand, however, I think got the lowest team score on the SV that they played.
Banan, though, coming back in. I believe, like, Banan also, like, well, I kinda also decent a little bit, but, you know, should be has the highest score on the Thailand side. But the other two has to keep up as well.
Although, I do see in chat, Banan saying, I sight read what? Which might be an indication that Banan is sight reading.
Yep.
Is Pavin also sight reading? Oh, okay, we'll find out.
Well,
we'll find out.
Yeah, at this point when they are banning SV1, there's no for you to ban the other pick now.
I mean, I feel like that there's definitely some decent SV players on the Thailand team. They definitely have the potential to be able to play SV very well, but you actually practicing and getting a good score on the maps is another deal, and it does require quite a lot of time at this point to really nail some of these maps, because it's hard.
Let's see the first 20 notes. Yep, doesn't seem like a good start already.
And this one does require you to really practice the reading aspect as well, because it gets really tricky in some of these sections.
I mean,
I'm gonna
so far
say
it's okay.
that I'm gonna say that Banana's not side rating.
Hey, that's an IQ pick, brain IQ pick. You know?
Actually, you know, none of these players are side rating here. I'm looking at some very decent full combos still for all 6 players. But South Korea in a little bit of a lead.
Happens at 97 again. I guess not kind of side reading, but it's a very early hits.
Oh yeah, this really slow section as well, but Salutation finds a big drop, traded by
Kokawe
Kokawe.
as well.
So ultimately still stays in South Korea's favor despite that miss. And actually a lot of players now struggling except for Banana and Squattatrist. Those 2 players are holding together really, really high accuracies above the 99% range.
The only 2 99s on this lobby. And essentially Pavin's getting still on the inside of the 95 territory, but that's still quite a lead there for South Korea.
Yeah, it is Pavin falling behind still in the accuracy, but still holding the full combo actually. So, I mean, I would like to say there's a little bit of a chance, but at the same time, it's going to require a pretty large mess up from the side of South Korea to swing this lead by over 40,000 points.
Yeah, there's a bit of the second half, but second half is kind of easier, I would like to say. It's just probably this telegraph notes. But Pavin has struggled so much with this round. 96 down there, even with FCs.
And approaching the end, still 2 full combos on South Korea. That one singular miss coming from Salutation did not affect him whatsoever, still around that 99% mark. And there goes one of the one of the SPs there, but still 99.4. There is no danger whatsoever for South Korea in this pick. They're looking to put their first point on the board here.
A very valiant effort there for Thailand to picking up 2 FCs on their side, but
I mean,
the accuracies are very severe.
Shout out to Banan, by the way. That is a crazy score. Was that 990k?
That's a 990k. Yep, there you go.
Oh my god, 992 with 4 200s. That I can guarantee that was not a sight read for Banan or Pavin. I seriously doubt that was a sight read for Pavin getting the
That
FC
is not a sight read.
This is not a sight readable FC map.
Yeah, you're unable to get like at least an A rank if you're sight reading, because there's a couple of teleport that and the telegraph notes that you really have to know.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Thailand definitely did their homework here. They definitely studied this map and put up a good score themselves. But South Korea, I mean, they're showing why they got such a dominant team score last week on the SV as well. Very strong scores across the board for them, and well-earned first point there. They're on the board now, but now it's Thailand's pick once again, and they can decide to go wherever they want. LN2 is something, if they want to keep going with the LNs, that I feel like Thailand might be fairly comfortable with.
I would go as far to say that Long Note 2 seems like a bad one. Because how straightforward that is.
I think South Korea is going to be good on it. It's dangerous,
it comes with a risk, yeah. Now they're going for timeout. This early on should be okay. They need to decide which one is which.
I don't see many picks for Thailand here where I look at and I say, yeah, they definitely have the advantage here. I feel like most of the maps left that they have to pick are fairly even between the two teams. Like, both of these LN picks I feel like could go either way. And all of the Rice picks could almost go either way here.
Yeah, any of these picks are essentially tug of wars to the end.
I think it really just boils down to which maps are Thailand most comfortable with getting an FC on, because I feel like Thailand so far, they look like they have just slightly better accuracy. So if they can hold these FCs down, then they will have the advantage over South Korea.
I'm looking at the chances that Thailand being able to score on most of the Rice picks. I would go so far to say that even with Thailand's scores, like if you compare it like quarterfinals, which might not be the good comparison, in which this pool is targeting late game in Thailand. It's just hard. It's just hard to say if the physicality hits the ceiling here.
I mean, I don't feel like I do think that South Korea might have like a slightly better physical ceiling than Thailand overall, but I feel like this is not the round where Thailand is going to struggle whatsoever. This is still, it should still be very well in Thailand's ability to play. So maybe, you know, if they're comfortable with a jump stream pick, I feel like that might be a good chance for Thailand to get a solid team score on. But as you said kind of before, that's also dangerous in a way because South Korea are going to be right behind them.
Yeah, still, once the timeout is finished, we should be getting ready to see what Thailand is gonna go.
Yeah, and no matter what they pick, just a shout out here, just in case any of the players are watching, make sure you change your scroll speeds back after the SV pick.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. You probably players should be absolutely be mindful of their scroll speeds after this.
Also, hi Konkawe. But it looks like they're going to be going with LN4, so one of the LN picks, they're going to be sticking with it. The LN1 did look very good, and I guess in a way this is the most similar to LN1 that we have in the LN pool.
Yep, most original coming in. Okay, I'm at least decently skeptical about the third player.
I think Kuru can definitely play this. This is still one that I feel like Kuru is going to get very good accuracy, and Konkawa and Pavin have been kind of destroying every map so far. It's going to be up to South Korea. South Korea did have a little bit of combo troubles with some of their players on the other LN picks, so they're going to have to hold it together a little bit more here.
I mean, obviously, Thailand will still have their two main players, being Konkawa and Pavin, should be staying in the lobby throughout the entirety of the match, essentially. These two players have been kind of the all-rounded powerhouses.
Looks like we're having Nard coming in on the side of South Korea, very strong player, for sure. And Aimyi and Citra coming in here, so slightly different roster compared to the other LN pick that South Korea is going to be fielding, but Thailand is going to have the same roster that we saw for the LN1. Makes a lot of sense. I think these two players in particular, Pavin and Konkawa, are going to be playing every map. I don't think there's any doubt there, yeah.
It does make sense for South Korea swapping Salutation, because Salutation is the lowest scoring on the previous long pick, so might be a little bit of a change to help in South Korea's case.
Yeah, maybe feeling a little bit nervous before, which makes sense. There's a very high stakes match overall, could decide who makes the top three and who doesn't. Because I don't think there's any guarantee for either of these teams in that lower bracket. But we'll see here. And
that's a client, probably?
That was client? That was definitely client. The
accuracy is already that high.
No, the combo's the same. So that was not any miss from Nard there. Everyone's starting off with the full combo, which is nice to see here, but a little bit of an accuracy lead overall for Thailand. But this is a very long map compared to some of the other ones in the pool, so that accuracy is going to have to last for a very long time.
There's only like one or two specific breaks in this chart, so they need to, I guess, be mindful of them. This has no powerful punches here.
And oh my god, we're seeing some crazy accuracies right here on the side of Thailand. Everyone above 99.7. Citra also above 99.7, but Aimyi and Nard a little bit behind. That's giving 3,000 points of lead, but not by much. One miss is more than enough to turn this back around.
Trailing behind a little bit there, 99.6 versus 99.7s. But this kind of leads to basically nothing unless someone combo breaks, but you know, you never know what's about to happen.
Yeah, you never really know. There's still a lot of the map left, and it only gets harder as the time goes by to be able to maintain your focus levels.
Now there are two 99.8s on the Thailand side. Konkawa is building back up.
This is such a tense situation because even though there is a lead, it's only by 4,000 points. Any single miss, as all 6 players are still on the full combo, it all comes down to who misses first, really.
They're avoiding death's door at this point.
Already in the second half now.
This mid-act drops, but South Korea is trying to get their best in all 99.7s. Thailand is still staying put.
Yeah, I mean, the players from South Korea are kind of recovering the accuracy. It's going very slightly up, but the same can kind of be said of Thailand. You said Konkawa reaching 99.8 now.
There's only this last quarter now.
Oh
so
god,
nervous.
how is this so close? How are the accuracies so high for all 6 players? And oh no!
Dude! Oh my god, no!
in
No
the
way, you're
break
gonna miss
section.
right there.
That's the first miss right before the last section, and
That's
there's a second
that's
miss.
fatal.
That drops down to 99.5. The accuracy, I feel like, might be in South Korea's favor now. Thailand are going to hope for South Korea to find a miss, but it's only 1,000 points. Hang on a second, they might be able to... Oh,
there it
no.
is! Thailand's giving that lead again. But there's
Traded
still quite a bit though.
In the end, Kira and Renard both tying in accuracy right now. That's giving the lead over to Thailand. They have the accuracy advantage on their 2 FCs.
They're still staying about like 5,000 throughout the entire way through. There's a couple trades in between now and Kiru, but there's only one last section left.
Oh, they have to hold it.
I think they are able to. There's only this few LNs. That's a tug of war to the very end,
Oh
and
my
Thailand's securing
God.
that.
These scores by Pavan and Konkawa are crushing it right now. That is
excuse me.
insane.
Excuse me, those scores are the highest 200 count is 13. Those team
The
scores, man.
lowest score in the entire lobby is a 980k, which is absurd when we think about it. Almost a 6-way full combo, just 3 misses really in the same spot for each of these players on either team. But the accuracy advantage is really where this was won, and now Thailand, they're 3-1 up in the match.
Thailand should be very thankful for those 3 misses as a trade.
That was super close to South Korea managing to take a lead, but even then, that was only 1,000 points it looked like.
That's already solidifying my my stance that Thailand should not go anywhere near LN2.
Yeah, maybe that's not such a good idea anymore. I feel like maybe that's all the LNs that Thailand are going to be picking out. But the really question is, where do either of these teams go from here? Does South Korea pick LN2? Does South Korea pick a Rice map?
They should be probably continuing South Korea picking Rice, I think.
I want to see a hybrid coming out for one of these teams at some point, and I feel like it has to be South Korea.
We haven't seen Gaviscon this entire match just yet.
And Pavan already in the chat preemptively saying move Paponga to the server. They're already expecting something that Paponga's going to be playing. One of the Rice maps probably.
Well, all of these are just Rice and Hybrid. Parponga should be the third player for Thailand to be able, and now they're gonna go with Idol. All right, long pick, but that's also kind of volatile.
Yeah, Paponga definitely going to be coming in here. We're seeing Gex coming back in as well for South Korea.
Kind of in the disbelief that this actually got picked in the semifinals of all map, because you wouldn't normally expect to see this in early rounds. It's very difficult to gain your bearings even if you drop once.
Yeah, absolutely. But I have to imagine here Thailand have accuracy. They have the accuracy on this map. I think once again the misses are what really matters here. And I doubt we're going to be seeing 6-way full combos very often at all at this level of the tournament.
Alright, so let's see what happens here. South Korea continuing to trend more tech dump-ish Rice picks. Let's see if this works.
Yeah, I'm expecting some very high scores on the side of South Korea as well. They have players like Nard who can put up those ridiculous ratios.
Any of these patterns are really missable, so you kind of want to have to watch out.
A bit of a shaky start there for Citra, but no misses. Should be very quick to build up that accuracy again to match the other players in the lobby, but for now, Thailand in a little bit of a lead because of that.
So far, not too bad. I mean, the pattern play itself is it's very scary because all these patterns are coming very quick and very snappy.
Yeah, and this kind of vocal dump is just so hard to be able to get good ratio, but somehow they can do it. And I've never, it's been something that I've never really understood. How do you ratio this? But Nard is currently holding a 99.92, which is the best in the lobby. It's almost enough to actually tie up this accuracy lead that Thailand have managed to hold.
Citra with the first miss there. That's really unfortunate now. Thailand's taking the lead now. Kjack's actually dropping a little bit there, actually, with the accuracy side.
Maybe messing up just a single pattern there, which thankfully for him didn't break the combo, so South Korea is still keeping it close, but now this accuracy lead for Thailand is going to grow even more as Konkawa and Nard finds the miss as well!
Second miss already! That's 1 FC versus 3.
On the highest accuracy on South Korea as well. Now it's only Gex on the full combo, but the accuracy is behind all the players on Thailand. Thailand still with 0 misses, and this is 13,000 points. It's looking good for them.
Already a 5-digit figures.
Still a long map though. There's still half of the map left to go. A lot of tricky sections left. But Thailand together right now, they're looking so consistent.
Not with the second drum on the side. But already, this lead is very kinda established at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the best player right now in South Korea is well and truly below the worst score on Thailand. This is gonna have to be a lot of misses in quick succession if South Korea want to be able to shorten this lead.
Now we have established that, yeah, you also don't want to mess with Thailand's rise scores there. The lowest is being 99.76 on the side of Park Walker. That's scary.
This is an absurd team score. Oh, such an unfortunate miss there for Citra on the break. The break section sometimes the easiest place to miss on if you let up a little bit. That was Client on 4 players.
That's probably Client at the very
4
least.
players got hit by the
there
Client.
you go.
Oh no, Citra. Oh yeah, Citra was the miss during the break. But Thailand still on 3 full combos, and their accuracy is not going down whatsoever. Konkawa is on some absurd accuracy
Pavan
right
with the
now.
first miss.
But that Pavan miss is not enough at all. This lead is set in stone.
There's only a 1 miss, like, in comparison to like 4 or 5 misses on the side of South Korea. That lead is unrecoverable.
I don't think South Korea would have won this even with 3 full combos. This accuracy from Thailand is just otherworldly. SS for Konkawa. And it would have been SS for Nard as well.
Nard narrowly missed the V1 SS. But how do you respond to 2 1 and 0 200s in Thailand? There's a total of 3 200s.
No, this is a ridiculous team score. This is a team score that should firmly push South Korea away from any Rise picks now. I don't think you want to mess with this Thailand.
Yep, there's only hybrid picks left for South Korea to touch now. Or at the very least, this is just like the wild cardish stuff. So I guess there's 2 but you know, it's just hard to do.
Look, if I'm Thailand right now, I'd run it back. Go for the Rise pick yourself. Why not?
There you go. Go with the other original, Hubris maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they're feeling it. They're feeling it right now, absolutely.
Already a 3-point advantage on Thailand, so they should have no issues on probably playing on any of these Rise picks now.
Yeah, it looks like Kyuru's entering the lobby. I wonder if Thailand's going to pick LN2. I mean, I feel like the Rice was honestly more convincing from Thailand compared to the LN pick that we saw just before.
I'll be honest, I don't like if they pick Dreamin Attraction. No, they did pick it!
I mean, the obvious reason why you would say this is not a bad pick is because if you've looked at their LN score, Thailand's LN2 score from last week, I think their lowest score on the team was a 995k. Their team score blew USA and Chile's team score out of the water, which is something that I don't think you can say about almost any team in this tournament.
It's just a different type of straightforward thing. It's not just jump stream anymore. It's just all of it just bursts.
The one reason this would be risky is because if Thailand do mess up on something like this, South Korea is more than capable of getting 3 full combos themselves and taking this back.
Quite nervous to see how this would turn out, but if this is comfortable for them, then have a go.
And we'll see the last LN pick that we have left. Thailand have picked out all 3 of them after South Korea banned LN3 earlier. We'll see how this one goes, because this should be a pretty close one, I'd have to imagine. It is going to come down to the misses once again. But I will say, so far, Thailand have been the team that has been missing less.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Early lead for Thailand because of, all averaging 99.9.
Yeah, I was going to say, Yi is a little bit far behind the other players, but what is this accuracy on the side of Thailand right now? 99.9 on 2 players, and the lowest is 99.86. There's no way they can keep this up the whole map, right?
That's the lowest Thailand's accuracy. Mind you, this is still better than the highs in South Korea.
Yeah, I mean, Citra's keeping up, and Konkawi does find a big miss. That was the 99.9 on the side of Thailand, all the way down to 99.6. And now all of a sudden...
There's still some hope because accuracy is so far up there.
Yeah, accuracy is really good for Thailand still, so they might be able to claw it back, but now South Korea have a big opportunity. Citra and Nard both with really strong accuracies themselves. It's just Yi that has to try and bring that accuracy up to try and beat Konkawi.
Oh my god, there's still a 3-digit lead coming into this break.
1,000 points. I feel like if Konkawi manages to bring up the accuracy, which he should be able to, this should slowly go towards Thailand. Oh, and we can see it flickering right now. The accuracy alone, it's looking like it's enough. Thailand is slowly regaining it.
It's still about 3-digit lead.
Oh my god, any kind of 200 drops could be fatal in this situation. We're towards the end now.
1,000. There's still 1,000 points. It's not over yet. Are they gonna take it at the very last bit?
I'm holding my breath. I've seen worse strokes at the end of the map, but this looks like a Thailand win just barely once again. It feels like they've been bailed out so hard on 2 of these LN picks, but they managed to pick up one despite 3 full combos. South Korea got the triple full combo, more than a 990k average, but that's not enough because of Thailand's accuracy.
3 full combos in South Korea, and they still lost because accuracy on Thailand is insane.
And Pavin is cooking right now, almost the score V1 double S, same as Nard as well, but the ratio difference is just absolutely absurd.
Now they can rest in a sigh of relief that all of their LNs are won.
It definitely felt like those last 2 LNs, LN2, LN4, could have gone to South Korea, but Thailand, just by narrow margins, now they're on a 5-1 lead. South Korea have not won anything outside SV, and they're going for Hubris.
That's literally the I don't think of this as a South Korea pick at all.
I still think they should go for hybrids. I feel like we need to test the hybrids at some point.
Okay, so we're seeing absolutely Thailand is gonna have the usual performer come and have it. South Korea, yeah, probably still the same Citra and Gex. Also, yeah, they also play on Idol. But this is different, kind of like you would say like White 6. It's dense. It's also quite rigid. It should fairly it's a different thing. So maybe they're tackling on a different angle, kinda.
Yeah, but it's also something that I can absolutely imagine Thailand crushing as well. I mean, South Korea could definitely win this. This is absolutely something that they could take. And they're going to have to take it if they want to come back in this match. But they're going to really have to keep these combo breaks to a minimum. I think that's really been their undoing so far.
Even better if the combo break is 0. So essentially South Korea has to all reap triple FCs at this point in time.
That's a bit much to ask for, but I think you might be right, because we've seen, even with a miss from Thailand, I think even with the full combos from South Korea, Thailand can still win based off of the accuracy, like we just saw.
Triple mirror for Thailand here. I bet you these are some patterns they really don't like on the left hand.
Let's get into it here. 3 minutes long. Plenty of time to make mistakes, and there's a lot of sections here where you can mess up. Looks like Nard dropping in accuracy a little bit, so Thailand should be in the lead right now based on the accuracy, despite what that bar is telling us right now.
Yeah, well, the bar is just not moving at all. It's just, at best, it's just a toggle. As usual, for every single pick.
Yeah, and it looks like Citra dropped the accuracy a little bit down below 99.8, but Nard has recovered it very well, so accuracy still staying close.
99.9 on the Thailand side.
On
the
two
players
of
for
them.
Poker is the lowest is 99.86. That's the highest.
Oh,
the lowest.
again.
I mean, it's still Citra missed there. Thailand could take a further lead.
Once again, the
Performer
first miss.
actually, that's a 50 for Performer actually.
Dropping down, but still 99.81 is better. It's matching Gex right now on the side of South Korea, so that's not a problem whatsoever for Thailand. And they still have 2 players above 99.9. Nard is actually catching up as well. Nard is almost on that 99.9 himself. So that is helping out South Korea, but with the one miss, Thailand's just not giving any opportunity for South Korea to get back into this right now. Those can't be real misses. Those are definitely.
No.
Wait, was that real from Paponga?
No, it's a client.
No. Hey, let's wait.
It should be refreshed. Yeah, there you go.
All fake misses. Everyone holds onto the combo. It's only the one miss so far from Citra earlier, but still plenty of the map left. We still have about a minute left in the map.
I'm gonna take an issue with 2 Thailand players here. It's still 99.9 up until the last quarter.
I am actually just not looking at that side of the screen. I am focusing my eyes on the direct center and not looking to the right, because I know I don't want to be at fault here for one of those scores being messed up.
This only section is not it's only just dense jump stream. It's kind of free at this point, unless
oh my god, these accuracies, all 6 players are so high, when the lowest AC is 99.74. This is just messed
Gex,
up, and Gex finds the miss there. That second miss for South Korea, but is it really gonna matter?
Oh my god, that's already a 13,000 point lead. And
what
the heck
hell?
is this?
No,
I've only seen a 50 from Palmer this entire time, and none of these are misses.
What are they doing?
Excuse me. What the hell? That's
what?
V1 double S.
2 V1 double S and 1 200 from Paponga. That
1 200 and a 50.
That's not beatable. That team score is unbeatable.
Number 3 state, by the way.
No, that is just unfair. You cannot do anything to that.
I'm gonna take an issue with Thailand players at this point, because those scores are not achievable by any stretch of imagination.
Dude, you know what I'm on? Why didn't Thailand pick the Rise from the start if they were gonna play like this?
And they're gonna go with it now with Oten Vivace.
They
It's
have
the
to.
Yep, there you go. Jump stream time.
I'm just in shock at what I mean, South Korea should have beaten any of the losers bracket teams with that level of score.
Yeah. You cannot be serious that you're fighting against a team that denies any kind of misses. The only thing that Thailand drops on a Rise is a 50, and that's all you want to get.
I mean, oh my god, this is absolutely insane. South Korea, they're gonna have to pull off a reverse sweep, but they've only managed to win the SV pick. It's just been such insane consistency from Thailand right here, and South Korea, they need Thailand to mess up one of these picks right now. And this is a pick that I feel like all the players should be really comfortable with. South Korea absolutely can get it together and get some full combos themselves on this, but they need Thailand to miss if they want to come back in the match.
A steep hill to climb for South Korea, but I do believe they still have a chance. And they're gonna have to do it right now and the next 4 picks if they manage to win this. So far, so good, actually. I mean, the lead is basically non-existent.
When you have players that are this good playing on straight up jump stream, you know there's going to be some nail-bitingly high accuracies, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. 99.9 for 5 of the players. The lowest accuracy is 99.87. This is a full-on ratio battle.
All they really need to do is not miss. That's what they need.
They need the full combos, absolutely, but this accuracy that Thailand's putting up, South Korea is going to have to raise their accuracies as well, because it seems like Thailand's starting to get a little bit of an accuracy lead off of Gex, dropping the accuracy just a little bit.
All at the 99.9s for Thailand.
I mean, Nard is absolutely matching Konkawa's score right now. Both of those 2 players at the top of the scoreboard. But it's the other 2 players on South Korea just ever so slightly behind Paponga and Pavin.
I'm also holding my breath because this is a potential 6-way V1SS.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. We do still have 6 full combos though, and there's possibility. We could see someone mess up, and this is only 2,000 points. This could swing so quickly at any second. And actually,
the last stretch of jump streams here. Oh my god.
Pavin's actually caught up to Nard as well. Pavin's increasing the accuracy. Paponga is still at 99.89 as well. Squattatress actually decreased the accuracy a little bit. 3,000 points. Is there going to be any mistake coming from either team? And it's going to be Squattatress. South Korea finds the only miss of this map. And I think Thailand, they're going to win it.
Oh my god, what is that team score? Again, 46 to 1, 200. Come on now.
We have 3 score V1 double S's, but the MVP, Konkawa, again, 998.6 thousand points. And obscene performances from Thailand here. They've just guaranteed themselves top 3.
Yep, guaranteed podium. Let me tell you, Thailand doesn't want to miss. So United States has a homework to do against Thailand.
That is actually going to be a really exciting match. Thailand versus United States going to be the winners' final match next week on the finals level pool. And the way that Thailand's playing, maybe it's not a guarantee for the US after all.
At this point, if their Rise picks have been 0 misses, United States will have to do even better to make sure that they have to do no misses, even in the finals map pool.
And I gotta say as well, losers bracket is a bit of a death zone right now, because only one of those teams in the losers bracket currently it can make the podium position. That is going to be the fiercest fight between, what do we have? We've got South Korea, we've got Chile down there, we have Philippines, Japan, China, who are all getting better week after week with their late game scaling teams. There's going to be so many exciting matches that are happening in this list. We can already see.
Just
look at this.
Look at that. Oh my god. Philippines, Malaysia, Japan, China are going to have to get their footing ready, because whoever wins on those, they're going to have to face the powerhouse of the lower bracket after the semifinals winner bracket. Either Korea or Chile. Pick your poison.
All 6 of those teams have their work cut out for them so much to even make the top 4, let alone the top 3 that we're going to be seeing. That next week is going to be exciting, but even before we get into the next week, we don't even have enough time to process that match. We have 9 minutes until the last 2 matches happen simultaneously. We are going to be having, I believe, Philippines versus Malaysia is going to be on the B stream, which will be on OsuLive_2, while we are going to be seeing Japan versus China, the last 2 of the losers bracket matches happening at the same time here. So if you want to see Japan versus China, you have to stick around here.
Yeah, not a whole lot of break, essentially, since 8 minutes is time passes by so fast, and you know, if you're already grabbing a water at this point, the match is going to start after that. But if you want to go watch on the Philippines versus Malaysia, be sure to tune in on the B stream as well. So essentially, you're not going to be missing much.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to be taking a little bit of a short break right now. I believe we'll come back in a little bit, just after 8 minutes. So stick around here. Make sure you get up that Osu Live's 2 stream on the background at the same time.
Yeah, be sure to check those out, and we'll be right back, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mania 4K World Cup 2024. Now, in today's match, this is one of the last matches in this bracket, Philippines versus Malaysia. You know, seedings don't really paint the full picture, as we've seen throughout this tournament so far, but hopefully we can get a really good match in our hands. We do have some pretty incredible players from both sides. So with that being said, I am Eliminate, of course, and I am joined with the one and only Mashed Potato. How are you doing today, Mash?
Hello there. I'm doing great, actually. Yeah, this is the Battle of the Sea Countries. Earlier today, we actually saw another sea country that got a huge victory against South Korea, that is Thailand, making their first ever podium placement ever. The second country behind Indonesia to make it to top 3 as a Southeast Asian country. And now we have another Southeast Asian rivalry match between Philippines and Malaysia for a top 6 position in the finals weekend.
Yeah, we did actually already see these teams play in previous rounds, and this is, of course, a losers bracket match. So one of these teams, unfortunately, will be going home, but who will it be?
I mean, on paper, right? When you look at some of the scores, I think most would say it's Philippines. But I think that Malaysia has been, one thing about Malaysia that's not been talked about as much is their consistency in how they can get a lot of two-way FCs or potentially three-way FCs. I think there's just something about them that they just don't miss, and that it's very nice to see about it. You have players like J-Lai, Yon Hong, then you have Ice to Fi and Progean Sucks, and of course you have Leon. So these players can definitely be extremely consistent, but on the other hand, Philippines have the firepower. Everyone in the team is so physically strong and can definitely play these maps in the semi-pools.
Yeah, just like you were saying, on paper it does seem like one of these teams does have a clear advantage over the other, but when you look at previous round scores, let's say quarterfinals, we can actually see that Philippines do look a bit more consistent on all these maps, but Malaysia, in their match in the other loser bracket rounds, they actually managed to trump Russia on the back of their consistent scores as well. So I think Malaysia's scores in the quarterfinals may not have been indicative of what they're capable of, and in the semifinals now, with the map pools being a bit harder, we could potentially actually see maybe another upset, as we have been seeing throughout this tournament thus far.
There has been quite a lot of quote-unquote seeding upsets throughout this tournament. Throughout this, and quite a lot of surprising results as well, and definitely in this weekend so far. Malaysia nearly sweeping Russia, and you can even say that was pretty much a sweep. The 1 point they lost on is an LN pick from Malaysia, and they definitely underperformed a bit on that LN pick, so that could have potentially been a sweep. And so, yeah, Malaysia definitely have a lot of things going for them, but they need more if they want to have a chance against the Philippines. And we can see the picks actually, is that Philippines going to protect Rice 1, and they're going to ban SV2. And actually, let's see what's Malaysia protecting. I'm not sure what did Malaysia protect, but they are going to ban Rise 4, which is the Kjack map.
Yeah, now, in all honesty, I'm pretty surprised to see Philippines protecting a Rice when we take into consideration that their scores on these LN maps have been crazy good, but so have Malaysia's as well. So even though LN may be Philippines' specialty, when you compare that to Malaysia, they're probably a lot stronger in the race. And of course, Malaysia wasting no time, going straight into that LN3, and we will see if this actually pays off. I mean, this very first point on the LN can kind of decide the path going forward on who's going to pick LN, who's going to pick Rice, and maybe even pick into the hybrid. There is still an SV on the board, bear in mind. So I guess we will just have to wait and see.
That's for sure. But one thing I do want to point out, I feel like Philippines, they were hiding a bit of their scores from last match. They were not picking any of the LNs. They were only picking 2 of the 4 LNs. They were mainly picking Rice into Hong Kong, who is quite strong on Rise, so I think Philippines is definitely hiding some of the scores here. So some of the score we saw yesterday may not. There's probably going to be quite a lot of improvement from today, and we're going to see expected lineup for both Philippines and Malaysia. With Els, Livet, Planet Philippines, and on the other hand, we'll be seeing Yoonghon, Jilai, and Istefan.
Yeah, and I mean, even with these very strong rosters on both sides, at this level, at this difficulty, and especially that the level that these players can play at, all it takes is one miss, as we did see in the previous match, Malaysia versus Russia, and that's how Malaysia managed to take those points. It's like the ratio can be very close, the accuracy can be very close, but it's just one miss is all it takes, and the point can go over. So with these teams, Philippines, Malaysia, both being very good at LN, literally, like I said, all it takes, one miss, and all players getting off to a really strong start.
Yeah, we didn't have the time to kind of touch on this map. This map is extremely technical. It is your bread and butter 11 guy LN master chart, and when it is in semifinals after all as well. So actually, the patterning is so hard. The name of the game is trying to hold the transition, because there's quite a lot of like transitioning LN patternings that can catch you off guard, and at 155 BPM it's definitely not a comfortable BPM to be handling these LN patterns.
Yeah, this map is very tricky, and it does turn into... There are a lot of one-hand trills in this map as well, very chokeable indeed, and this map only does sit at just under 2 minutes, 1 minute 59 seconds, already halfway through the chart, and it's just ever so slightly in Malaysia's favor, but it's just flipping back and forward into the main Kia of the section, and Jayla is the first player to find the miss.
And that's, I mean, at least you can say that is a clean miss, but there's the miss you're talking about, but it's traded by Els, and that is not another drop from Els right there. And now the score lead is going right back to Malaysia, and that accuracy drop from Els is going to be quite disastrous now. And this score lead is actually big enough that you can actually afford another clean miss on any of the players from Malaysia. But right now, Yoonghon and Istefan is holding the fort together, and potentially might get Malaysia their first point of this match, and Els is getting another drop as well.
Now we've seen this throughout the tournament already. Philippines, I do think, just managed to find those chokes on these LN maps. Maybe that's why they're opting to choose into the race, but Malaysia with the double FC matched by Philippines as well, but just on the back of those misses from Siluesca Els, those are really, really unfortunate misses, and the 5 misses compared to the 2 misses, we look at the 200 count and wow, Malaysia just looks way too strong.
Yeah, I mean, just look at those. I mean, everyone in here has a single digit 200 counts from Malaysia. Els had a bit of a struggle, maybe a bit uncomfortable when it comes to a more techie LN patterning, and I don't blame them. This is an extremely difficult map. Maybe in terms of physicality, it's not as bad, but when it comes to trying to hold down the LN and reading the patternings, it's extremely difficult. And now Philippines is insta picking on Rise 2.
Yeah, Race 2, this is not a bad pick at all. This map is mainly consistency, but only for 2 minutes. So with 266 BPM jump stream, you can run out of stamina very fast if you're not careful. And I think if Philippines managed to take a very confident lead on Race 2 of all maps, then they have a very safe choice going into Race 3 after this.
Yeah, but I think one thing to point out is that because it's actually going to be interesting to see how, because I think Malaysia is very consistent on this. I think they win this against, I'm not sure about the actual head-to-head scores, but they did beat this against Russia, who is a really strong Rise team. So it is not an easy point for Philippines. They still need to hold their combo together, and we need to see at least a 2-way full combo, or even 3-way if they want to beat against Malaysia.
Yeah, but what we have seen is the capabilities of these players' ratios, and Philippines, I think, may just have this slight edge, and as long as they can just hold that combo, that can just be enough for Philippines to take this point away from Malaysia here. But ultimately, with this map only being 2 minutes, yeah, I mean, anything can happen, and even just one miss can cost so much.
I think it's a bit of a client issue trying to get Valeria in right now. But Yeah, I mean, I think for this map, I think it's one of the few maps that you can get a really strong accuracy. And Philippines, I think, definitely have the edge when it comes to accuracy. But we saw from the last map, actually, they may have a bit of an act lead at the start, but a couple of misses, a couple of just off with a combo rush could be the undoing. And actually, I think Leave It picked up a miss there. I don't think that is client, and the score lead already is on Malaysia's side, and 5,000 point already for Malaysia.
Yeah, like we were saying, with this map being so short, any one miss can cost a lot of points, but now we're only getting to the bulk of the map. Already a third of the way through this map is very short, and I mean, one miss is very much so tradable, and we have seen some very ugly misses throughout this tournament thus far. 5,000 score lead can really be nothing, but already approaching the halfway mark, and all these players get through that section very comfortably.
Yeah, we can see actually the accuracy lead is on Philippines, but the combo lead is definitely on Malaysia. Philippines is actually slowly clawing the score lead deficit back to Philippines right now. Before it was around 5,000, but now it's inching towards 4,000. Leave It now has picked up the accuracy up to 99.8, tying off J-Lai. But the funny thing is that is the lowest accuracy on the board right now.
Philippines with a major accuracy advantage over Malaysia, but they just to be able to recover from that miss earlier on through the map, and there is only 30 seconds of this map left, and this is kind of the last section that we will see off this map. If we're going to see a miss, we'd see it now, and Jay is the person to find that miss on Malaysia's side. Philippines need to hold on to that combo. They have the lead now. We see some more accuracy drops from Jay, but it is traded back from Livet.
There's enough time. There's enough time for them to claw back. The combo has been completely reset. Can Malaysia take this back? There's still a bit more map left. Livet is still clawing a couple of 400 points. But the score lead is now on Philippines side. There's still a bit more map left. Ooh, the score is inching towards Malaysia, but that's going to be Philippines with their first point of the match.
That was looking very scary towards the end there. I look at these ratios from the Philippines side. Very, very good team score besides those misses that we did see there from Livet. And unfortunately, we did see one towards the start, and that did cost a lot of points, but with Jay finding that miss towards the end, that was just enough to give it back to Philippines, really. And this is what I've been talking about. Even though one team can have a much better accuracy than the other, one miss, especially at this difficulty of map pools, that can be the deciding factor. Malaysia going straight into LN4, especially after their LN3 pick, winning on that. I think they are starting to feel a little bit more confident into picking these more difficult, maybe a bit sketchy LN picks.
Yeah, but I actually don't like this pick too much based on just past team scores. Philippines did beat out Malaysia when it comes to head-to-head on this LN4 pick on yesterday's match. So yeah, this is going to... I think that means that Malaysia feels like they actually underperformed a lot compared to yesterday's match. But they really need to step up because Philippines' LN lineup is very scary. Els, Silicosis 2, and Livet, they are extremely strong LN players. Els especially. I think the last LN pick was a bit of an underperformance.
Yeah, but I do agree with what you're saying, but when you look at LN1 and LN2, maybe on the more accuracy side of things, and when you're playing against Philippines, I mean, if both teams manage to get their triple fill combos, Philippines does look very strong. So maybe LN4 is kind of Malaysia's last more physical pick. And I know LN2 is more jump stream. You could say that is physical, but it is definitely more accuracy focused in my opinion.
Yeah. And we're going to be seeing Leon coming in, who has been I think one of the only player to stay on this roster ever since Malaysia made it to top 3 in 4K MWC in 2021. So it's good to see some veteran player in here as well.
Yeah, we have seen stuff like this from other teams as well, but Leon, I think may have already crashed. But besides that, Philippines up there, very strong start.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's a restart, if it's a restart, I think it's probably valid because it's very early into the map. But just look at the accuracy on Philippines. Oh, we're gonna be seeing a bit of a desync right now. But as far as we can see right now, Philippines definitely have an accuracy. This is such a concentrated accuracy right now on Philippines, averaging at around 99.73%, 75% actually.
Oh, but Silicosis 2 is the first one to find that miss, and Yeonhong, I mean, it's already down to 99.2% accuracy, but still holds that full combo. I don't think that miss from Silicosis 2 would be enough to give it back. It's still a bit uncertain because of the desync from Leon there, but still, I think Philippines do just have that lead.
That's for sure. But actually though, I think that was a client miss from Silicosis too. Never mind.
Yeah, well, the client miss. So Philippines looking. This is kind of their map. I mean, this map is 3.5 minutes, but still, even with the length of this map, they're all holding onto that combo, and so are Malaysia though. But just with the accuracy disadvantage there, Philippines should have a pretty strong lead.
I think this is what I've been saying before, right? Philippines definitely, they have such an extreme edge towards against Malaysia when it comes to pure accuracy, but it's just their combo is not holding together. But once they get their combos together, that's when things get scary. And I don't think there's going to be many teams that can beat Philippines if they are consistent on their combos right now. And you can see right now, it's still a free 6-way full combo. And we're approaching to the third half, and Leon actually picks up a miss.
Yeah, Leon actually the first miss in this lobby, and they were also holding really good accuracy, sitting at their 99.7, but now already down to 99.5 on the back of that. And when you have 99.5 and 99.3 on your team versus Philippines, almost triple 99.7, yeah, that is a really big lead. And Yeonhong actually finding a miss at the break section. That is not where you want to miss.
Honestly, this is not the first time we saw someone missing on that section. I think the rapid trigger does do something. Kiruru actually missed on that exact section previously as well. A bit of a mind block pattern right there, and now that is free FCs to 1. And we can see why Philippines is one of the best LN team out there. Their averaging still is 99.7. This is looking like a very solid team score from Philippines right now.
Yeah, and just a reminder that this is Malaysia's picking into Philippines here, and this is what we were talking about, how Philippines are just really strong on LN, but yet they opt to pick into Rice. Maybe LN3 was just a mistake with the drops from Philippines there, but yeah, I mean, Philippines with a really good team score there, and Malaysia having a really hard time to match that, and I think most teams would.
Yeah. Oh, J-Lai though, with such a low 200 counts with 2. Very commendable. And yeah, this is just a very solid team score in general, above 2.97. Actually, any LN score that is above 2.97 million is just going to be pretty much unbeatable in this weekend. And Leon actually finishing there with a 984k. Very solid score. That 50 may have been a bit of a blimp, but in general, it wouldn't have done too much seeing the scores on Philippines side.
Yeah, I mean, Philippines are just ahead in everything really in that map. They had combo, they had accuracy, and ultimately Malaysia, there's not really much they could have done about that. Even if they all full comboed, the accuracy, the 200 count as well, not even just the ratio, they were just so far behind on LN4. And if you're Malaysia, now it's like, what do we pick next? And Philippines is just giving you no time, going straight into idle of all maps. I mean, they could have picked another LN if they felt that confident after playing LN4, but no, they do opt for this instead.
I think one very interesting to point out on Philippines side is they have a separate 3-man lineup for LN and for Rice. Every time they pick Rice or every time they pick LN, they switch all of their free players. And so I think this is, you said before about the speed of their pick, right? If they pick it instantly, the other team who relies on anchors, you see J-Line has been there for quite a lot of maps already, they do not have time to rest. So this could be Philippines' tactic of trying to tire some of the players out.
And with it being a rice map as well, Malaysia may actually be picking maybe hybrid, maybe rice, but I can't really see them choosing another LN. So with Malaysia, they will now need to take a breakpoint off one of these rice maps, and Idol might be the one to go for. 3 minutes, 20 seconds, 174 BPM, and this map, I believe, is just heavy dump stream.
Oh yeah, this is your Dark Star Dumbstream map. He has been a contributor towards those vocal dubs maps, and this is going to be very difficult. And with the map being at 3 minutes and 20 seconds, there's gonna be so many places where you can get a dirty combo break.
Well, certainly, these things can happen anywhere throughout the map, and we have actually seen some misses towards the intro there, but not in this match. Everyone holding pretty much 99.7 across the board here. Levet is actually just a bit below that, but still it is way too early to call anything. This 400-point lead really is nothing. It's only a few marvelous of a difference. I mean, that's even 1-200.
That's for sure, and we're not even in the course yet where the maps gets even more difficult. Right now, this is just kind of the warm-up before, or the calm before the storm. And here we go, here's the build-up to... Is that 50 points? Oh, it was dead even. Oh my god, do you see it?
Very close, and we're now into the first Ki. Progen Sucks is the first player to find that miss, and this map is very long, so maybe that won't play much of a factor, but as long as Philippines hold on strong, they will take a very comfortable lead of 7,000 points this early on, but Forcan is the one to trade it back.
Now, I would say Progen Sucks' job is much more dirty, down to 99.5, while Forcan Miss barely changed his accuracy. 99.72, still above Progen Sucks and J-Line, so definitely when it comes to the miss count, they're tied, but the accuracy lead for Philippines still hold on to their side. And now here we have a bit of a solo section. Shouldn't be too difficult, but we saw some people dropping on this, but everyone still hold on to the combo. And now we're back to the Ki section. Things are getting quite scary now. The gun pattern is not holding back.
Yeah, and Forcan's miss was a client miss, in fact, so Philippines still holding on to that triple FC. Progen Sucks finds yet another miss on this map, maybe proving why Philippines are choosing into this rice, and Progen Sucks just having a really rough time, but regardless of that, you have Azisai and J-Lai really tried to click onto that, but Philippines holding on to that triple 99.7. Even if everyone is full comboing in this lobby, Philippines would just have that strong accuracy advantage over Malaysia, and Malaysia just really need to hope for Philippines to have a collapse here, but 22,000 points might just be a bit too much to ask for.
Yeah, it's quite sad to see when you see players like Azisai who's holding the fort against Valeria, but it's just the other two players on Philippines side that is outscoring Progen Sucks and J-Lai. This team score from Malaysia is still quite strong, but when you're going against Philippines, when you see their accuracy is now averaging around 99.77, that looks very dire right now for Malaysia. The destiny is out of Philippines' hands.
Into the closing section of this map, there really is not long left. If we're going to see misses from Philippines, it needs to happen now, but it seems very unlikely. Everyone's still just holding on to that combo with really high accuracies, and if you're Malaysia, what more can you do besides pray at this point? It seems very unlikely.
Yeah, even if you pray, I don't think you can do too much against this amazing team score. That is going to be... I don't want to say too early just yet. I'm just going to wait until the map finish. Okay, that is going to be a back-to-back freeway full combo for Philippines. From LN4 to Rise 6. What more you can do against this?
Wow, these 200 counts from the Philippines there. Azisai trying his damnedest to match this, but when you have 3 200s across your entire team score, I mean, what more can you do? That is a really strong team score from Philippines, and really showing themselves to be good on both Rice and LN. Definitely a team to be wary of.
That is for sure. And now Malaysia is they're just thinking what they can pick now. Alan's not an avenue, Rice not an avenue. Maybe think about picking S3 this early on as kind of a way to reset everything, or even going to the world of the hybrids.
Yeah, Philippines did ban SV too, so maybe Malaysia could capitalize on that. Maybe they think Philippines may not put in much practice into the SV. We have seen that a lot throughout the tournament where these things happen. Malaysia, I would not blame them if they chose SV1. I would take that as an actual approach, but no, instead, Hybrid 2. We are going to be testing the waters here. We have not seen a Hybrid this match thus far.
And it's going to be an also original. It's going to be your GZ Dongsheng hybrid map. If you have seen a couple of his ranked map, this is going to be a difficult. He has always been making really difficult hybrid maps, and now making a splash within the semifinals map pool in this iteration. And this is not going to be easy. This is a mini Jack fest.
I think maybe Malaysia trying to play more on the physicality side, but we did see on Idol that maybe it might not be the correct call, but with Hybrid, like I said, we've not seen Hybrid yet this match, so these things can still happen. If Malaysia do manage to take points on the Hybrid, then they will most likely keep picking into that, and Philippines, I do think they've got a very open path and they know exactly what they're going to be picking next. They've kind of got LN and Rice on lockdown, so Hybrid, if it's going to happen Malaysia, they need to take these points.
Yeah, but this is going to be, I feel like this is going to be quite risky, because if Malaysia does lose this, then what else can they choose on now? Now that, you know, Rice backfired a bit, LN also has backfired. So they really need to win on this, or else they're going to be very suffocated when it comes to their picks.
Yeah, if they lose on this, then I think they will just have to be playing on the back of Philippines missing, but it doesn't seem likely in the fact that they've been triple FCing some of these maps. And yet again, this map is over 3 minutes long, so we have yet another somewhat of a marathon, I guess you could say, ahead of us, and we could most likely see the winner of this map early on, because this map does not let go.
Again, this is your typical GZ Dongsheng hybrid map, and you can see already the intro is definitely not holding back. Starting out strong already. Everyone above 99.7. J-Line having the lowest accuracy right now. Everyone, and Azisai as well, actually.
Very early accuracy lead. I mean, even with that lead towards Malaysia here, it's still swaying back and forth. And we are only now getting into this somewhat of a mini Jack section, and we see some accuracy drops there from Yeonhong and Jayla, and throughout the entire team of Malaysia. Philippines still have 2 players on that 99.8% accuracy, giving a somewhat close 2,000 point lead advantage in their favor.
This accuracy already for Philippines right now. They're all at 99.78. All tied accuracy right now for Philippines. On the other side, Yeonhong actually catching up to Philippines. It's only just Yeonhong right now. J-Line, Azisai just a bit behind, but they're still within reaching distance against Philippines. If any of the players in the Philippines side does miss, Malaysia can definitely run away with this. But that is actually quite a tall order asking Philippines to miss, since they have not missed yet for the past 3 maps.
Asking Philippines to miss, yeah, like you said, might be a tall order, but Malaysia is still trying their best with their... Everyone in this lobby is full comboing. One miss can actually just sway it back that easily with the 2,000 point lead still over halfway through the map. Now it's down to 600. We see a miss from Plata there. That might actually be the beginning of the end. Malaysia might be able to take their point.
Wait, hold on, just hold on for a bit right now, because Plana's actually missed. The Plana's miss is actually very clean. It's only down to 99.65, so actually they could crawl their accuracy back just a bit if Malaysia is a bit reckless when it comes to their release. Philippines could take the points back, and we can see right now, but Plana missing there is not helping out for Philippines. Malaysia could actually take back another breakpoint, a breakpoint that they really needed with a 3-way full combo from Malaysia. Oh, it's still getting so close right now. Malaysia definitely needs to hold on to their accuracy and their combo.
Into the closing section of the map, misses are still bound to happen. 4,000 point lead, and does not seem likely. It seems like Malaysia will actually get their first point since the beginning of this match.
What?
Oh.
Okay, that's not enough. Not yet.
Okay, yeah, that was a little bit scary there.
Yeah, that was way too scary. If that was... Okay, no. You cannot just do that, Azisai. You cannot just do that. That could have been
What-
that could have been scary.
if Philippines took that point because of those misses at the end, that would have been something else. But Malaysia, with that 5,000 point lead down to 1,000, he gave them 4,000 points in those final few seconds of the map. Okay, I don't think I've seen that before. But Malaysia still barely managing to take that, thankfully.
Yeah, but now it's actually dead even now. Both teams traded their breakpoints now. Malaysia can definitely just even out the match with a good pick. And oh, actually, hold on. Oh no, that was not Philippines pick. My bad. That was Malaysia's pick. So okay, so they're still one breakpoint behind. I thought it was Philippines pick.
Yeah, Malaysia chose that hybrid. We've not seen the hybrid yet, so yeah, testing the waters. They lost on LN, they lost on Rice, so hybrid might actually be the way to go from this point on. And Philippines going straight into Rice 1. I think after playing Rice 6, Rice 1 is a definite good choice for Philippines.
Yeah, the streamy patterns of Rice 6 is very similar to Rice 1, and Philippines had an ungodly score in Rice 1. I think they got nearly 2.98 million on Rice 1, while Malaysia only scored 2.954 million. So that is a 25,000 point difference from their last performance. So yeah, this kind of makes sense why Philippines are picking this. They have such a solid Rice lineup. But that's not saying Malaysia is weak either. They do have a strong lineup, and we saw before, accuracy, sure, Philippines may win on the accuracy field, but it's all about the combo. Any misses could determine this, and especially if the miss is a dirty miss, because this map does not hold back.
Yeah, we've seen it throughout the match thus far. These misses are very costly, and Malaysia going into Rice 1, maybe take a lesson from Rice 6. Maybe really try to focus on this map. And this map is much shorter than Rice 6 was. Rice 6 was over 3 minutes. This map is 2.5 minutes, so it's not going to be as intense, but Rice 1 being a dedicated speed map, I think these chokes are more prone to happen when you compare it to Rice 6 and already getting into the map.
This does not start any easier. We see Project is going to have a bit of an accuracy dropping out right now down to 99.4% accuracy. Way below compared to the rest of the Philippines side. Actually leave it now below to 9.7 as well.
Those accuracy drops, that is going to give an early lead to Philippines here, and like I said, with this map being so short, that is not a lead you want to be giving, but it is still within reach. Philippines can find those misses and ultimately give a pretty big lead back to Malaysia.
And here we go, the Trills leading straight into the chorus. As we said before, there is no break. If you think you're going to get any breaks at this map, think again, because it's going to be 2 minutes and 30 seconds of uninterrupted 360 BPM streams, and everyone is still holding right now. Ice Device leading with 99.88%, holding down the fort against Memoria, but Yang Hao is going to miss. Oh, that is such a dirty miss. Oh, okay, that is going to be quite irrecoverable right there for Malaysia. Now they need Philippines to have an equally disastrous drop, but I don't think that's going to be possible.
That miss was very bad. We've seen, I think it was a few misses. They almost looked like a column lock, but they also dropped a lot of accuracy straight after as well. And ultimately, 33,000 points, we're going to need to see something really bad from Philippines. And I don't think that is very likely, especially coming from a team like Philippines. Very consistent, very strong, especially after that performance on Rice 6, but still definitely doable on a map like this. Like you said, 360 BPM streams. Anything can happen. It's very chokeable. Stamina does play a big factor as well.
That is for sure, but they need something from Philippines. But we saw already, Philippines they do drop, but they only drop cleanly. They do not get a little dirty drop, and Project Satsuna drop right there, and I think that's basically seals the deal for the Philippines to get their 4th point. That is a 52,000 point lead, and it's still increasing. 4Cat does miss. Ooh, actually, that is a quite dirty miss, but he still actually hold his footing together. And that's basically it for Philippines with a near 2.97 million team score. And that's going to be their 4th point for Philippines.
Memoria with the V1 double F and leave that very close behind with 1-200. What can you really do against this team? Even if Malaysia had their triple FC, and even with Forcan missing, I think it's still possible that Philippines could have taken that point regardless with that incredible team accuracy there. And now Malaysia, you know, like we've been saying, they need to get that one breakpoint back, but Philippines, they've only got a few picks left. Malaysia, you need to win all your points and take back a breakpoint, and even then there's only 2 hybrids to pick from if they want to keep going into the hybrids. This is a very scary game for Malaysia.
That's for sure. And you gotta think about it as well. Philippines they don't need to pick just Rice. They also have the 2 Olympics to rely on as well. So just knowing how well-rounded the Philippine team is, they can just pick anything they want. For me, I think they should take a tactical timeout to think about it. Should they go for, in my opinion, hybrid 3 would be a shout.
I think any of the hybrids could be good, and even the SV. The SV is still there, but no timeout called, no hybrid, no SV. We are seeing LN2, Dreamin Attraction. Do we think this is a good pick?
I'm very mixed on this. So last match, Malaysia did have an okay score, but they did lose to Russia, who is, I would say, not one of the top LN teams. And Philippines, on the other hand, they are just sharpshooting when it comes to LN mid picks as well. And this map is not easy at all. This is not a standard LN density pick. This has a couple of 1-6 burst rate layered in between the LN density patterns, and we saw Leon struggling quite a bit on that map yesterday. And Jayla did pick up a couple misses as well. And we saw already Philippines, they're going to get at least 2 full combo on this map, on these sorts of map. It's not hard enough for them just yet, and we're going to be seeing Silicosis 2, Els, and Leave It. This is the LN lineup for Philippines. Malaysia is going to be seeing Leon, Jaylai, and Yonghong, just as expected. So yeah, we'll see. I hope I am wrong on my analysis, but I don't think this is a good pick for Malaysia.
Yeah, I will agree with you there. I mean, even LN as a whole, as a category, maybe Malaysia should start trying to avoid, but they did take a point from one of the other LN picks, so I mean, it is still kind of up in the air. But LN2, like you say about the burst, it is definitely very chokeable, but ultimately at the end of the day, this map still is just mostly kind of jump stream and more accuracy focused, which is why I believe Philippines might have the upper edge, and Malaysia maybe just praying that Philippines do find those misses on those bursts.
Yeah. But that's, again, hoping Philippines missing is quite a difficult task, and you also need to hold on your own ground as well.
Yeah, and especially even if all players in this lobby manage to full combo, you still have Philippines who have really shown themselves to be very strong in accuracy, both with 200 count and ratio. Both together, Philippines have shown to be really strong. Malaysia needing to match that on a map like this, maybe LN2 not the greatest.
Leon, not again, Leon. Come on, you cannot do this. Okay, we're probably just going to be waiting for Leon, and probably we'll be seeing another desync. In the meantime, though, the accuracy is actually quite good for the bottom row right now for Malaysia. Is actually doing really well. 99.85 and 8.1 for Jayla is actually beating out all the Philippines accuracy. We have to wait for what Leon's accuracy is, but right now it's looking quite good for Malaysia.
We are going to get an abort. That did look like a really strong start for Malaysia there, but unfortunately Leon was not able to play. They were in fact stuck on, I am guessing, the waiting for players screen, so we will get a restart. And if Malaysia can get a start like that again, they can get a pretty good early lead against Philippines, and if they can hold that throughout the map, this map is only 2 minutes long, one of the short maps in the pool. Oh, okay, maybe this isn't actually a bad pick for Malaysia.
Yeah, maybe it's not, maybe we're just a bit wrong, but we have to wait and see. I also would like to point out that there's also another match ongoing right now, that is Japan and China, and it's now tied 3-3. And I do think, in my opinion, that match would also go. I think that match has a very high chance of going to a tiebreaker, seeing the dynamics between these two teams. A hybrid LM team that is China against a Rice team that is Japan.
Very close match indeed, and when you even compare that to this match, Philippines-Malaysia, if Malaysia do manage to take this point, all it takes is one break point, and it could be the same story. We could actually be seeing another tiebreaker here. I think it is entirely possible, but Malaysia, I think this might be one of the most important picks to take a point on. And we were talking about maybe LN2, not the wisest map to pick if you're Malaysia, but they definitely know what they're doing. They wouldn't pick this if they didn't have confidence in it. And as we've seen in that first couple of seconds in the before the restart, Malaysia can act this.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. And we can see now everyone's actually doing very well, as expected. These two teams are really good at LNs. So we might be seeing just a 6-way full combo, who knows, with like a 2.97 million team score. You can see everyone's starting up really well. Leon at 99.86, way above everyone else right now.
I'm surprised Malaysia have already got this really big lead. I thought Philippines may have been a little bit more comfortable with these types of maps, but already a quarter of the way through the map, like I said, this map is very short, and this lead already towards Malaysia can show that they can act, but Leon will be the first to miss, and it's a really miss.
Oh, that is disastrous. That is a 12,000 point swing right there for Malaysia, and that is not looking good right now. They need someone to drop as hard as Leon right there. Silicosis did have a client miss, so 2-3 with that is not a client miss from Silicosis, and the score leads now going back towards Malaysia just a bit, but they need another miss actually, because Leon's miss was so catastrophic that one clean miss is not enough. They need more.
Oh, and we do get it. Silicosis 2 with another miss right before the break. And let's just take a moment to appreciate these accuracies from these players here. We have Livet, Siloeska Els trying to match Yeonhog and J-Lai, but ultimately, these accuracies from Yeonhog and J-Lai are very good. Leon just needs to gain back that score, but Yeonhog actually finds a miss for Malaysia there, and that's going to be really bad. There's only a quarter of the map left. We need to see some more misses from Philippines, but Livet and Siloeska Els look to be performing very well. I don't think misses will be coming out, but entirely possible.
We're approaching the end of the map. That needs to come as soon as possible, but I don't think it's gonna come. Oh, Siloeska does miss, but that is way too late. There's no more map left. And that is going to be Philippines' pick and another breakpoint. Oh, that drop from Leon was definitely the undoing. If it was a clean drop, that would have been it for Malaysia, but that drop was just so rough for Leon right there. 350 and 3 misses all in one second, and that is the undoing for Malaysia. And Philippines now 5-2 ahead with 2 breakpoints.
Look at this 200 count and the ratio as well. It is just 1-1. All of these scores very matched. I think if there were no misses in this lobby, this would have been a couple 100 points of a difference.
Oh yeah, that's
very
for sure.
Close.
The ratios, the number of 300, 200 is basically the same. We can have a couple of math nerds to like calculate what happened. What would the score be if it's all full combo? But I do agree with you. This could have been extremely close. And now Els is actually going to go for rice-free black chocolate.
After playing Rice 2, I mean, Rice 3, sure. Rice 3 is very similar to Rice 2 in the sense that it's just basically non-stop jump stream, but with Rice 3, I think there are a few more breaks, but what it comes down to, bottom line, is the accuracy. On a map like this map is much lower BPM than Rice 2 as well, so it's really just a consistency test.
Yeah, that is for sure. And also the important thing is how well can you... Okay, at the start, maybe everyone's accuracy is quite high, but it's more about how well you can hold maybe after the last quarter, because that's when you use most of your stamina, and that's when you can get some really disgusting drops right there as well.
Now I mean, we can definitely see things like this happening again, where these players managing to find these really ugly misses throughout the match, and we've seen it plenty of times throughout this match already. I am not going to go ahead and say that Philippines have got a very big advantage on this map, but Malaysia most certainly are definitely capable of taking a point on this. But unfortunately now, because they lost on that LN2 pick, they will need to take 2 breakpoints from Philippines, and that is a hard task.
Yeah, I do agree with you. But the true question is when will we have our first SV pick? But that question aside, we're going into our eighth pick and potentially match point for Philippines. If they do win this, and that's going to be quite dangerous for Malaysia.
Will be very dangerous indeed. They will need to win 4 picks in a row, and 2 of them being breakpoints. But let's just kind of focus on what we have on our hands right now. We see Protean Sucks with that early accuracy dropped already down to 99.7, and a miss already in just the first couple of seconds in this map. Now, the nice thing is that because it's the very start, it's not going to have a huge consequence, but that is not a lead you want to be giving to Philippines this early, being 3 points down.
Yeah, that's for sure. And considering that, it's also quite a disgusting accuracy drop as well. So you look at the side of Philippines right now. They're averaging nearly above 99.9. Like, what can you do about that? Of course, it's just the start, and there's still around 3,000 more notes to come. So there's still a lot more to say about this performance of Philippines right now. But it's looking good for Philippines. A 7,000 point lead on a map this long is already looking quite good for Philippines.
And Shoegazer's styles map is somewhat of just a generic jump stream pick, but there are a lot of one-hand trills that can definitely catch you off guard. But when you look at this 7,000 point lead, I think even if one of these players choke on these trills, it's still not going to be enough. Philippines have just got a very strong accuracy lead already, and that's still increasing at that. When you have 3 players above 99.8 and Malaysia with only 1, you're going to need to see quite a few drops from Philippines, and ultimately this is their pick after their performance on Rice 2 as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that either. And what we can say right now is actually Pojins are picking up another miss. They're not having a good time right now on this pick, and there's still more than half of the map left. There's still so much more, and the accuracy could drop. Maybe a bit of stamina degradation right now.
This map being very long, and on top of that, the nerves as well from playing in this MWC setting can really settle in, and with that stamina, like you said as well, playing a factor, can be very difficult to maintain this combo. But when you have 5 players as well managing to hold on, it's a very good fight that Malaysia are putting up. Protean Sucks with those misses towards the start of the map and throughout the map as well. With a 20,000 point lead, you cannot win off of accuracy alone here. Philippines need to find those misses, but all of them still on that 99.8 or above. It does not seem like they're going to miss anytime soon.
Yeah, we can see the UR bar is so dead right in the center right now. The concentrated accuracy, they are not giving up an inch from Malaysia right now. They're just steamrolling straight ahead to a match point right now. A miss on Protean Sucks is not making us any better right now. Nearly a 30,000 point lead. We can't even say right now that is a point for Philippines unless there's someone disconnected or just have a catastrophic drop, but I don't think that's going to happen for Philippines considering how strong they are. And we're going to be seeing probably one of the best team score on Rice 3. We just have to wait to see if we're going to be seeing a free-wave move combo. A few more seconds left, and that is a near 2.99 million team score for Philippines with only 200.
Oh my goodness. Double V1, double S as a team score, and your third player with 200. I mean, look at the ratio from Forcan and Valeria as well. Definitely a very hard team score to be. And if you're Malaysia, I would probably be thinking, okay, Rice 2, Rice 3 out of the way, okay? After losing Rice 2, it's like Rice 3 is just consistency. It's kind of the same thing. I guess you would somewhat expect to lose that point. But now, Philippines are going to need to pick more into the physicality Rice maps if they don't choose LN. And Malaysia, you need 4 points. So, are we going to see an SV pick? Or is it just going to be Hubris?
I think it's going to be SV, I'll be honest with you. I think, sure, it is 50-50, but the other maps are stacked heavily against you right now, considering how Philippines are doing. They're just getting triple FCs right now, and that's just not good for Malaysia. So maybe just switch the pace of the match a bit with an SV chart, and they are quite strong on SV as well. So I think it would be not bad of a pick, but I wouldn't hate if they pick the hybrids or LNs either. But I feel like Philippines are momentum is just so strong right now. Also, in my opinion, if Malaysia does win their points, and it's going to be a timeout, yeah, they need to consider about this. Their tournament lifeline is on the line right now.
Yeah, I think even considering their performance on Hybrid 2, I really wouldn't be surprised if they did opt to choose Hybrid 1 or Hybrid 3. But ultimately, the bottom line is, if they do choose SV and manage to take the point, and then they still manage to take a breakpoint from Philippines, they're going to need to pick one of the hybrids regardless. So it really comes down to what are they most comfortable on just now.
I don't know. I really don't know. And you got to think about Philippines. So they have 2 more Rise pick, and Rise 7 actually is quite similar to Rise 3 and Rise 2 in terms of the kind of the pattern structuring. So, and considering how dominant the Philippines was, it's going to be a very hard battle for Malaysia to win back against the Philippines. We'll have to wait and see. I do want to see an SV pick though. I think that would make the most sense, but also picking SV when you're 6-2 down feels like a huge gamble. But at this point, you're gonna need a gamble and win that gamble to take back the match.
Yeah, and you also need to take into account that Philippines did ban SV2. So with them banning that, we don't know how much practice they have on SV1. I mean, they could have just opted to only practice SV1 and not look at SV2, hence why they banned it. But I think that'd be a very risky move from Philippines. So maybe choosing to ban SV2 is a good indicator for Malaysia to pick SV1 here. But I mean, like you say, with there's 2 Rice maps left, we have Rice 5, Rice 7, and Rice 5 I do think could be very risky for Philippines. This map is very physical and these misses can happen.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. I think they're definitely picking SV. They're calling a timeout to maybe practice the SV maps as well. That's quite a common tactic that teams are doing nowadays, where they call a timeout so they have more time to learn, remind themselves of the ghost tapping. And especially for this map, there's a lot of ghost nodes, so they really need to make sure they know when are these ghost nodes appearing.
Yeah, definitely a strategy, like you said, that we do see a lot throughout this tournament. This timeout does actually come in very handy with moments like these, but also a Hybrid 1 actually be chosen, not SV1, so they did just use that time to talk over with their team, and like we were saying, maybe they will pick SV next regardless. If they do manage to take this point and a break point, that does give the other players more time to go over and practice it. So
Yeah.
Hybrid 1 actually doesn't seem like too bad of an option.
Yeah, that's for sure. And, well, this is going to be a 2-minute map. It's a very short map and a very dense map as well. And it's going to be no break. Absolutely no break at all. And there's going to be such dense shield patternings as well. So, we're going to need to be seeing Malaysia on their A games, potentially on a freeway full combo to be able to face against Philippines right now. We're, as we said before, extremely strong on any maps that they're picking against the Philippines right now, and we're going to see the ACM Malaysia fight Yonghong and J-Lai against Plana, Livet, and Forken. Oh, actually, Forken's going to be subbed out. Maybe for no, never mind. It's going to be Forken. Okay.
And Malaysia, coming from that Russia match yesterday as well, they did show really good consistency just throughout the match in general. We're going to need to see that consistency come back, and if anything, even better as well to match Philippines. With how they've been performing this match, you will need your triple full combo. And especially on Hybrid 1 of all maps, Philippines, they've still got 2 maps, but you shouldn't really think too far ahead. You should just focus on what you have at hand now. Try take 1 point at a time. And Hybrid 1 is going to potentially be the start of that.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we'll have to wait and see. This is now Malaysia's tournament life on the line right now. One more loss for Malaysia means they're out of this tournament, and that is not what you want if you're a fan of Malaysia. You want to see a tiebreaker going through. And here we go, the 9th pick.
Yeah, this accuracy very much so balanced on both sides. You see J-Lai and Plata jump a little bit of accuracy there, but it is most definitely matched, with Malaysia taking the very slight accuracy advantage. And I think we have seen that throughout this entire match, where Malaysia do manage to take that early lead on the back of that accuracy, but it always manages to find a way to sway itself back. Malaysia needs to make sure that doesn't happen. It already happens.
Yeah, a bit of accuracy drop from Azisai and J-Line right now. Azisai down to 99.6, and look at on the other hand, we can see right now. Oh, actually leave it with a miss, and now the score is going back to Malaysia potentially. But that is such a clean miss right now. I think the score is going to go back to Philippines as soon as leave it. Actually, the score is not even going to go to Malaysia. It's just the accuracy lead from Philippines is so strong right now.
It is very much so balanced. Levet does manage to get above that 400 combo cap, meaning all the score that we get now will be evenly balanced towards both teams, and Philippines does just have that 1,000 point lead over halfway through the map. The map is under 2 minutes long, I remind you, so one miss can be the be-all end-all at this moment. And this is the main KI of the chart as well, and Levet does find a very disgusting miss, and that's going to be a huge advantage back to Malaysia.
Oh, but they need to hold on. Azisai with a clean miss though. They can still do this. They just need to hold on together just a bit more. Azisai is dropping so much, down to 99.4 right now. They need to hold together. Oh, yo, with a miss. Oh no, that's going to be disastrous. Is there going to be any more misses? I think that's going to be it. Just a few more patterning.
The double miss from Azisai and Yeonhong right at the very end. They had a very good lead going into the exit of the map, but ultimately that is going to cost them. That was so close up until the very end there. On the back of Levet's really nasty misses towards the chart. I thought that was going to be it. I thought Malaysia had that entryway to get back into the match, but unfortunately it just was not meant to be.
Yeah. And I'll be honest as well, even if Malaysia does win this, it's going to be a very tall order for them to win the other two rice pick that Philippines will pick. But I think Malaysia should be proud of themselves. They have a whole squad rebuilt with some new players like Young Hong, Projian Sucks. So the new generations of Malaysia is actually getting quite strong right now, and with a top 8 placement, I think they should be proud of themselves of where they are at right now. But on the other hand, congratulations to Philippines on making it to the finals weekend. I think this is a very scary lineup to see right now. They're so well-rounded on everything. All 6 players can just dish out an extremely good score. So this is a team that could potentially make it to the podium. We have to see next weekend, but I think that is it for us. Do you have anything else do you want to add, Eliminate?
Yeah, I want to say it's very unfortunate to see one of these teams go home. Both of them played superbly, and even yesterday as well, in yesterday's matches, both teams played very great. But there is one last thing that I would like to mention, and I feel like I am obliged to mention. Batters, support your team!
Yeah, you can do the batters.
Okay. So you can support your country. Now, there is only a few weeks left of the tournament, but that does not mean that you shouldn't buy batters. So, if your team manages to win the World Cup, what happens, Smash?
Yeah, so if your team does manage to win the World Cup, you get to keep it for another year until the next MWC iteration. So you can get to keep a very nice banner on you. It's gonna look pretty in your profile. But you can also there's also no restriction on your profile. So if you want to go all out on your profile, you can buy as many banners as you want. It's only $2.50, so it's not going to be a huge financial commitment. So if you want to support the tournament organization and the Mania scene, go ahead to the Osu store page, and there will be a banner section where you can buy the banners. Even you can also buy the banners of teams that has already been eliminated as well.
And with that closing remark, we will be ending stream now, so make sure to head towards the A stream where we have Japan versus China. Maybe coming to a close. The scoreline right now is 3-6, but yeah, we will see you there, and shortly after will be the finals map pool showcase. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.